Right. All right, all right, all right. I got a lot of these what you call it? All right. Today at 1, we got a game. Let's get the Titans against the Titans. 1 o'clock, so the game about to start in a minute. Time to play a game. Mm. Sensational. What can I do for you? Yeah. Give me this one. Oh, why? Respectfully. Come on in, tap and hit them screens. Come on up if y'all want to. Say your point of view or what you feel. You know? I want to see sign. Want to say sign. Wow. Wow. Let's get that. No. Dum, 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 dum. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Sensational. What that be? Yeah, what that do? Rubber band, man. Wow, that's a 25 on that other hand. I'm in trouble, man. You know, I was in trouble, man. Mm-hmm. What can I do for you, girl? No. Oh. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Mm-hmm. Goody goody. Mm-hmm. It's early Sunday, man. Early Sunday. Like, I gotta get out this thing about maybe about 9. Put me some hours on this thing so I can get up early. Show. Mm-hmm. Looks like 2 to 1 YT. You said before slavery, okay. Why you say and after? Why and why? Gotta give me an explanation. Why before and after slavery love was more real? Since you said both. And during there was still other people who disliked the ideology of, well, who likes slavery? Who gonna like that? But what I'm getting to out of that is the people that was in it. Was it love? Like, how was they loving? Like, what did they have true love before? You know, was it stronger before it happened? Was it strong? So you said stronger before and after. So after, what made it stronger after? All right. What's up? What's up with the flowers? What's up? Bought stole versus sold. Now that question is, who should we be more mad at? Um, I feel like true love was strong after because before, during arranged marriages still exist. Interesting. Yeah, YT at two evil. Right at one. Yeah, y'all can come up. I'm not trying to understand what y'all mean on that. Y'all come up. We can talk about it. Um, it's our day. Let's see. Sensational. What can I do for you, girl? I don't know. Let me. Oh shoot. Let me fix this screen up real quick. Let me fix the screen. There we go. Let me see. Callie, all y'all can come up. I'm sending some advice up. Y'all know y'all can come up with one follower now.
I think with entire this entire prompt, like I said in comics, I think after it was more real love that's coming about because before and during slavery, women didn't have that many rights, and a lot of women were forced into marriages with different types of men, and
Mm-hmm.
even within that, they were still forced to do things. They were still forced to fulfill the societal norm. I th- I think there was most definitely true love around those times, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was as prevalent as after slavery.
Mm-hmm. So since I heard you say something about women had rights. So how did they have rights before? Like, because rights is a made up thing. They just made that up or constructed it. So how do you know that women had rights before that?
Oh no, I'm not saying they did before that. I'm just
Oh,
saying they
okay.
had
Because you
very
was
little rights.
yeah. I think a lot of people have very little rights because that was constructed though. So
Yeah,
'cause we
I
know
yeah
it's a
I agree.
patriarchal type world and stuff. Because otherwise, like the reason why it's like that because it was if things didn't go a certain way, it was gonna be men that was fighting for it. You know, even if a woman wanted to take over, it was gonna be a group of men that was gonna take the woman over. So, it was always gonna be the strongest gonna win.
Yeah, I can somewhat agree because like back in the 1400s in the Renaissance era, the men were got to do choose whatever the woman wanted to do, like who they want to marry. They had to. The men were most like more in charge, and that happened for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
Probably until after slavery. No, even after slavery, women still didn't have that many rights. They started. It started to get. They started to get it like 50, 40, 50, 60 years ago. They started slowly getting more every single year, and now we're
Mm-hmm.
finally in a society where women do have a lot of rights, but in
Mm-hmm.
some countries like Afghanistan and Iran, they still don't.
True. True. But cause they big on families out there and constructed what's right and all that stuff. So that's why they marriages is more higher and all the other things though. So but
Yeah.
we obviously we free, but then we also going through a lot of personal traumas now and can't get along even worse. So it's like I don't know who got the worst error though. We got more rights and got more traumas, and they got less rights and I guess controlled over there. I guess. Uh, Let me get Callie in real quick. And I'm gonna go come back to you. What's up, Callie girl?
Hey, I like your prompt.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I believe that it's a tricky situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we are of African descent, so it's hard to be mad at someone that is supposed to be of your kin that does that, right? So I guess it makes it easier to be mad at Caucasians, right? Versus your own kind.
Mm.
But, the problem did start in Africa, right? If they had not sold us, then that would not have happened at all. And it is in
Don't say that again. Whoa.
well, and then also too, because if you think about it, like
Mm-hmm.
just myself, of mixed race, right? We came here, and whether it was a forced mixed race, and what I say that is every African American in the United States has a white ancestor, okay, usually of male, a white male. And that is a cause of, right, because they were raping our women and
You gotta
blase,
say
blase.
you gotta say grape.
Oh, graping our women. So what I'm saying is, right, it's you also have some kind of hostility towards that happening, which is why
Mm-hmm.
we always say the man, the man, the man. But in actuality, the man, like I said, begun in Africa. If that never happened, we would not have been here. So, and it's sad because too, there's a lot of other issues when we also divide ourselves. So when Africans will say, well, blacks in America, they're lazy, they're this, they're that, failing to recognize the ones that we see of them are more polished, have accessible funds, are the creme de la creme. And we do the same thing in our own country. I can attest to that. I grew up in the vanilla suburbs. I talk a little different. There's certain privileges that I was privy to. I do come of mixed race descent. But again, it just follows to the simple fact that it probably it really has not helped us and has not helped us build a union. And I think that's also another, I'm going into another topic, but that we can share that. I just say our initial reaction of being hurt should have started with the West African people versus coming for the white or YT people.
Mm.
Because without our own people doing that to us, this would not have occurred. That's all. And I land.
I don't think they not thinking that deep on that part. I guess we gotta do research. All right. What you got on that? And then we can get to the second part of the prompt. Okay. Aki, or I can't say your name. AK. I'm just saying AK.
All right. Yeah, I feel like what you were saying is true. I think, but with this entire prompt, back back then, since we're talking about like love and stuff like that, there
Mm-hmm.
we still have documents of pictures from around those times, and some of them do look happy. I feel like even we could even put this into segregation standards within this, because white people were becoming more accustomed towards black people. Some of them, at least, a lot of people still wanted the idea, the slavery again. But people like, let me give an example. Frank Sinatra. He was best friends with a black person. He made music with a black person. He did all of this with another black person. I feel like that just it just proves that love. Uh, I don't really know how to explain my point, but because it's a hard question with this one.
Mm,
Because even if we have a lot of these happy images of couples, you still don't know what goes on behind the scenes.
that's
Like,
true.
yeah, it could be abusive. It could be just forced. I mean, there's many different reasons why, and I feel like the only standard I can actually put this in is during slavery and before slavery, people couldn't really smile in pictures because it was always a norm thing that uh I forgot what was exactly the norm, but people just couldn't smile. And you could see a lot of couples that are happy together, that actually do stuff together. And you can call that true love. Uh, you could call that real love, not true love. But it just depends on their situation. It could be arranged. They could have picked each other. I think the only thing I can really ever really say about this is Romeo and Juliet, and that was like way before slavery.
Mm. True, 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 true. Y'all can come and keep hitting them likes, hit them likes and share all that good stuff. Get some more people up in here too. I'm send some random invites and stuff, see if people want to come up so we can get this conversation spread it out a little bit more. Um, lies were told to lions after slavery because they became closed off and a lot haven't here. That mindset. Interesting, interesting.
Could I add to what Akeem was saying? I
Oh, go
believe.
ahead. Go ahead.
So Akeem, I do agree with you that I hope that we could get back to the love, but I'm just but that's what I and again, this is kind of hard. I am a little nervous. That's the point I was trying to make. Like, I also saw in the comments someone said about our tight knit community. I really feel that, as I said, the Black community, we it's like the lesser of two evils. I don't believe we really have much of a community, and it's not our fault really. We're trying, because think about it. If we are actually connected to both, right? In the Black community, we are connected to our white Africans, the people that sold us in West Africa, and then we're connected to the people that actually bought us. Because as I said, all African American people in America have a white person that is their ancestor, and they also have a West African as their ancestor. This makes up our genetics. This makes up our DNA. So we are unfortunately, we're connected to the West African, like I said, that sold us, and the person that purchased us. So we're trying to center ourselves in this dysfunction that was created, not us, but it was actually created. It's like, do we love someone that raped our grandmother, or do we love someone that actually sold it? Like, how can we? So a lot of people that are from Africa, they'll be like, Black people have a problem with Africans. No, it's not that we don't. It's just some trust issues there. I could see it, right? And maybe it's just unknown, because of that feeling. It's like you're doing it out of some subconscious. So it's hard to love someone when they did you wrong. Don't you agree? I mean, that's kind of how I feel. But you know, we yes, I do feel that we need to get to love. But again, no one has ever came out publicly on either side and ever told us sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So either
Do
side,
people realize they do realize that's the point of me putting the first prompt, not the title though, the title prompt question, but the first white prompt. It's the that's the reason why I put that there. Do people realize that we were slaves in West Africa way before we were slaves in America? So we were basically slaves that was getting traded to be slaves somewhere. So we were slave to black people before we were slave to white tea people. And it's like we trying to erase that out of our mind and act like that we didn't know where it started from. A lot of us, a lot of them have been stolen from it, right? Stolen slaves for the most part. They've been stolen, or but they make it seem like that we was living in a happily ever after thing. But no, I think we enslaved each other. So when somebody got a power, and that's why the point of this is that people get a power, and we see that to this. That's why people have a problem with this topic itself, because these are the people that will do the same thing to you. They act like that. Oh, why are you exposing that we supposed to be innocent people. But no, if you look at and all you gotta do is your research. Google is so easy right now. You know what I'm saying? Just look up a couple things. Literally, we were African slaves before we was American slaves. So that means it was most definitely uh, black people that did it. Even if you look it up. But even some it might have been, but it was like mixed. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no such thing as I guess black and white at that time or whatever though. But I think we keep trying to erase the fact that we have people among us that's literally the same exact way. That's why we can't get along. We keep on, but we try to keep putting it on the whites. Well, it's the way that they made our mind. Well, some of that stuff is just how a lot of us is. Some people we get some power. And if somebody don't go our way, sometimes we unalive each other, and that's been for years. It didn't take a YT person to get in the midst of it, and then we like, well, dang, that's why we unaliving each other. You put us on a small circle. We was in a big circle and still doing the exact same thing. So the fact that we acting like a certain color has is good or bad, we need to get that way of thinking about it. It's just people that's just evil, and it's people that's not. It's no color behind it. It's just people that just like today, as we see today, right? And I'm gonna say before we get to this one, I'm gonna say my answer is is actually opposite of what y'all said. Mine is really during. I believe during, and the reason why I say during slavery because that's the time that we really needed each other, right? This the time that we was trying to find a way to be free. This the time that we can work with one another and all that stuff you know. So, and I feel like this is the same exact way. The only time that we can connect with one another is when we need one another. Now we're living in a world where, oh no, I just want you. I'm independent. I don't really, so we're not like in survival. And it seems like that only time we can really love each other is if we in survival type mode. And that's what I call real love. And that's when we really see we really need each other. But if we get to keep doing what we want and all that and feel like selective and feel like we can pick and all that stuff, that's what it is. That's why really this topic itself, it's not like, this is just because it catches the eye. But the real thing I'm getting to about this is that people is the problem. It's not a color behind it. We've been this way. Nobody's innocent, and even the fact, like I said, today is showing it. All it takes is a simple disagreement. We're gonna call each other each other name. We're gonna pull up on each other. All this other stuff. We've been doing that for years. It did not. We got to stop. Keep trying to put it on everybody else but ourselves. I'm only acting this way because the way they put my mind. No, you wanted to do what you want to do because a lot of us have in our nature is selfishness. We're just selfish. We want it our way or the highway, and if you step on us, we're going to get you. Crabs in a barrel been around for a long time. You know, be people with power. It has been for a long time, and power don't only deal with skin color. It just don't. It just happened to be the people that have power happen to be of YT. You know what I'm saying? But it's people that's their power in Africa, right? That's black. We don't mention that stuff. They do the exact same thing. But overall, worldwide, slavery it got minimized because I got to do some research on that. But it's it's not the same as before though. Then we got this thing called rights now. We got all this stuff or whatever. But like I said, the whole point of this is to really people got to look within themselves and stop pointing the finger on everybody else because we got just like they be saying skin folk ain't kin folk. That's that's the point of that situation. We got to stop looking at, dang, this is mine. I got to stick with this or whatever. And we don't know why we sticking with them for. They disrespecting you. They ready to take your neck out as soon as you turn your head. Like, that's how you get hurt. Because we can't look past just this thing that they hold. That's where the brainwashing came from. Because we took their immature ways or whatever they came up. Let's divide people based off their skin, and then say that's the problem. And then now a lot of us growing up into it and getting taught this hatred towards why we don't know why. But really, it's really the principles. It's really the principles, the way of thinking, and the lifestyle that we really going against. Because anybody can brought up a certain way. We seen
What's going on,
black people
nephew?
get raised.
I'm looking for a nice little woman, and I
Hold on real quick, brother. Hold up.
money, but I can't read and write.
Yo. Let me finish real quick, brother. You next anyway. Um, we got people just to show that we have people that was brought up that was black, that was brought up YT. We see they get some of their ways or whatever they got taught, right? And we got the opposite. We got some YT people that brought up in black and they get some of their way. That's just what it is. I believe as humans, we adapt to ways. It's not a color behind it. It's not a type of blood that make your character be a certain way. And that's why I said we gotta understand this for ourselves, because otherwise we only just going as far as what we being taught and what make us feel good. But a lot of people just boo-boo people. So that's all I'm getting to. But I'll get deeper on that. So, Mr. Ruckus, what you got for me, my brother?
So pretty much the only reason I can. What's going on with your nephew? What's going on?
What's up? I'm good, man. I'm cool, man. You all right?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm just sitting here. You know what I do. You know what we be doing on these weekends over here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so pretty much come up here. Just want to go ahead and say that I'm looking for a woman, and I got my own money. I got my own house. I got all that. Okay, got all that. But I can't read and write. Just can't read.
Nah, this ain't no dating show. But did all that just for a dating show. That's crazy. But yeah, y'all. So what y'all get out of that? Like anything y'all wanted to add to or disagree with? We could talk about it. It don't matter. This ain't no yelling show. This ain't none of that. We just trying to build understanding and stuff. That's all it is.
I agree with what you said.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
What's up, NGL? How you feeling, brother?
I'm doing good. So the prompt here is love more real before or after slavery? My question for you is, do you regard, or do you think love is something that's metaphysical, or do you think we could break love down to simply just chemical reaction?
Don't even understand your question though. It's on your interpretation, whatever you feel on it. That's what this question based off of. It ain't really my opinion on what I feel love is though. Just whatever you think.
Well, yeah, by extent, if we concede to the fact that love is metaphysical, then by extension of that, love would never go through change. So love would always have been the same prior to or after slavery. But let's say we were to break down love to simply...
Let's say we're going to talk about the way we express it then. Let's just say that then, because everybody expresses love differently.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say that the expression definitely changed.
Yes.
I'd argue that, well... the change doesn't simply have to be... I mean, love can change as a result of anything, obviously. Like, for instance, personal experience. Personal experience, for instance, that would change how love is perceived. I mean, other factors, I guess. Personal experience. Even genetic code. Like, I'd argue that, well, if we break love down to simply just chemical reaction, you could argue that the ability to love is dependent is simply just a genetic code, right? We could argue like other things too, like for instance, environment. 100% environment could be like a direct influence there. Environment. Likewise, even during slavery, you could argue that, well, the environment obviously was terrible, right? And thus, as a result of that terrible environment, that would have strengthened this chemical reaction of love per se. That could have been something that that could be something that we argue. But there's definitely like a bunch of factors we have to take into consideration.
Mm-hmm. So okay, and then I also thought about like it ain't just it's expression and action, right? So what we do. I also would you believe that sacrifice play a major part in love?
Well, yeah, I would argue that foundationally speaking, love in itself is represented through sacrifice.
So what? Damn, I took my earpiece off.
Oh, not okay. I said, foundationally speaking, love is represented through sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay, I was just saying. Okay, I feel you on that. So let's look at it this way of sacrifice, right? We're gonna word it that way then. Do you believe that out of them three, like which one you think was more we took more sacrifices on? We was a little bit more selfless on, I'll put it that way then.
Oh yeah, I'd say 100% during slavery.
Okay. Okay. And why? Go ahead and say why.
Oh, I mean, arguably speaking, I guess during slavery, that's probably when we us as a people, as a community, have been going through the most hardship, and as a result of that, I guess selflessness obviously had to have been something that was highly regarded, something that we take to be highly important, especially if you look like just anecdotally speaking, when human beings, at least from what I've seen, when we have a bunch of people that are put into I guess states of hardship, you see that a lot of people tend to be more selfless to help the community as a whole, and I think that's basically what happened during slavery.
Okay. Say, and this dude name Say. I can't even take a name Satan. True. You said what does it got to do with it? Well, it just sit there and listen for a little bit. If you take the time, then you'll be able to see what it got to do with it. Don't come in triggered. Shake my head. If you traded prisoners of war for commodities, this is crazy. This is crazy what you have up there. What's crazy about it? Come up. Everybody just say stuff and not. How about read the room? People got problems. I think that's one of our biggest problems, man. We don't know how to read the room and try to see where we're coming from. Everybody just look at things and don't try to listen. So you can come up. Anybody can come up. Y'all can come up. Y'all can come up and we can talk about it though. We all grown folks, I would hope. Can't just take I feel a certain way and then just make it out how we feel about it instead of just asking what's the reason or whatever. But and then we could do the first because I think the other ones have done the other two up there. My other two people that's up here, they already answered that one. So you could. He already left already. Nah, I don't know what happened. So Google. What's your question first, and then how you want to answer this question?
Okay, my question is more so for the things that follow the heading.
Like what?
Okay, so here at the bottom, you said, did you know it was West African slave traders? You know, true, that sold us to America. And then it says, was it more about family or business at the time? Do realize that African tribes warred with each other and took people as prisoners of war that weren't associated with their original tribe? You do know that, right?
I guess not. What we getting to? What's the point?
Well, prisoners of war being traded as commodities or goods or services or whatever they traded with the Europeans for, they didn't see these people as family.
They were still black, wasn't they? So that means we wasn't as family, right? Because we got traded to America, right?
It doesn't matter. Prisoners of war are individuals that you fought in a war. You took those prisoners from the war that you were warring with, the tribe that you were warring with. They didn't know about chattel slavery. They just knew how they treated and also prisoners of war had the option later on down the line to assimilate into said society further. They took on customs or what. It wasn't the same thing. Their slavery wasn't the same as U.S. slavery.
Yeah, but then they the ones that sold. You're missing the part that they are the ones that sold us, and they can do what if they bought us, right? If they sold us, whoever bought us can do whatever they want to do. So just because they slavery is different from American slavery, we were still slaves to them first. That's the
But
point.
they literally had no way of knowing.
But I don't get your point.
They had no way. It's chattel slavery and prisoners of war. It's not the same thing. They had no way of knowing what they were doing.
So they hold up. So you saying that they made us slaves, right, over there, then sold us. They didn't know what they was doing when they made us slaves, but then they sold us. I don't get with it. I don't get what you get to.
A prisoner of war. Do you know what that is?
Explain it. Explain it.
Okay, so say me and your tribes is warring. You got your people, I got my people. Our people overtake your people. Now, usually, sometimes a lot of the men are killed off, and they keep the women.
Unalive, man. You know how to talk on here.
Sorry, my bad. They keep the children and women and whatever males they have, and then they have them in their society to do work or whatever the case. Those are prisoners of war. That was a way of life at one time. Time is important to the context of what you're saying. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I think you're making it harder than what it really is. So the simple, like I said, no matter what happened in the midst of it, all I'm saying is since you said that we might have been prisoners of wars, right? Whatever it is, whoever the slaves was, which was us, or if you're part of it, I don't know. From what I got taught, it was us, right? I don't know if I used to be a slave or not. All of us claim it, and some of us was not even slaves. But
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say that us, right? Which is us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were slaves there for whatever reason. Then they sold us to America. It was more of us being sold than us getting stolen, and all we mentioned is the stolen part. Like all this stuff, and I'm only figured this out because Google. Like a lot of us don't. Speaking your name is called Google too. That's funny, right?
Yeah, but
all we got to do is Google these things and figure these things out.
But that's where you're mistaken, because a lot of history and a lot of things of that nature, Google has propaganda.
Then you show me. That's what I'm saying. You could just show the book or whatever you talking about. If you saying you don't believe that
African history.
Cool. So where that's at? Where you get that from? And can you pull it up? Like where you get that information from?
Well, I read this book it was called 1965, about American chattel slavery and things that happened. It's a book from that you could check out at the library.
Okay. So, like I said, because I'm about to get through off a little bit. Even though you saying that, because I'm not talking about what they did during that time, at the end of the day, we were still slaves, right? They were still black people that didn't like us, and they sold us to America. So, since we on that question, I guess we skipped all the way to there. Who should we be more mad at? The ones that bought us, the ones that sold us, or the ones that stole us? Who should we be more mad at?
We should be more mad at our tribe because we didn't win the fight.
Like what? What did a fight got to do with us being slaves to them?
That's how you become a prisoner of war. Like, I don't understand. If you're not basing this prompt off of history, then it doesn't make any sense.
And actually this prompt has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with really slavery for real. It's just the point I'm trying to get to, the things that everybody getting taught. These things are going on today. We try to. Okay, and basically we keep trying to judge things off of skin color and all this other stuff, but we are our own enemy for the most time. And I'm showing that at one point we went against each other. We sold each other out to these YT people, and we keep trying to act like we didn't have this mindset before.
We still got that mindset.
That's the whole point, right? Yeah. That's the whole point. And I'm gonna explain I'm just go before the room pick up a little bit more because I don't want everybody to know my answer for real. I picked during slavery, right? Because that is the time that we really needed each other and we needed to rely on each other for the most part. Because we actually, right now, we want each other. No, you're right. Single, independent, need that, all that stuff. We see how love going on now. We treat each other like we're disposable and all type of things, though. So when we really needed each other, which we see the only time we can come with each other is when we need each other. That's when I feel like the love was more real. We was willing to make more sacrifices and all that stuff. You realize the only time we come together is which I feel like is a brainwash thing. The only time we come together if it's an opposite skin color or something like that take us out. But if we do it, it's just an excuse. Well, bro snitched or something like. There's no excuses to unaliving nobody for real. It's not an excuse. But if we loved each other so much, when people claim that we did before, why is it? Why is that not happening now? Why wasn't it happening even after? Right? Because we
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I understand your sentiment and your point. I do understand, but I would say more so, it was the period after slavery was abolished, the Reconstruction period, where we had to utilize each other, and we were segregated. I think thereafter, segregation, or 1964, when we assimilated into their society, we lost a sense of self, unity, and trust in one another.
Yeah, how did you know we had self unity before that?
Because we had no choice. We wasn't with other people. We weren't committing crimes and things like that on
How
a.
you know that?
It's literal history. Do you
So they
know?
gonna say they put in the book that black people was always
Like,
innocent
can I
until
say
white people came in. Then now
No,
we
no?
I'm a.
No,
start.
can I say something? The 1950s, black people were the most married. Did you know that? Out of all other races in America,
And what time? What year?
1950s, before us.
1950. Oh yeah, that's what we need each other more at that time. But now we get more freedom. Now we get more. Oh, I want some type of
Yo.
shoes. I want, now we got these so many wants now, and now we look at each other as, no, I can get me a new woman, or I can get me a new
Now we're the
man. I
less.
don't need you. I want you. So of course that changed. Even
And
during
now
that
we're the
time,
less.
the excuse why they don't want to go back at that time, they want to be like, well, they used to get beat on and all the other stuff, whatever. So it's like that's probably why they was married at that time, because they wasn't using their little feelings for the moment and be like, I'm not happy no more. I'm going to divorce. So that's what happened on that one. Of course, that makes sense.
I think.
Now
I think.
our
I
feelings
think the
override
reason.
everything. Go ahead,
I think.
Tusha.
I think the reason why people look at each other as more disposable is because of social media. Everybody have a chip on
Mm,
their everybody have a chip on their shoulder, like they just the most popping out here, like, and that they don't need nobody. I feel like our people got lost in social media, and
mm,
it's so accessible to just get up and get on a plane and meet these people offline than it was back in the day. Back in the day, you had to really go outside and really, you know, vet and court people, and a lot of people don't even,
true.
it's just easier now. And whenever something is too easy, it's not appreciated.
I like that.
So
I like that.
I think that most of the time, like I always understand about people is you got to find somebody who willing to work for you and they willing to work for them. It's not gonna be easy, but that's
Mhm.
as long as everybody got a mind state like, oh, I could just go find somebody else. We never go get past that.
Exactly.
It's gonna always be the let me move on. It's like our grandparents and our grandmothers, like I said, they lived in a certain period of time where that, like I said, going down the street, you got to go 2 3 cities over and find somebody. Like you have to travel. And these people is kind of like more now like, oh, I could get on the internet and just find somebody I talk to and like them and go from there.
Hmm.
So
That's true.
I think that's what it is. To the slavery thing, yes, that is true. Um, and I even look at it logically as well. Like, bro, ain't no way y'all came over there on a boat and just took all these people, and then it was like it was just so easy for y'all to do that. It just really was a sellout thing. It was a sellout. Somebody was like, "Oh, okay, well, you go give me this for this. Okay, well, we could give you these people." And I mean, though it was like I said, though it was some sellout type, issue. It's crazy because it shows how we don't value each other enough.
Mm.
We don't value each other enough. People sell each other out in this day and age.
That's what you
All of
getting to
that,
my point. You're getting to my point.
but I'm gonna say this, right? It's always, you know what I realized a lot of the time too. It's a problem when somebody else do it, but then as soon as your people do it, it be like, oh, well, we could be a little bit more lenient. Like, nah, bro, it's a it's a problem all the way across the board. I tell people to hold people accountable around them, even if they not your friend, right? Like, hey, bro, if you allow that energy in your circle, you're the problem as well. Like you hold a big part of the problem. It's a lot of people on different platforms that do that. They be
That's
like,
true.
oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. And they be like, okay, that's cool. It don't got nothing to do with you. But then you look like a goofy for accepting it. You look like a
Mm.
goofball for accepting it. You got it around you. You goofy. If you a bird and you hang around, if you not a bird but you hang around birds, you go get viewed as a bird.
True.
Like that's just the truth on that. But yeah, slavery.
Especially if you ain't holding them other birds accountable.
Yeah,
If you
like
don't look like the eyeball with them birds, you most definitely would.
yeah, it's just the truth. Like, bro, like everybody had that. Like I said, they had that mentality. Like, oh man, you know, the yeah, bro. Black people. So, and then some of us was already in the states. We just
True.
that's where that old school saying we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Yeah, we was already here. This wasn't. They just knew more. They just conquered before we did because we was already
True.
living in harmony.
True. There you go. That's
We was
true.
already cool with just okay. We cool with just how it's going right now. They just was like, nah, we want this, and they started setting stipulations, and that's how I got to the point it's at now. We just
That's
was chilling, and they kind of came over here like, oh, we glad y'all chilling, but we finna take this.
we go take, and that's how it always been in time. It was all about taking over for real.
Yeah,
You couldn't really avoid that. I mean, people wanted power. That's just what it is.
yeah, definitely. People definitely go always, and people always want power. It's even in relationships, right?
Oh
Why?
my! Don't do
Even
that.
in relationships, people be like, "Nah, I don't gotta be the power." Yeah, you do because if you always have an argument and you feel like you gotta have the last word, yeah, come on, bro.
Yeah, we getting deep. I like this. You getting somewhere because y'all gonna see this base not really about. It's not really about slavery. It's just about things that been happening back then. Is happening now. We just use this as it is. But let's get somewhere though. Let me get Gemini the rest of the for 3 in real quick. That was good. I like everything he said though. Go ahead, Gemini.
Um, oh, we on the red question?
Yeah, you could do that in the first prompt. Both of them.
Okay. Actually, I don't know because when you was talking about this the other day, like I couldn't help but think, um, was it how much of that was tolerance based on the fact that they're in a bad situation and they have nobody else to go to, and how much of it was like I know this person and I love this person regardless, and I don't know. It looked better. Um, I'll say it looked better from like slavery up through like Jim Crow and segregation because again, who was they gonna turn to? They it was us and them, and them was treating us like shit. Us was getting treated like shit, so we could sympathize with each other. But again, I don't. I, it looked better during slavery up until you know, segregation and shit. And for the second one, did you know it was? Yeah, I knew that. And so that's yeah, I know. Who should we be more mad at? The ones that bought, the ones stole it, or the ones that I think it's enough disenchantment to go around. Like I don't think that I feel like the people who sold us, like we should have some, ill feelings towards them. Um, I, but ultimately, I feel like the ones that bought us, we should have more ill feelings towards them
Why
because
so?
I mean,
Can I say something to that?
no, I'm still talking. Um, I feel like that because the ones that sold us, like they had been, well, like they had been doing it. Like if we're talking about from Arabs and other ethnic groups in the area that were looking for servitude, like even different regions in Africa that was looking for uh, help in their little area or whatever. But the treatment of the people who were captured and sold was way different once they were sold to people outside of Africa. The treatment that they received was
far worse and far different than what was happening actually on the continent. So, like, yeah, they sold us. That's not cool. But the people
Interesting.
when white tea people bought us, like, gator bait and damn strange fruit, and you know what I'm saying, like just shit like that. And I mean, just think about how they, if the stories are true, how we was packed shoulder to shoulder in the belly of them ships and brought over here. Like, not cool. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why I feel like that.
All right. What was the question you had, Tusha?
My question was, you sell something, right? But nobody buys it. Who that falls on? It falls on you because nobody bought the product. They didn't buy it. So when people say it's not the people's fault who sold us, I mean, I feel like it's the people's fault who bought it. Like, and I mean, not who bought it, but who sold us, right? Because if you never had something for them to buy, they would have never
Mm.
bought it. They wouldn't have the access to buy it. It just wouldn't have made it. It just wouldn't have made. It would have just been. It really wouldn't have made no sense, like at all. Because it's like that's like if you go into a shoe store and they don't got, and they be like, yeah, I'm not selling these shoes. Well, you can't buy them. So guess what? The problem at that point now is, guess what? It's not for sale. I feel like our people need to be honest with ourselves and say that, hey, we had a bad hand in that. We gave them the product that they wanted to have, and that's why they bought it. But if it was never offered, it would have never been that. You
I
can't
mean,
blame somebody for buying a product because you offered the product. You offered it. You gave it at a price. If I say I got a pair of shoes and this is the price for it and you buy it, who's in the wrong? It's not the person who bought it. You offered it. If you didn't offer, then guess what? We would have never had that issue. The issue is because, like I said, people have a pride thing, even a power thing, right? Somebody gotta be in power. Somebody has to be prideful. Whenever we have a conversation and I hear certain people talk to certain people a certain way, I'll be like, bro, yeah, that's power talking. That's not really. You're not talking from a place of unity. That's why a lot of people, and this is why I kind of like straggle off of here, is because a lot of people want to operate under power. They want to operate. Somebody got to be the top dog other than saying, "Hey, yo, I rock with you. You can add this to my situation, or I can add this to your situation, and we could go from that." No, it's always this, that, and third. I said what I said. Shut up. No, it's always a power struggle with people. It's always a power struggle with our people. And Kev, remember when a long time ago when we was talking about unity, and I was like,
Mm.
bro, it's hard to be united with people when people want to step on you and treat you like the little person.
Mm.
It's absolutely difficult. Nobody wants to continue to feel like they the little person, and that's just how it works out every single time. You can't buy something if it's not available to be bought.
I mean, okay, so I get what you're saying, and that's why I said that the blame goes to both sides. But the just because I have sneakers for sale, like if I sell you a pair of sneakers and you don't even wear them, you just take them and burn them. Like,
But
I
you pay
mean,
for them. But I pay for them.
so
I couldn't have
what?
bought. I couldn't have bought them if you did not sell them.
But so what? You still are showing absolutely no value to the thing.
No, that's not how that works. If
That
you
is
have
how that
something
So
that
you saying I
if
can't do what I want with what
what I
I
want
buy?
with
That'll be
what I
what?
pay for, that does not make any sense.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You can do whatever you want with what you buy, but like you're showing your hand and you're showing your true character by how you treat that thing that you buy.
I get you. I get you on
But
that part.
that's
That's
cool.
my
But that's
that's
cool.
my
You
thing.
seen you seen the Straight Outta Compton movie?
They bought us, and then like I say, tarred and feathered, hung from trees, castrated, and gator bait, and um,
Yeah.
all of the
But what I'm
different
but
little
what I'm
medical
getting at
stuff.
is it would
medical
never have happened if it was not available to happen.
things
You
that
made it
go
available by selling it.
and again, I said that both sides have some burden to carry in this thing. I didn't like excuse the people that sold it. I didn't. I just feel angrier or at the people who strung us up in trees.
Yeah, but do you feel angrier because that happened after they already did that, or you like? Because for me, I'm more angry at you a
Like I got a
sellout. Whoever
so
sold us is a sellout. We
are
was
you not
already
listening to
good.
me?
You're a sellout.
Can I ask him a
But you
question, Gemini,
are
right
you
quick?
not listening? Are you not listening to me or like
Listen. One, I
are you
heard
just
you.
like
Two,
hearing what you want
you
to
don't have
hear?
to. You don't have to. You don't have to approach me like that. We listen. I'm listening to you.
I'm approaching you with a question. I'm not approaching you like
Can
Yeah,
we?
anything.
but
It's almost four
the
people up
question
here.
was
Can we get
belittling.
everybody in and then have the dialogue,
Well, I was
please?
just thinking about that too. Yeah, we haven't the other two though, because we're gonna get deep on that. We go to open panel after we get everybody in. So Venetia, hey there. We're gonna get Venetia and then Shine, and then we can go back to open panel.
Glorious day.
Hallelujah.
Amen. um, I'm sorry, I was munching. Okay. Red question. Do you believe love was more real before slavery, during slavery? I feel like love was more real during slavery because my people knew how to stick together. Before slavery is the reason why we got slavery, and after slavery is the reason why we got today. So I definitely believe that it was. I know somebody said the period after slavery, like right after. No, that was just people that made it out together. They crossed the finish line together. That wasn't more love. It was the result of them having to depend on each other and formulate a plan that even got them out of slavery, the Underground Railroads, the braiding of the hair, and all of these things. Let's also keep in mind, slavery did not start in America. Slavery is going on every continent. So
Preach.
it's not a white tea and black people thing. I mean, it made it over here, yes, but that's always been of existence. That's why the Bible touched on that topic very early on in the Torah. So, and about the next question, who's more guilty, or who's more, what was it? With the West African slave traders. So to me,
Basically, it's
who was
just
more mad?
who you should be more mad at. That's all. Yeah.
So honestly, contrary to popular beliefs, I'm not mad at either one of them. You know why?
Oh,
Because
I like her.
these things are neutral. Pew pews are neutral. Cars are neutral. Alcohol is neutral. All these things are neutral. It's when those things get in the wrong hands that make them corrupt. Okay. The consumer is neutral party. The seller is a neutral party. Even the one who's switched out, we switch out all the time. When we talk to the judge one way, we talk to our mama another way. So everybody's neutral. But what happens is the Bible dealt with that. He said, treat your slaves like this. Being slaves wasn't an issue. It was how you got them and treated them that made it an issue. It was the wicked person that had that type of power. Even Martin Luther King say, man, I think I led my people in a burning bush, like a burning house. Like, he thought he was doing the right thing, but because people were more wise than him and more Neanderthalic than him and more corrupt than him, he thought he was doing something good. So just because it seems like they, may turned on us, you don't know who was sitting at the round table and made that offer look very sweet. It's many times y'all don't put a down payment on a car and ended up realizing that interest rate was going to tear your tail up. It sounded good when you bought the car, but that's all. It was.
How's she
Is that
cooking and eating at the same time? That's crazy.
You can't get mad at the one who bought the car. I mean, like, it sounded good. Martin Luther King thought he was standing in righteousness, and he was. He had a good intention. However, the people that he was operating with, Delilah, cut his hair, took his strength, and used his plan against him. So, come on, man. Y'all done been weak for some cat before. Let's stop acting like, oh, Martin
Oh,
Luther King loved a YT woman. Y'all done been weak for some cat before, too, and fell into a trap. But... I think it's somebody else's turn to talk,
no,
though.
you did right. That was a whole streak she went on. My bad. Let me not put my bias here. I'm trying to hear the other side though. But that was my. Go ahead, Sean. Trying to then get main thing. Now we got main thing. Then y'all can do open panel. I know they boiling over there, boy. We gonna get there though.
Nah, it's too late now. You let me know you biased already, man. Yeah, it's too late. But yeah,
Of
listen,
course, I've got my answer. Of course.
hey, I do believe, and I'm gonna say this on the last part of MLK. I know the brother did some good things, but in my humble opinion, I just believe he wanted access to them YT women. Yeah, I had a point where I was interested in YT women, but I ain't try to join all the brothers like, hey, you need to go get you one. I didn't do that. On other, I ain't gonna say the other shit, but fuck it. I can't
Malcolm
say
had
about
one too. Malcolm had one too, but I'm gonna mute up.
who. Who had one? Oh, you say Malcolm.
Yeah, he had one.
Hey, hold on. Not too much on Malcolm. That's my boy now. Not too much on Malcolm. They both just wanted them YT women. They wanted access. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. I answered this prompt when Kev had it, I think, last week, right? And my answer didn't change after talking to, my big mama. We ain't got them no more. We got nanas and shit. We need to bring big mamas back. But she said that, like, what she don't like about our generation is we talk as if we actually been through those things. And now I have a different perspective. I can't say what love was during slavery because I didn't experience it and I wasn't there. I could speak on the love that we show each other now, and I don't think it's love at all. So if this is love, how we treat each other, then we really don't know the definition of hate. So I really can't answer that one because that's a hard one for me because I can't answer because I wasn't there during slavery. And on the other part about the who can you blame between a white person and the black people? I can't blame neither one of them. And the reason I can't is when if black people are in the position that we're in, as far as like in a community, like they say that we was put there, like being oppressed. If another black person come and unalive my brother, I'm not gonna look at, oh, well, the system is the one that put us in this place to be oppressed and we forced to do this. No, I'm gonna blame the black motherfucker that unalive my brother. So I'm not gonna blame the system. And I don't believe that no other black person, if another black person kill your brother, uncle, whatever it may be, unalive, you're not going to look and be like, well, it's the system and the system is forcing us to do that to each other. You're going to be like, man, fuck that motherfucker. He unalived my brother. So to me, I can't blame the YT people. I can't blame the black people. And you do a little bit more research into it, from what I understood and read on it, is just how the Europeans came over here. They were some rebels over there in England, and they was pretty much like the I ain't gonna say the prisoners, but they was the ones who was kind of like committing crime and all that shit. So they was forced to pretty much get out for the most part, and that's why they brought their reprobated ass over here. Now the same way it happened in Africa. Some of them was captured that was innocent and they wasn't like committing any crimes, and then a lot of them on the other part was ones who, when in Africa, if you committed crime and did something heinous, they will unalive you. So the YT people said, hey, instead of you unaliving them, which you lose their money, how about we buy them from you? And that's how some of it happened also. So it wasn't like they went over. First we was lied and told that they went over there and they just captured us. No, it was business, and slavery was normal back in those days. Was it right? Us looking at it now, hell no. But was that the normal back then? Yes.
Oh.
And we got to look at laws also. It used to be a point where marijuana was illegal. Now we looking at it in today's time, marijuana is not illegal. And then we be like, well, the people that's in prison, we should let them go because marijuana is illegal. Marijuana is legal now. At that time, it wasn't legal and they broke law. Just because the law have changed don't mean you should be able to get out, because once you get out, you're going to commit you might break another law because it shows that you have a problem with following rules. So to me, I don't blame the YT people. I don't blame black people. It is what it is, man. That was just normal back then.
That was good. I like that. And that example you used with the green stuff. Yeah, that was good. Right, because it wasn't law. That means they got a problem with following. Ooh, that was good. Go ahead, man. I like this stuff so far.
On the red.
You said what?
I said we on the red one.
Yeah. You know the deal.
Believe love was more
Like
real.
brand new up in here, man. I'm about to bring that belt up, man.
Or during slavery, or after slavery. I I think, like I said before, I think love was in all of them. I just think it looked it different. Um, I think the more time went on, got thrown out the window.
Ouch.
And I say that because I think before slavery, people was already doing their own thing, meaning there were chiefs, villages, and tribes where I believe people already was setting themselves up for marriage through their fathers and stuff like that. I think during slavery, the bond you had with your man was different. It was more of we sticking together through the good, the bad. Like, I got your back. You got mine. You got the kids. You sacrificing your life. You putting your life on the line. To be a protector. To stand up for your family. But some people probably looked at that shit like, oh, they were weak. I think after slavery, I don't think today people care for like loving on somebody. Like, I think they want love, but everybody don't know how to get it and keep it. Like, a lot of people just, I don't know, nowadays I think people feeling like everybody is too replaceable nowadays, to where they just feel like, oh, but it's not love. It's like almost like you only doing it out of hurt. You're not really, and the people that you claim that you love, you willing to go out your way to hurt them. So how, I don't know. I think people don't know what love is. They think love is something that that you could play with. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like it's a game nowadays, and it's almost like it's not real.
Okay. All right. Before we do the open panel, let's go ahead and keep on tapping and stuff. We had 2K. Share some more people and stuff so we can just, we can get somewhere with this one and see the different interpretations. Because we see that it's like a few of us got different ways of how we think about this, and that's cool. Because even like I said, we're gonna find out that it's really ain't about. It's not about slavery. It's about mindsets and the way we move even today, and it's showing. And it's about and it's about accountability too, and us keep trying to. But we gonna get somewhere. What I'm getting to with this one. But I think we did. So y'all get shares. I only see one share still. Nobody ain't shared ever since I said it. It's crazy. Disrespectful. Sorry, no. Y'all don't love me. Share, hit them likes. Let's get to 5K. Y'all can take a break after that. If y'all want to come up, go ahead and do that. Then we can start this open panel, I guess. I think Touche was first, and then I see Vanessa hand down there though, so we can start the open panel or whatever. And then y'all ask y'all questions and all that stuff.
You can go first.
Okay.
My pleasure. So, I just wanted to say that, I wish I could say that word on TikTok. It starts with an N and ends in a grow. For those who think that slavery was just a cruel and unusual punishment, let's not forget that it was a punishment. The book of Deuteronomy tells us how we ended up in that situation. We had people who looked like us, but we knew we were not of them. So we went from Hebrews to them N words with the grow at the end. And that was because of our disobedience. And now we're falling back into those same ways right now today, like in the days of Noah, and we're going to be punished again. So I pray that all my people can get on one accord. And I also want to say that, I pray that we all be ready when he returns. I also wanted to say that, the reason why I say that the love was real then is because according to the Bible, and I know everybody doesn't believe it, but I do, he said, what greater love is it that a man give his life up for the brother or the ones that he loved? Even Martin Luther King quoted something similar. Like, if a man hasn't found something in which he is willing to unalive for, he's not fit to live. That shows me that was the time that love was the realest and the deepest. And even though we were being reprimanded for something that our ancestors may have done, us as the children of that time, and I know I wasn't there, but I do know something about it. Me, myself, personally, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm from this land, I'm native, okay? But I do know the story, and I know what they tried to force on me as a young child and say that was my history. But I grew up, and I read books, and I did a lineage, and yeah. So, but I also understand that these people were dispersed and scattered and wouldn't know who their selves would be. And if you read in that word and trying to discover yourself again, to me, that would be the best place to start. And then you do your DNA test and, travel, because you don't know what's connected to your bloodline. That hate, that rage you have for your brother, these could be spirits from those times. That your blood has memory, water has memory, spirits, they are ancient. They remember. So if you want to know why generational things are happening in your life, you keep repeating the same thing over and over. Certain people don't like you. These be familiar spirits. I don't know how I'm projecting blame. I don't know how I'm projecting blame, but what I'm saying is know your history so that you can know what demons you need to fight, so you can start breaking those cycles. If you're suffering any type of injustice, or you got this trauma from, YT people may have mishandled you, that might be the same spirit that the granddaddy was fighting the other granddaddy. You don't know, but your blood has memory. These spirits, it has memory. So you might have, like, okay, I'm gonna use my own situation. My people, my grandparents were fondled or graped by YT people who overthrew our Native American area where we lived and forced us to travel outside of that. What was the result of that in my lifetime? I had a baby by a YT man. He took me to court, took full custody of the child, and I tried to fight. I had money. This man had no place to stay or none of that. But it was just history repeating itself. So a lot of us are just going through cycles, the life cycles, and we're reliving history right now today. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I wanted to address a comment. It was like, I guess she said you would sell out to your people if it's meant you stay alive. The buyers had developed the military and the pew pews, but yeah, they did. But I still think if foreigners came over here, right, and decided that they wanted to take this over, and all the Americans decided to stand up, we on home base. You feel me? I just don't see how that was such an easy task for them to do. I think that, like, the selling of like they said, slaves was them people was already slaves on that land, so they just, like somebody said, they just got their money. They was like, oh well, we ain't rocking with them, so yeah, you could go like that. And like I said, I still revert back to the you can't buy something if it's not for sale. A lot of our people, our ancestors, or however you may look at it, I think if they would have still said, like, hey, no, like, we deal with our people the way we deal with our people, then it couldn't happen that way. It wouldn't have went as far as it went. But yeah, that's about it. I mean, pride, number one thing, is a problem. Always been pride. I think pride was a sin that Good Lucy had felt.
100% right.
I think that was the first thing he felt, was pride, when he seen himself, and then he felt rebellion. I feel like a lot of that is still our problem in today's day and age, is that people are very prideful, and it's not a good prideful. It's like a power prideful. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a lot of different points of views, man. It's a lot of. I just wish our people would have more grace for each other, because they know that they wouldn't want to be, on the other end of that stick. So
I would say, like, what he just said, it kind of reminds me of how a lot of us are today, right? Like, we could do so much to eat. Like he said, well, people should have the right to do with their people as they want, right? And I feel like that's the problem that we have in today's time, when we could do so much to each other, but then when someone else outside of our race do it, then we all up in arms. So it's like, why how can you expect someone to change laws to benefit you when you doing it to each other? It doesn't make sense at all. If you that's just like you treating your wife like shit, and then I come along and disrespect her. Oh, don't disrespect my wife. Like, hold on, you got sweet. They didn't give it to me over here.
1 second, please.
Okay. Yeah, that's just like, oh no, I'm on the phone. That's just like somebody with, like, you disrespecting your wife, you hitting your wife, you been abusive to your wife, and then I'm at work, me and your wife work together, and I hit her, and then you come up there and want to fight me because I'm doing the same thing you do to her. Like, that's backwards, and a lot of our people have that mindset, like, we just gonna, long as we hurting each other and unaliving each other, don't you come over here and do it because you not us.
So I
No,
got a question.
that's a
So,
horrible mindset.
so Sean, I got a question. Would you let somebody that you did not know discipline your children?
No, but I also won't be abusing my kids. Also, I don't whip
No,
my kids.
I did. Abusing was not the word I used. I said discipline. You
No, I
wouldn't
wouldn't.
allow.
No,
Listen,
I
you
wouldn't.
wouldn't. So that's what I'm getting at. Is that's how you maintain and keep your community accountable. Like
Hold
me,
on,
we
hold on,
go.
hold on, hold on, wait, hold on, because I don't want you to gloss over there. I think you tried to hit me with an okie doke. When you said, did you say I won't let nobody else that I don't know discipline my kids?
Yeah,
Okay, hold on. Now, when you say discipline, are you talking about whoopings or just setting them straight?
discipline,
Yeah, yes, I
discipline.
would. Yeah, yes, I would, because I don't know everybody at the school and they discipline my kids when they get out of line.
True.
If the police officer stop them, they have the right to discipline anybody who is seeing my kids do anything wrong that I would not have them do. They have the right to discipline my kids. Putting their hands on my kids, no, because I don't put my hands on my kids. So
Okay,
you try to hit me with that okie doke, and that
no,
didn't work.
that's not the okie doke. It's not an okie doke. It's just a question, because a lot of people will say, "Well, why do we do this to each other?" And then when other people do it to us, it's a problem. Well, I know a lot of people out here who got kids, and the first thing they'll discipline their kids, but they'll have a problem with other. I mean, they won't. They won't let other people discipline their kids, but they'll discipline their kid. Like
All
that's
right,
what
I got you on that. I see where you're coming from, but with
you
me,
get what I'm saying? It's you got to be accountable. You got to be accountable for your tribe and your members of whatever thing it is. When you join an organization, right? When you mess up, yeah, you're gonna get disciplined by that organization, and that's how they keep it intact. And they keep like, and disciplinary could be whatever you want to make it. But I've seen people you get disciplined at a job because you get a write up, but another job can't discipline you.
but if that's okay,
I
if you
think
go
I
with
think
May
what
I,
he's
may I
I think
squeeze
what he
in?
getting at is that what I'm hearing from when he speaks is when you see certain cultures, right? They move as a whole, as a village. One person do one mess up thing, we all holding this person accountable. This ain't one or two. This is the nation. So when a person come over here, they see disorder. They see men and women don't know how to respect each other. It's pouring onto your kids. So it's like y'all literally allow anybody into y'all house, meaning where you're from, where you live. Over there, they like to identify you. You ain't just come into they spaces or their homes where their kids and family is and thinking you gonna do whatever. However, no, they have rules, regulations. You can't just be a certain way and think it's okay. That's why a lot of people in America, you have freedom to do as you please. In them other countries, they don't got freedom to do as they please.
do you
Oh,
think
you
that's the
try you
problem
try to
though?
Hold up,
talk
I
to
see y'all. I'm about
grandmama.
to say I see y'all muting already. Let me
Yeah,
after you
you
go.
see
I was gonna
Main
say
thing,
I
hold on
think
real quick,
that's
cause
the
I want to
problem.
make sure this get
okay.
ordered. So after you go, Lanisha can go, then Mika. After Mika go, then we can go back to open panel again. Cause I just want to make sure everybody talk. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, all I'm simply saying is people gotta get to a point where it's like, we gotta move as a whole. Otherwise you just gonna sit up here and have what y'all just said. People up here calling out these group of people, but you doing it to your own. But why can't? When I do it, it's a problem. But it's not a problem when you do it. So it's like if we all moved as a whole, it wouldn't be none of that nitpicking from my point of view. But go ahead. I think you said Micah.
Benicia and then Micah. And then we gonna go back open and then Sean can start to open up.
I have a slightly different take on this, and that's simply because I have a lot of children, and I was raised in a house with a lot of children, and we had sibling rivalry. I talk junk about my sister to my homegirls, but they better not talk about my sister, and they better not put their hands on my sister, because the whole neighborhood is coming for you. The whole family, cousins, all of us will be at your door. So I think it's kind of like a bonding or a familiarity concept, because I could do it to my sister. That's my sister. I love her. It's just a certain level that I won't go. I might take it there, but it's just a certain level of restraint I have for my sister or the people I love. But if you do it, I already know you don't have no emotion, no ties to this person. You will demolish them. I will correct them in love, but you will try to unalive them. So that's just my take on that.
I think that's the whole point, because I think it's so I don't think it's being literal. I think we breaking. I think all of us get the point that they getting to, though. I think we just getting a little too technical. So we just saying that basically the whole thing is we sit there and unalive each other, and we get mad when somebody that's not us unalive each other. So that's like the max thing at the most part. Things that super stuff that we don't give them the same exact energy. Like we supposed to be telling our people, like, hold up, man, why you doing it? We should be marching, right? Because we good at marching and doing that stuff on us unaliving each other. But we always gotta some whatever because a different color did it. Now we want to take it serious. This should be just as serious on both ends. That's all. That's the whole point I'm thinking he getting to on that one.
Kev, I think I agree with you. It's not viewed as seriously because it's our people type of it's a
We just
little
said, yeah.
yeah. But I think it's because of the like we going down history. I think it's the history. I think it's all the bad stuff that is documented in history that immediately triggers people when it happens from another. Because it's like they've always been. It turns into they always been doing this. Well, y'all always been doing this, and then it's like, but we are people. This is what we got our own community. Like I said, I think it's always that you can't dictate what goes on in my community when you're an outsider.
Hey, but you hold on, but you just proved the point, right? What you just said, right? That it's history, right? So let's flip that history around. We know our history of our ancestors. We know what they unalive for. We know that they put their life on the line, and families was destroyed because people was out there fighting and marching and trying to get us to where we at now. We would have the freedom. How the hell do we know our own history and we continue to unalive each other with us knowing our own damn history? So that's crazy. That we put, wait, hold on, brother, hold on. We put more onus on the white, I'm gonna say the white people to know our history, and they shouldn't do it to us when we know our own history and we continue to do it one another. And one more thing, how in the hell, if you speak on, you can't say you care about black lives and you look at which one is the most important. White people unaliving us yearly or us doing it to each other? We doing it 10 times at a higher rate than any other people. So I would think if you care about black people, when black people unaliving each other and it is at a higher rate and it's thousands of us dying by the year, why wouldn't you focus on the thousands that's dying a year compared to the 10 that's dying to the hands of a YT person? That is baffling. And to me, it goes to show me that black people are scared of each other. You scared to hold each other accountable because you know you might get your ass kicked or they might hit you with their pum, right? But when a YT person, everybody could get together and join and try to fight the YT man, knowing you ain't gonna do nothing, knowing you ain't gonna stand no business when it comes to the YT man, knowing a lot of black people, when you carry those guns, when I see black men carrying guns, they not carrying those guns to protect their community from the YT people. They carrying them guns because they're gonna use that same goddamn gun.
You saying it too many times.
They're gonna use, oh my bad, they're gonna use that pum to unalive another black person. They not doing to protect each other. We fake and we phony. Wait,
before, because we're going to skip her though, because y'all going to go back and forth. Can y'all just hold this for a couple seconds? We got to get Mika in, and now we got 10 now, so we're going to get Mika in at 10, and then we go back over, because I know how this get.
Yeah, hey guys, my name is Micah.
Micah, my bad. Yeah.
You're fine. I really want to see the statistics we do it more because, as we know, like people unalive the people from their communities mostly because they're in a closer range.
Yeah, before we do that, I don't even want to get them started yet. You just got to hold that on an open panel.
Oh, I know. I just wanted to make that comment real quick. I'm not giving the stat right now.
Gonna get them started. Like, at least you gave them something to go on now. But yeah, let's get this topic.
It's just about the fact that, like, for example, your neighbor is more likely to piss you off than someone that's across the way. Why? Because they right next to you. So, of course, if someone's right next to you and they're more likely to piss you off, there's more likely to be a conflict arise that's going to make it to go to that point. So that's why I never like when people are like, oh, well, y'all be mad when the white tea folk do it to us, but we
going to talk about this.
Because everybody do it to each other. White tea people go unalive white tea people, Hispanic people go unalive Hispanic people. It's how it's been. So it's like, yeah, of course we don't like it. Of course we're mad about it. Of course there needs to be a change. However, when a white tea person unalives a black person, that white tea person isn't even punished as harshly as if a black person unalived a white tea person, and that's proven. If I was to go out here and unalive Miss Susan, I'm more likely to get the unalive penalty than if Susan came up here and unalived me. So it's like we get punished more harshly for it. And then God forbid it's a cop, they might not get punished at all. So it's like, that's why we're getting angry. It's like, okay, so somebody unalive us, they could either A, get completely off, or B, not even get sentenced half as harshly as if we unalive them. It just kind of shows that America cares about us way less than they do.
So we going to get to that because I'm pretty sure you about to have a lot of pushback on that one, though. But let's just answer these two real quick.
Topics. I just wanted to respond to what they were going on.
It ain't done, so don't drop after you get done with this because I'm pretty sure a lot of us going to have something on.
I'm already knowing.
Can I respond real quick?
I'm already knowing, but from the topics,
Sean just got to get...
No, because I'm going to have to go on mute.
All right, for sure. All right, cool. All right, man. You're lucky you're a subscriber. I'm just going to let that slide. You're a subscriber.
Okay. For the topic, though,
no, Sean about to go real quick. He was about to go real quick to respond, and then you can go after that.
People say, they say they want to know the stats. First of all, if you can't understand this, they let me know that half of y'all, not on this panel, I'm just saying in general, you cannot be doing work in the community and doing research on seeing the problems that's in the community and making any changes, going to these city halls meeting or council meetings, because you would know that as a black man, the chances of me getting unalived by another black man is 95%. When you look at the unaliving rate of a black man, the most cause of unalive for a black man is murder. Do you get that? And it's from the hands of another black man. So the chances of me getting unalived by another YT person is 5%. The chances of me getting unalived by a black person is 95%. That is a lot. That let me know that y'all scared of these goddamn YT people.
All right, so just because I know you want to respond, I think I should just skip to the 10. So, because I think, all right, no, we gonna hold all those responses real quick, man, because I do want to get there because this open panel about to be not nasty, but it's gonna be good.
So, real quick, a response. I was gonna touch on the topics on the board.
Yeah, we about to do that in a minute though.
Okay,
real quick, if y'all can, it's like between 27 and 22 people that keep switching. Y'all keep on hitting them likes. Let's get to 10K. If y'all have not shared yet, go ahead and share. If you don't know how to share, go ahead and hold your finger where my ghost face is at. Hold it for 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends, and then y'all can just share it on out. If y'all haven't joined the team, y'all have an orange heart in y'all name. Once y'all join the team, y'all see how there's people that's commenting down there. They got the orange name. It helped put me on the, what they call it, popular lives and stuff. So it only costs 1 penny to join the team. If you feeling froggy like my other mob be saying and feeling magically delicious, she said you can go ahead and subscribe. That's only $5 if y'all like my type of lives and stuff or whatever. Also, few little hashtag FYPs just to keep it active in the comments. And I think I said everything. So, all right, go ahead, Mika. We go to Mike. What's your name? Micah, right? Mika. Micah. Dang, every time, man, I'm messing up. All right, so the first, you do the red one, and then just do the red one. We're gonna do the red one because there's more people up here now. So just do the red one. How you feel about that?
I got you. Honestly, for this one, I'd say after slavery, because that's kind of when we got into like more acceptance. Like, we're not all the way there yet. However, we did become a lot more accepting after slavery. Because before slavery, like, what a lot of people don't get is there was still a lot of hate. Like, people was trying to conquer everything. So, there was a lot of hate back then. There was a lot of renaissance going on for land. So I would definitely say before slavery's out the way, during slavery, I think that speaks for itself. A whole race of humans were enslaved. I don't see how love was real when there are literally humans in chains and people are okay with it. So, absolutely not. And then, of course, we know the acceptance of interracial relationships was just non existent. And then, of course, we have, the after slavery when we started to heal from a lot of that type of stuff. And, interracial relationships came okay. We also just have the general of, if someone's a different class, that became more okay. Because, back then, you had to be of a certain statue to date a woman of a certain statue. Like, if you wasn't making the type of money her father was making, don't even look at her. Don't even look at her. You're not going to afford that dowry. So, it's just a lot of times back then, if you weren't of a certain class, if you wasn't of a certain race, if you didn't fit what that father wanted, you was not about to get that girl. And that's my thing for the first topic.
Okay. Oh, I'm about to say, I thought you was that one Mika I be seeing around the app and stuff with that girl with you got the light eyes and stuff. I remember you though. Look, see you on there. I remember you. I was one of those, the Mika that, okay. All right. Go ahead, Tan. What you got for me?
Everything you want anyway. Yeah. So I believe that the love was more real before slavery because that's all we had to rely on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we held on to. That was a reality. It was nothing else. One no, like this, that, or luxuries, or all we had was love. You know what I'm saying? To hold on to love and hope, and we were speaking about slavery time, so the love was more real, of course, because like that's all you had. Like what else did you have? You know what I'm saying? Like if you didn't have love, you had nothing. So I feel like love was more real, like during slavery.
Okay. Dang, what happened to what you call? He just left. I know he wanted to get some of this open panel. So go ahead, y'all. Y'all can get the open panel going. Ain't even Sean. Oh, fuck, Sean done dropped. But go ahead,
Don't
we'll get
drop
going.
all at once.
Oh, he tried to take his spot. That's what.
Honestly, I think that was the problem, though, when you think about it. They didn't have anything else. So how do you know that love was really real? Like, now at times, we have so many distractions that can distract you from the love that you feel. So it's like, my honest opinion on it is this, if you can get distracted from that love, it wasn't real love. Because if you're really in love...
The statement is about slavery, not now.
No, I'm knowing, but I'm saying you were saying because what else did they have? So I'm saying, like, even now we have a lot of distractions. However, these distractions prove to show that if you can get through all those distractions, all them temptations, and you still trying to be with your partner, you still want to love your partner, then you know that's solid. You know that's real. You know you really love your partner. Back then, you only had one lane to go. You ain't have no options.
Exactly. So how's that working out? With all the options, it's that third. It's not. It's not working out.
For some people, it is.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe so. But what I'm saying is that, like, even with that, even with all options, if you're not still, you don't have no foundation. If you're still not, if it's not about love, the bottom line, what else do you have after that? Because if you end up going broke, not having none of this, if you don't have love, a foundation, something to hold on to, what was that shit was mediocre. That it could come and go. But if you really love somebody, that it don't change up your love, your loyalty. Man, that's one thing that if it's real, will never change, never go away. We can make things happen. You know what I'm saying? Like with our love and with our trust and with our buzz. With the monetary shit, man, come on, that shit ain't gonna last forever. You look at facts. Look at what like even with what they going through. With everything that you have, this that thing was taken away from you in a blink of an eye. Now you at a sale, okay? You went from this to that.
Can I?
Yeah, no, and I get
Hey,
that.
kid.
I was just saying, like, so back then you were saying that's all they have, so how can it not be real? Like, if that's all they have, and I'm saying that's exactly how it can be real.
I never said it couldn't be real.
No, I'm saying, like, because you were saying it was real love because that was all they have. That was their foundation. So I'm saying, and I'm arguing that, okay, so let's say you're in a really messed up spot, right? Let's say you real down bad. As you know, love can give us happiness. Love can literally be the light in a dark place. So my argument here is that they weren't hanging on to the love. They were hanging on to the light. They were hanging on to the happiness. They just wanted something that can make them feel better than they did because they ain't feel good at all. If you were a slave back then, there was nothing good for you.
But
Nothing, unless you
the
found love.
love and the foundation that you had to hold on to. Because listen, hold on, listen. With all of the things that I have around me now, I would rather have some real love, solid foundation shit to make me happy. Why you think you see all these money folks who just that killing themselves, jumping off buildings, hanging? They got everything it is, but that real love, the happiness. And I'm old school. I come from that. Like, man, I'll go back to that any day.
No,
All
I
right, go
get
ahead, real
you.
quick, cause y'all done had a good little thing. Let
Yeah,
me get
see,
Sean and get
I was just saying that them people was like really risking their life to see their wives though. They was putting themselves possibility getting hung or
Mm.
or a hand cut off just to see their spouse. That's why I say that the love was realer then because the limbs that they didn't just they could have chose to be hateful and ungrateful like we doing right now today. But they chose love. They chose to no matter what the circumstances is, I'm gonna get to my wife. I'm gonna find my children. These people risk their lives just to be able to lay eyes on their spouse. And that's the kind of love I want for myself.
Mm. Y'all
No,
gonna see that this really ain't about slavery though. It's about mindsets. What was the type of mindsets during these times though? So go ahead, Sean, and I gotta get VO in too. Then we go back to open panel.
Oh man, let me go before Vio. Hey, no, this is, and I, hold on. I believe if you answer this and say I'm wrong, I'm gonna truly believe that you don't really be in a community at all. Now, if a YT cop unalive a black person, we always going to say we want justice, right? That's all across the board. Black people, rightfully so, would say that we want justice. But when people ask me where am I getting these numbers from, if you are in the community and doing work in the community, you would know that this is absolutely true. This is how much we are of a hypocrite. That's why I don't believe that all skin folk is my goddamn kinfolk.
True.
On one, if a cop unalive, we're gonna be talking about no justice, no peace, right? But on the other end, our community is known for what? No snitching. So we want to snitch on a white cop for killing me, unaliving a black person. But when a black person is doing it to each other in the community, we say no snitching, right? Then on top of that, when you try to go and tell the truth in your community and try to stand up for your community and do right, other black people are going to suppress your thoughts and everything because they're gonna be like, you know what, you snitching on the community such and such. And black people are the only ones that we want justice on one side. But then when it comes to us, this is the type of shit that we'll say, here you go right here. This is shit that get me all the time. We talk about the no snitching, right?
And don't
But
say that we're
on the
dumb.
other side, we hold on. We don't believe in no snitching. But you want our if you want our community to change, and then when you have like we'll know somebody is we the only ones who be saying free my nigga this, and we knowing he guilty of unaliving somebody, we know that he guilty of selling candy in the community. We will sit here and say free my nigga this and that, knowing he guilty, but won't be saying free my such and such of a dude that's totally innocent. We are backwards than a motherfucker when it comes to our community. And if I don't like this, is what I'm telling you, I don't like black people who sit up there and talk about this shit as if it don't exist. And the moment you keep saying what white people are doing and you're not taking us accountable for ourselves, I know that you cannot never help the black community at all.
Oh.
And so you think that it's gonna further, advance us or change something for as a black man that believe, in all this and third for you to, still continue to tear us down, take us down, talk down, negatively about us. You think that that's gonna be beneficial?
Hmm? That's what you got out of that?
Hold on. Yes. Hold on. I don't talk down on. That's the problem. Tell him.
At
Man,
the
we
end
can't.
of the day, the truth will set us
Telling
free.
the truth.
And that's
Hold on.
the
Hold on.
truth.
Telling. Oh my bad.
No, baby, go ahead. You had unmuted up. I'm just saying the truth will set us free, and that's the problem. Our culture love to sweep stuff under the rug instead of facing our own demons, and it's gonna continue
Mm-hmm.
to.
Go ahead, Sean.
My
Am
turn.
I tripping? What the heck going on? I thought he was.
He went on mute after you. You went. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, VO. Go ahead. Hold on. Hold on.
Pause.
All right, well, hold up, my bad. All right, so I thought my answer was going to change, but I'm gonna stick to my original answer. The love was more genuine after slavery, only because now is a choice to be with your black partner. You know what I mean? It's a choice you could choose to. When you have all other races tempting you, you have black people talk about, yeah, date out, it's better. Like, you have all of this working against you, all this anti-blackness, to the point that black people are anti-black themselves. If you choose black love, that's genuine. That's because you want to. So yeah, that's my take.
All right. So before the next, let me get Love in because I haven't heard him say anything, and then Sean can start the open panel back up.
I appreciate it, but yeah,
For sure.
for the first, I ain't gonna lie. Goat kind of took my answer. I was gonna say the kind of the exact same thing, but it's after slavery, because now the man, the woman, we have more choices. We could date outside of our race, we could date in our race, so it's more of an option for us. So when you find your wife or husband, it's gonna be something of a long journey, probably longer than it was when it was before slavery. Because before slavery, if you think about it, you probably could find your wife or husband a lot faster because they were willing to just get with anybody. Or either during slavery, you do the same thing. But now it's more of a competition. So I'm not sure if a lot of us like that. But that's just my take on it. It's just that's my answer on it.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Sean. You want to open? Whoever want to open it. Open.
I don't see how telling the truth is some form of like putting black people down. And I say this is what I've noticed when you do work in a community. The people who are the most judgmental is the people who's not doing no work in the community. They just sit back, just talking. They ain't really boots on the ground, putting in work, talking to these kids who don't have no fathers in the home. They're not really doing any of these things. Look me up on Facebook. I got a nonprofit organization called Men Motivated Men, where we got over 40 kids where we doing work in the community. So I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about when I'm talking about communities all over. Not just my community. I look at the statistics when it comes to black kids, the levels that we're reading on, and I read that a lot of kids that end up going to jail are from single parent households. That's not me making up nothing. That is a guaranteed fact. And on the other end, if I never did need numbers to know the truth about us as black people. Because when you look at the movies, right? Anytime you see black people that are producers that make these movies about us, and they come with, like, look at that movie, I think it's Baby Daddy or Big Daddy or whatever, that show with Tyler Perry, where the black man had the three daughters. He was fighting for his kids. Whenever a black person is trying to make what it's
He
called,
talking
Daddy's
about
Girl.
daddy's little
Yeah,
girls.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna say on that movie because I think that's a movie everybody know, and it's other movies like that. Anytime a black person is trying to make change in their own community, and it's gonna go against the candy dealers, it's gonna go against the gang bangers and the street dudes, they will attack you and unalive you, and nobody else in the community will say anything about it. So to me, that is we are hypocrites when it comes to, we want to say no justice, no peace. We don't mind snitching on the YT man at all. If he unalive us, yeah, no justice, no peace. He done it. Take him to jail. But when it come to us doing to each other, no snitching. Come on, man, that shit is backwards.
Are they hypocrites or hypnotized by the street culture?
Hypnotized, man. It's definitely some type of brainwashing, because it's not just that aspect. It's a society programming. Because if you notice, people who are logical like me, Sean, people who have their own opinions and won't just follow the masses where the asses go, people like us, they will try to unalive us, our own people. They don't
True.
like us,
That's true.
and it's mutual, because I don't like y'all either. Y'all making me look bad, and I'm not like y'all. You my skin folk, but you not my kin folk.
They not like
And
us, huh?
they're not like us. They're not like us. And we just have to understand that everybody that look like you ain't like you.
It's true. That's true.
I said something smart for once. Yo, I don't be cooking, y'all. Am I really a bot?
Nah, hey, you don't be cooking. It's not that you don't be cooking. You don't even be in the kitchen when you be talking. So I don't know. Yeah, you ain't been in the kitchen,
On
Vio.
the barbecue grill. You outside
Well, me
with
and Sean agree it's a problem.
Not you. Not me.
I
That's
think
why I
that.
say. That's why I say. I know she be. It's really she be agreeing with different things. When I be saying her panels, I'm like, well, it's shocking that she talking like that. Hey, I learn something new every day.
He just being honest. I know you're gonna be honest. I don't be cooking.
No, you
Not you
don't.
gonna use her name.
You might be on the sofa, you might be sitting down, laying down, but nah, you don't get near the stove for real.
Nah, she be in my stream. She gonna keep it a buck with me.
Oh, main thing.
Yeah, main thing.
She I don't even think she listening. She just
Oh,
muted.
man.
She's an F you.
Did you ask the question? I'm gonna be real quick. Before I'm gonna say for me, I can't speak for nobody else. I'm gonna speak for me, but I don't believe my experience is no different than a lot of black men, right? Before I ever got a chance to experience any racism, or I was ever got a chance to know what the system is like, I was first oppressed, how it is in Africa, back then and how it is now. I was first oppressed by my own people. We had gang members in our community. We had candidate in our community, right? I had to watch what I wear before I ever go to the YT man school. I had to get past the motherfuckers who was. I had to wear certain colors. My mama couldn't buy me blue because we lived in a Piru neighborhood. We lived in a blood neighborhood. My mama couldn't get. I couldn't even have the freedom to wear a damn color in my own damn community. So before I ever get a chance to go to the YT man system, I'm being oppressed by my own people first. And then on top of that, when you come with colorism, how can we talk about?
Yo.
Wait, what happened? They cut out. What was you talking about?
When you come with colorism in our community, right? We still have it to this day with he acting light skin.
Oh my, right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and we got the light skin versus dark skin. So we have all these things within ourselves.
Light skin's not colorism. Colorism is for only dark skinned people, sir.
What?
I mean, that's true, but we get the point what he's saying.
I don't think that he's denying it. It's just right now we're talking about an African American slave.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's it.
Go ahead, Warlock. Then we can go back to open.
Hey, look, hey, what's going on, everybody? Look, I'm
Warlock, what up, bro?
What's going on, people? I'm not even supposed to be
Why
up
you
here
don't be
today.
that happy when I'm? What the heck, Gemini? All that happiness for Warlock, man. That's Warlock.
Because his birthday just passed, and I was talking heavy
you know
shit
what,
to him.
Gemini?
So
Leave that alone, bro. Leave that alone. I was gonna let it go. Leave it alone. I'm trying to let it go. I'm trying, my guy. I'm trying. But look, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop back up out of here. I'll be back in a little bit. But we often hear, and I heard it. This is what made me come up here. I don't even know what the fuck y'all were talking about, but I heard the phrase. They not like us, right? Have you ever thought to think that because of all of the bullshit and the drama we got going on within our community, they don't want to be like us?
I know that's right.
Think about that one for a change.
We definitely do.
And on that note, I'm gonna drop out. I'll talk to y'all later. A little food for thought.
Oh, no, he didn't just do that. Ouch.
I know
They
that's
want to struggle though. Like that's what you gotta understand. Like I understand we have a lot of bull going on in our community. So do other people, and that's what I'm saying. They want to be us. They just don't want the struggle and the problems that come with us. Like that's why we keep seeing these white tee women want to wearing our hairstyles. These white tee women trying to make their features.
I mean, ain't y'all wearing blonde?
Blonde isn't a white tee color.
Everybody hate that one when I say that one.
Because a black woman could be born with
y'all
blonde
trying to straighten
hair.
your hair out. Y'all trying to straighten your hair like
straight hair
white
is
woman,
genetics.
right?
No, because straight hair is genetics. A black woman can be born with straight hair.
No, a lot of people we know we got the nappy hair, man. Ain't no way.
No, we don't. So like basically,
why you have to use a hot comb to straighten it out? Then that's not natural.
Hey,
no, because not everybody has to use that. That's what I'm saying. So like,
but if you're not, what I'm saying is y'all still trying to look like them. If your stuff naturally curly, you supposed to wear your curly.
To look like those mayonnaise packets, okay?
No, I think what he's getting at is people sit over here. We got black women. Hold on. We got black women out here.
So what I'm saying is that
Hold
There's
on, hold
dominant
on, hold
and
on, hold on,
recessive
hold on,
genes,
because
right?
y'all misunderstanding what he's
I
saying.
want to look like
All he's
that.
saying is that women, the same women that y'all sit up here and shame for wearing braids or all this shit, you be sitting up here wearing blue contacts, fucking, you'll sit up here wear blonde hair, knowing that you dark as hell. You be wearing makeup that don't even match your skin tone. I did, Lady J, because it was getting too out of hand. I
Oh,
couldn't
okay. Because
even
I was
hear.
about to mute y'all too myself. Okay, go ahead, boo.
You good. But yeah, I just think shit, we can't sit up here and say, oh, you trying to look like a a a white woman, or you look like you trying to look black. Truth be told, you if you ain't wearing your fucking real face or your real hair, you ain't being yourself here.
Ooh.
Okay, but we understand that genetics isn't cultural. Braids is a cultural hairstyle. It comes from our culture. It comes from Africa. Straight hair is
Listen,
genetics. A black
from
woman
what
can be born with
listen, there were
curly hair,
Asians, there
blonde
are
hair, blue
Asians,
eyes.
there were Indians, all people wearing certain type of culture. People were already wearing braids. It was just
But
what you
there's a
looked
type of
up.
braids.
Interesting.
No, baby,
Exactly.
you just uninformed and uneducated on that
No, I
subject.
am.
And
I've looked into
no,
it.
no,
I've
no,
seen
you're
the different type
not
of braids.
because
It's not box braids that they were wearing.
I
okay,
just
Please
feel
show
well,
braids.
me someone other than
ma'am,
Africa who had a culture of box braids.
ma'am, they sell bleaching cream in the black hair stores.
Okay,
So
so
it's not
no
that.
box braids.
Ma'am, we all trying to be like each other. Let's just keep it.
But we're
Everything
not.
is
Don't say that.
everything. Well,
We're
I'm saying
not.
like
I literally have
no,
cousins
we
that were
are
born with
because
blue hair and
if I
blonde hair and blue
oh
eyes,
shit.
and they're
If I
black.
want if I want blonde hair and blue eyes, I can go to the store and buy it. Just like that YT woman can go get her braids done down the street. It's her money. Just like some
But
women
that's not
prefer
white culture.
BBLs. But who said it's whose culture? We all in America, the great melting pot. Everybody cultures are mixed. That's why
No,
half
it's
of
not.
y'all got kids out of wedlock because we didn't play that crap back then. We didn't play that.
I don't know
That's
where the
why we
kids
don't
out of
have.
wedlock come from, but that's still not culture though.
That's why it's socially acceptable for a woman and man to marry the same sex because it's acceptable now
Yes.
in this culture. We didn't play that back then. So if you want to go back to how we did it, we got married and stayed with our families. That's how we did it. Let's not think about the superficial stuff and magnify that and think about the super spiritual stuff that we neglected. Because if we focus on the spiritual first, we won't have all these problems. And I'm gonna rest my mic.
So you
I don't
better
Ooh.
know
preach. You better
where
preach on
And
any
that
of that
again, they
came
goddamn.
not like
from.
us. I know.
But do you guys understand the difference between genetics and culture? I feel is the biggest question because that's what I'm saying. I literally have cousins that was born with blonde hair and blue eyes. That's how they came out. That's how they were born. They still have it. There's literally a whole culture. I forgot what their name was, but they're literally dark skinned and they are born with blonde hair. Like that's how it is. That's literally their genetics. Is they've always just been born
So
with
let me
blonde
ask this: you
hair.
don't
We
think
we
a
we
I
YT
get
have
we
person haven't had?
understand. Hold on,
Let me
we
say this real
understand
quick.
where
Let
the
me say
black
this. Hold up,
woman.
y'all.
Aus-
Hold up. Let me say
That's
this
the
real
I got
quick.
something to
Australian
say left on my phone,
Aborigines.
so
Y'all
I'm
can't
letting
hear
you
me?
know.
That's
Hold
crazy.
Go
on,
ahead.
let Kev go. Let Kev go.
That's crazy. Wow. No, I was just about to say because even though she keeps saying all this, like, so you, if you sure? I'm pretty sure it was some YT people that probably had curly hair or nappy hair too, right? Or they just you don't think that's possible,
No, I do. That's why I don't get
right?
mad when
So
white
I don't
people
get the
buy
point of your.
curly
That's
hair
what I'm getting
products.
to. I don't get the point of your argument. Is like you're trying to act like anybody owns something. So it's either we
No, I'm
own
not.
something
I'm saying
or we don't. That's one
so
of the
we
two.
don't own
We can't
curly
own
hair.
everything.
So curly hair is genetic. That's what I'm trying to tell
That's
you.
like saying
However, the
that if
hairstyles
a
that
black
you
person
do
have a
with
skinny
it.
nose, oh man, they stole that from a white. No, some things we just might have same features on. It's
So the
something that's more
hairstyles.
common.
So that's what I'm saying. So the hairstyles that you do with your hair is what's cultural. I'm not mad at a white tea person for coming out with curly hair. Yeah, you can have curly
So
hair.
that's not making
Do your
sense then. That's like
hair.
them getting mad at
Just
us getting
don't
having
do
blonde
box
hair,
braids.
right?
Don't do the braids that come like that. We
I think you
do.
purposely missing my point because you're trying to. It's a competitive mindset that you're still trying to fight with. The point is, I'm using your same thing, that your same logic,
But I
whatever.
didn't say
Is
that.
some black people that have, like you said, they have straight hair, right? I'm saying it's some white tea people that have curly hair. So ain't nobody own anything, even if it's a
No, because
cultural
somebody
thing.
else tried to say that we, as a black people, when we straighten our hair, we're trying to look like white people. I was
Okay,
trying to
right,
say
but
that
we
when it comes
saying it
to
right.
hair that you're born with,
They don't like it
straight
when it's the
hair,
opposite
curly
way. You
hair,
don't like it when it's the
that's not
opposite way,
trying to
do
look
you?
like
You
something
want to
else.
own
Okay.
everything.
Hey,
I don't
Kev,
want to own
let me say this,
everything.
and I'm gonna leave for real this time.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna leave for real. All right, check this out, right? supposedly in our culture, we have certain dances that we do, right? Now we got these girls over here shaking their ass, twerking and all that shit. First thing they say, well, that's part of our culture, right? We know goddamn well that's not why they fucking doing it.
Preach.
So we need to stop with this cultural shit and this, that, and the other. People are entitled. They can wear whatever the fuck they want to wear. Where they got it from is not even relevant. If your hair can fit the style, wear it. But when you start talking about bleaching your hair, wearing the freaking wigs, straightened out just like a fucking Indian or what have you, and you know goddaggone well you have no Indian in your goddaggone family, or your hair is short as a goddaggone short fade, and you trying to wear something down to your ass that looks like somebody else, you know you dead wrong. Period. It doesn't even match your hair texture. You look under that shit, your shit is nappy as a motherfucker or straight as hell, and you want to wear some goddamn Indian hair. First and foremost, you got to understand one or two things. The natural hair comes from freaking unalive people. Second of all, they showed you how they make the goddamn synthetic hair. So why the heck would you want to put that in your head anyway?
It's a protective style for black people.
Protective from what? Protective from motherfuckers not knowing how to do their own hair?
No, it's not.
No, your hair.
I'm not even going to get into this freaking argument with y'all. No. I'm not even going to get into this argument with y'all because there's a whole bunch of bullshit to condone the bullshit that you do.
Whole bunch of BS.
He said protected from not knowing how to do your hair. That was funny.
It's literally a low maintenance. Come on now, make it make sense.
I just can't get with the.
Because I have braids in right now. It literally, my hair grows so much more when I put it in braids.
But I'm gonna say this: we need to be real. Like when somebody, I don't like the whole, it's a protective hairstyle. Just say you like wearing that shit.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with saying I like wearing it.
Just say I like to.
That's all I'm saying. Ain't nothing wrong with saying I like wearing it. Like
it's both.
People be trying to make it seem like, oh, you really need a valid reason to explain why you like wearing something. Just you don't got to sit up here and say, oh, it's a protective hairstyle. At the end of the day, just say I bought it because I liked it. I wear it because I like it.
I do it for both though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like me personally, it's easier to moisturize my hair when they're in braids. I can just put my little like greaser, my oil in. It's moisturized, it's good. When it's out, I gotta section that thing, moisturize it piece by piece. So, I can moisturize it easier. I don't have to mess with it as much, which literally like relieves a lot of the tension that I'm doing with like everyday hairstyles. So, it's growing easier, it's healthier for it. And then on top of that, like I said, of course I like it.
Kev said my break. So could y'all please like and share the live to a friend and another friend and another friend? Please join Kev's team by here holding down the gift. Hold on. Whoa.
I think he forgot to mute. That's what happened.
Yeah, y'all can hold down the gift box and go to exclusive, and it will be a join the team heart. You could join Kev's team. Also, you can come up. We do have an extra box up here if you want to join. It's 41 for 40 people up in here. So please, let's get his likes to 15K at least. Be a helping hand.
It should be more than 15K. I walked up in here, y'all having a match be delicious conversation. I should really see like 25. It's 42 people up in here. Hello and good evening.
Hey, how you doing? Good evening, sister. How you doing?
What's up, Chopper?
Good. Hey, I wanted to touch on the topic. Do you believe?
Wait, before you go, I gotta get because Miss B came up first before you.
Go ahead,
actually, I gotta get Lady J in first, then Miss B, then you. Yeah, just real quick. I gotta make sure everybody get. Go ahead, lady. Go ahead, Jay.
I'm here for the comments. I don't got nothing to say.
Okay, that's cool. Just let me know when you want to jump in. Then, Miss B, what you got for me? Welcome to the live.
Good morning. I really think it's a poor excuse to say braids you keep in weeks after week after week is a protective hairstyle. I just don't see how that happens.
How? Like, what's confusing you about it?
Well, being a licensed cosmetologist, braids break your hair too. That's all she's saying. You have braids. Some of y'all hairline far way back in the back. Them lace fronts and them braids is tearing your hairline out, popping your edges. And y'all grown folks with no baby hairs. That's what she's saying.
No sides at all.
So so of course, if you're getting your braids done and you just braiding tight, yeah, that's tension. That's when it turns into a bad type of braids. Like that's when it's going to be bad for your hair. If you just for like keep putting tension, keep putting tension, keep putting tension, yes, it's going to be bad. Just like ponytails, those are tension hairstyles. If you keep putting a lot of tension in your hair, yeah, it's going to take your hair out. I would hope that's common sense. That's why if you get in braids that you're going to keep in at weeks and weeks and weeks at a time, you don't get it braided that tight to where it's pulling your hair out. Like, first off, I prefer knotless braids. Why do I prefer knotless braids? Because it's less tension. So, you can do it to where it's not about to be damaging your hair. It's just the people who they're thinking, oh, I'm finna get my hair braided tight and like so it can last longer. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, that's where you finna get yourself messed up. So when you're having your hair in these braids for weeks and weeks at a time, all that moisture that you're putting on it, all those, maybe those oils or whatever you use to grow your hair, is literally sitting on your hair. Like it's just able to marinate in there. Your hair is just getting all that goodness. And honestly, like for our hair personally, that's why we don't wash it every day because it does grow when it is, all that oils and grease is on there. At least in my experience and in all my friends' experience, they literally say like when they don't wash their hair for a while and they're letting all that product, all that oils, all that nutrients for their hair just sit and marinate on their hair grows longer. I literally have a friend who don't like wash her hair but once a month and her hair halfway down her back. And she just had a baby not long ago.
I
So,
don't think this was ever a
these things
conversation about the
are
hair. We were
actually
just
protecting and
simply
helping our
explaining
hair.
that. I don't
No,
think
no,
this
I was
was
just
ever about
explaining
the
how it's
hair.
helping and protecting our hair.
I
I
just
don't
want to
think
say
it's such
something
thing as
else
a
that's
protector.
Can I say something? Your body produces your cerebrum. Okay, it comes out of your follicle. Your body naturally produces the oil that it needs. So if you're doing all this stuff, when you're washing it, you're just putting back artificial oil that God already provided for you. So without the knowledge, like I said, you're uninformed because your natural hair is your natural body oils are there for that purpose to lubricate the shaft of the hair. You don't have to put all them chemicals and store-bought products that the YT man made that later cause cancer. But I'm just gonna let you think you educated and informed. I'm gonna mute up because
I mean, I
this is
know I am because some
ridiculous.
people got dry scalp, me included. So clearly my hair and my
So
scalp ain't
clearly you eating
producing
the
as
wrong
much
stuff.
oils
You
for my
eating
scalp
wrong,
to be
baby.
moisturized.
So everything that you put in
And
your
that
body gonna
came
come
from my
out. You eating
hairstylist.
wrong. You eating
So
wrong,
I
baby. That's
found out
all.
I
Okay.
look at products that are good for my hair. I don't put those products that have all them chemicals that's going to give me cancer down the line. No, I actually investigate my products. I make sure what I'm using is okay for my hair. A lot of the things I'm using, honestly, is blue magic. To be honest with you, I took it back to the old days when they just got the blue magic bottles and greased your scalp. So honestly,
Well,
like,
I think the point is that because I get what she's saying, you're eating wrong. Because I'm pretty sure back in the day they didn't have a bottle of shampoo, Head and Shoulders. They didn't have that back then. I'm pretty sure they just because they actually eat it right and all that stuff. Of course, the system is going to make up some things just so y'all can spend money because it's all about money. If people realize that, that's why they're not going to be pressing y'all about eating healthy and all that other stuff because they want you in the hospital. They want to get that money up off you, so they're gonna let you get big, have that gluttony problem and all that other stuff, and be like, oh dang, hey, dang, I didn't know you was gonna make it to the hospital. Let's go ahead and operate on you so we can make sure you spend thousands and thousands of dollars to basically help you because your lack of self control. So that's how they get us though, and they play with our
Yes.
feelings too. So
And if you don't make it, they still get paid off your life.
yeah. True, all that. It's money. It's all about money. People don't care. They don't care for real. But let me get Chopper in. Let me get Chopper in, and then y'all can go back to the open panel.
So, I want to touch bases on one of the subjects that you had on the panel. Do I believe love was more real was before slavery or during slavery or after slavery? Excuse me. I've always said this since I was 15. I feel like the black family structure was sort of dismantled in the mid 70s. Um, the reason I say that, well, no, I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna say this. I feel love was more stronger during slavery because
Mm.
I feel love was more powerful and more real during slavery because we had a lot to lose, and not only that, um, we had a reason to really be unified. We had a reason to we actually have more than enough reasons to be real close and be real uh be real tight knitted so far as the family environment and stuff like that. I mean, we were dying at high numbers. We was being executed. We were being killed, tortured. So you know the closeness, that closeness. You know, we had no choice but to be close, because if we didn't, you know, if we didn't be as close as we did, no telling how many more numbers would have perished. The reason I say is because of, Nat Turner, the slave rebellions and stuff like that. But I just felt it was more close. I just feel like love was more real because we had a reason to really love. I feel over the years it kind of went away after the Civil Rights Act. I mean, what we got free to vote, what, in 1964, 1965? We finally got that right to vote. If you think about it, that's only 60 some years ago. And I feel we still, I mean, it's fucked up. We were really affected by slavery. People don't understand that, or how much slavery really affected black people. Generational trauma is real, very real. And I feel like we have a lot of work to do. We only been free 60 some years. And when you think about it, I was born in 1992. My parents was born in the 50s. When they was born, they wasn't technically even free because they didn't have certain rights. They didn't have that right to vote, even though they were babies. But our grandparents, um, they weren't free up until the mid 60s. I mean, we have a lot of, man, it's crazy when you think about it. We are so, I don't want to say we far behind, but we have a lot of work to do, man. We have a lot of work to do. And the crazy thing about it is people always say reparations. We shouldn't ask for reparations, but why? I don't understand why. Why shouldn't we ask for reparations? Every other culture, race, whatever you want to call it, they had their reparations. The Jews had theirs, the Asians, the Italians, the Native Americans. We were the
I
only.
feel like you shouldn't get reparations because you've already been given so much government assistance.
That's bullshit.
Hold on real
That's
quick.
Everybody gets
bullshit.
government
Hold up.
assistance.
Hold up.
So
Yeah,
why
hold
shouldn't
on.
I get
Let's talk about
reparations?
that.
That government
You know
assistance
what?
is afforded to
Okay,
everybody.
let's
Hold up.
talk about
Let
that.
y'all hold up real
People.
quick. Let him
Let's talk.
finish what he was saying first, and
Let's
then y'all
let's
can come
let's
in.
now see.
She
She
didn't even say
just
hello or nothing. She just came straight
yeah.
up in the
Now
panel.
see
That was crazy.
that is the most ignorant statement you can possibly make. So you think some food stamps and some welfare wasn't even for black people. Let me
Yeah,
say that right
motherfucking
now.
straight. Them little nigglets stealing all the motherfucking cars in Minneapolis. Fuck them
Bitch,
kids.
bitch.
Who
Well, let's
has a
talk about
moderator
the
is
white people.
Nah,
Let's
hold
talk
up.
about the
Hold up
little
real quick. We're
chalk.
not about to do all that because it's obvious she's trying to throw you off and you falling for it. I don't know why.
Yeah,
But yeah,
she
we're not
she
doing
she
all that.
really is. Cause man, I would really embarrass you. Don't do that. Don't do that. I would embarrass you when it comes to that. Now she want to talk about we should ask for reparations because of the little bullshit assistance we got. The Democrats was the one that wanted us to get. They were the ones that implemented that EBT food share bullshit and the W-2. And let's talk about it. You know what? She kind of has a point, but she doesn't. The Democrats really cripple black people when they put that W-2 welfare shit in there and the EBT because we became real dependent on it. And what's the crazy thing about it is welfare wasn't even meant for black people. Welfare was meant for poor whites at the time. It wasn't even meant for black people. So, for anybody to sit up here and say that we don't deserve reparations because of that, well, you know what? We need to go back into the 19 1930s when they promised us 40 acres in the mule, and then they went back and recanted that promise that was made to us. America is full of lies. This country was built on lies. It was built on murder, lies, and thievery.
So I got a question for you then, with the reparation
Be
thing.
careful with your
What
words
what
on Cap Panel.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, yeah, we gotta watch that. I know y'all get emotional or whatever the deal is, but we can have a conversation. We adults. Um, with the reparation thing, right? What do you believe is going to change when people do receive? Since you feel like you said people deserve it or whatever. For whatever. First off, tell us the reason why people that probably wasn't during that time deserve reparation, and also say what do you expect to happen once we get it? Do you think we're gonna be better as people? We're gonna connect with one another and love one another more?
I feel like this. I feel like, and okay, if first we got to figure out what kind of way should the reparations be given to us? Should it be given to us in money, or should it be given to us in some form of credit? I feel that the reparations should be given to us in some form of credit. I think that we should have some type of funding to where we can have access to real estate, land, property. I feel we should have that type of credit line. I feel every Black American should get 2 million should get a $2 million credit line and about 100 acre access to real estate. That's my opinion. I don't necessarily believe we should get money and checks because, I mean, come on now, let's just be real. You know, we know our own people. That may not be the best thing. I feel that we should get reparations, and more so that will help benefit us.
Okay,
So why do people, like, my thing is this: why do everybody believe that they grandmama and great grandma and shit was all slaves? Like, some of them people was not slaves.
No, I never said they were slaves. I said
but I'm
was a
just
general
saying, like,
question, though.
it's majority of Black people thinking that, oh, it's my grandmama that was a slave. It's my people that was going through. No, if your ass ain't got proof on that shit, how do you know?
I said that in the comments.
I just seen Nas go look find out that his grandmother, he found her slave certificate. And I was like, that's crazy. Like, he went and actually dug us some digging on his people. I think that a lot of people want to use slavery as an excuse for the bullshit that they go through.
I mean,
like that.
That's a fact, though, because slavery is still impacting us today. Like, a lot of people think they just abolished slavery and it all went away. All the stuff after that just went away.
Let somebody slap your mama and blame it on slavery, then we'll see what your input on that one.
Now, I'm not saying nothing crazy like that, but I'm saying that a lot of the problems that Black people suffer today is because of slavery, like the mass incarceration rates, redlining. All of this is still going on. We are still less likely to get insured because we are Black. So it's like, you have to understand that these things are still impacting us. So it's like, to say that we're not suffering due to slavery is crazy. That's absolutely insane. There are people who maybe their ancestors weren't enslaved. However, they are still suffering from the effects of slavery. So honestly, to try and just be like, oh, well, just because your, ancestors weren't enslaved, you have no claim. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because you, as a Black person in America, are still suffering from Black people being enslaved.
So should reparation be like maybe? How about this then? Since you said it messed up a lot of our mental and all that stuff, maybe reparation should be like a free therapy or something like that. Because I think my man's had
I do want free therapy. Yeah, I do want free therapy. But here's the thing,
that'd be a good thing. Though. I don't think people are not thinking about it that way. So I take that.
But I want some more than that, though. If that's not enough, y'all took everything from Black people. Their culture.
What else should we get?
So I was promised, by Mr. Abraham, that 40 acres and a mule. So I still want them acres, but instead of a mule, give us some money. Give me some cash.
But you see what people doing with money now. That's the reason why I kind of agree with my man. You think a lot of us are ready for some money?
Yes, honestly, you got money to everybody else. The Jews got money. Like, we ain't even do nothing to them. Like, everybody, it gets money as a reparation, but yet when it comes to us, they don't want to give us nothing. They don't want to give us no money. No, give me what you owe me. I built this country.
Just give me my money.
No, literally, give me my money.
But we don't.
So what do y'all think about that, though? Can I
And if
ask
a
a
Black
question?
person win the lottery, we be right back broke. So y'all keep saying, "Give me, give me, give me." We only respect
and if
what
they
we
end
work
up
for.
broke
Let's
because
just
of
talk
that,
about
that's on
that.
them. But
We
give
are
these
an
people a
entitled
chance
group
to
of
do something
people.
good with it.
We are an entitled group of people. I mean, y'all, we got the same chances and opportunities. Now, it's a little unfair. It's a little one-sided. But people, us, God's hard-headed children, us, we got to work for what we want because we don't understand no other kind of way. And he know that about his kids. He know that about us. So you sit here saying, give me what got you in this situation. We got to get up and get it because we don't respect stuff that's given to us. That's why I say, give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. But if you teach him how to fish, you'll feed him for his life. We need to go educate ourselves on how to cross the red tape because that's the only way we're going to appreciate what we got. When I'm wealthy, I'm not giving my kids my fortune. They're going to learn how business. We're going to learn financial literacy. We're going to learn how mama did it. And y'all watch me suffer and go from the bottom to the top. and y'all gonna work for what y'all want because y'all ain't gonna appreciate it, and the next generation gonna be poor because I gave it to you.
Say it
That's
louder.
not
Say
true
it.
though.
Say
That's
it
not
louder.
true for
Say
everybody.
it
Because not
louder.
everybody is just stupid with their money and gonna blow like millions of dollars. So
I'll
we're gonna
take
have
my
the people
check.
who are gonna do this responsibly and do it right and
What you
create
gonna
that
do with that check,
generational
Miss
wealth
B? What you gonna do
that we
with that
should have
check?
I'm
been
going to
able
invest it for the
to
young
generate.
people
Both
that
things
come
can be
behind
true though,
me,
right?
my grandchildren. My
Okay.
children have made it. My grandchildren invested, so they'll have resources in the future.
Okay, and then if you give it to them, give it to them, and then they just blow it on how they rich people do today, right? We see what they do today, like Diddy, my bad, and like Chris Brown and stuff like that, right?
Well, you know
If they
what?
do that with that, did you hurt them more
You
than?
can say that, but Diddy came from very humble beginning. You know that. He
Interesting.
wasn't always rich. He was born.
Right.
He wasn't born rich.
So it's
He
a
made
mindset.
his
That's what I'm
money. He
getting
just
to.
went astray.
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting to is the
It's
mindset.
the
So,
mindset. It is. That's
and I
why I
think
don't
that's the
want to
reason why
force
I'm
that
more
The
of what
mindset
mindset
on
Venetia is
whether
saying,
everybody.
you give
right? Because
somebody
she
money or
said,
not. You know,
yeah, but
I
money
mean,
ain't about to save everything though. Like it's the mindset, right? We keep saying it's the mindset, then we go against it and say, nah, it ain't the mindset. But it's the way they made us do that. But then it's like, then we talking about give money and with the same mindset, you don't believe that stuff to make it worse. It kind of make it worse. I can't see how people think that money is going to be the cure to everything.
it
No, we were
If
talking
isn't.
our
about two
minds
different
is
It
messed
things.
up, that's
isn't.
why Venetia said what she said, right? And she gonna make sure she still teach her kids how to grind and
Hmm.
get it to it. Cause like that gratitude, we know that this is the most entitled. We see it today, right? The entitlement behind people who think I deserve this, I deserve that, and ain't did a piece of work, but they deserve every last thing. And that's how your children gonna be. I don't know why we think that if we save some money and get whatever generational wealth, and they don't have the mindset that's set for that, like it's gonna make it better. That's why I said, well, if we do reparations, I said, what is it gonna be, like a therapy thing? Because we see that a lot of us, it just don't get it, right? We see people that actually, okay, but put it this way, we see people on the streets and stuff, right? They make all type of money. No, but why they not giving back to the community? Why they not doing nothing? They selfish, right? Ain't they just selfish and just spending and blowing and still unaliving each other and worrying about power? You know what I'm saying?
Like the majority of rich people.
Yes.
I'm just
But these
saying,
are broke people.
sit
These are
around.
broke people that's conning them and become rich and still do the same thing. So
Because
it's a
they're
mindset,
broke.
right? It ain't got nothing to do with money, right?
I mean, if you're broke, why are you
But
gonna get
half of
something
them
you don't
spending their
have?
money with the D-man. Half of
Yeah.
them spending their family inheritance with the D-man. They blow that money that their families pass on and leave to them. The D-man end up with the family house.
Can
So
I
it ain't just because you got a little bit of funds. Look how many people unalive waiting on funds. You sit back and you wait on something. Then I'm not gonna wait for nobody to come save
Ain't
me. I'm
nobody
gonna
saying
get it
nothing
up
about
and I'm gonna get
waiting.
it
We saying
myself.
that's
So,
what we
so
owe.
Mika, before you go, yeah, because y'all going up going back and forth. Let me get
Well,
Sky and
what is
Divine in.
reparations then?
Let me, yeah, let me get.
What we're
Tab, what is
owed, getting
reparations?
what they
What
owe
is
us. That's
Yeah,
reparations?
what
Is that sitting
reparation
around waiting
is.
on the
ho-
government to give you some
Hold
money?
on, hold
yeah,
Wait a
on.
hold
minute,
on real
wait a
quick,
minute,
Y'all
y'all.
wait a minute,
clearly
wait a
not
minute, wait
hearing.
a
Y'all
minute.
not
I'll
hearing
let you
Kev.
talk. I'll let you
Hold
talk.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Kev trying to go. Go
No, I'm just
ahead.
trying to y'all about to go, man, because y'all going back and forth. I'm just trying to get Sky and Divine in though, real quick. And then y'all can come right back to it though. I know, because everybody gonna want that last word. That's what's gonna happen in a minute. But go ahead, Sky, real quick, and because I did skip over them two. Go, y'all two, go real quick. Go Sky and then Divine, and then we can go right back. And then Venetia, you can start it right back up.
I'm one for reparations. Now, how it's going to be distributed, that's the key, right? But one thing that I do have with our community is that we don't understand generational wealth. We don't understand the pass down, and that really is how YT are so successful. They understand generational wealth, and they'll do anything to keep the next generation afloat and to get it. It's not about selling grandmama's house. When something happened to grandmama's house, they'll go in, they may auction off everything, but the house still stays in the family, and it's collateral for the family. And I think it's a selfish mindset to say, I'm not leaving my kids nothing. We're never going to stay on top or get ahead if we don't think about the next generation. That's one of the things that I want to say. I'll leave it right there for now because I don't want to monologue.
Yeah, I don't think that was the purpose. When I heard the purpose, what she meant by that, it wasn't about being selfish. It was about because she do care about her kids, so she just saying when people just get things easily, we say the term spoon fed, right? We know what that means, right? So if they get things easily, they don't have gratitude or they don't even work towards things. So if you don't have the mindset of how to invest money, how you just gonna receive some money and then expect that they're
It's
not gonna
about
blow it or just spend it on some selfish, silly reasons.
it's
So
about teaching. It's about
yes,
teaching
that's the
as
whole
you
point.
go
But we ain't
along.
said the teaching part. That's what she was getting to. Last, she gonna teach them. I'm pretty sure that she's not about to be stingy and not give them nothing. She
Right.
just saying it ain't gonna be spoon fed to them.
Yeah, because I look at it. I look at it like my parents understood generational wealth back in the 70s. They were born in the 50s. It trickled down. It trickled down to me and my brother. And a lot of people don't understand how I can stay where I stay. I'm not going to say where I stay, because it trickled down. The money that was left to me and that was put away for me, what I did was, one, I put myself through school, and second, I bought a house. Now, I do drive a raggedy car, but a house was more important than a car to me. You know what I'm saying?
Priorities,
So
yep.
yeah, we definitely. And then another, I was talking. See, I go talk to the other side to see, what
Oh
game
my
they
God.
on. And one of the other things is life insurance. That's another way that they also stay on top. They use that money and they invest that money. So
Gotcha.
that's where I'm at. And
All right.
the black glove thing, I'll come back and answer that question.
Okay, for sure, for sure. All right, Devon, what you got for me?
I was just saying both things can be true. I don't think it's conflicting ideas. From what I hear, there's people who agree that like I had 2 points, but we've digressed from that topic. Because I also put in the comments, from what I see on TikTok, a lot of Black Americans are saying they're not African descent. So if you're saying you're not the descent of a slave, how are you entitled to reparations?
Yeah.
Then I wanted to say both things can be true. We can have Venetia's mindset, right? But we also can say those of us that are descendants of slaves are entitled to reparations. Every other marginalized, oppressed group has gotten some form of reparations, from Native Americans to Jews to some Asian people who were descendants of slaves. So I feel like, to speak to Venetia's point, yes, we do still need to teach our children financial literacy. It's not being taught in schools, especially majority Black schools. If you look at a PWI, curriculum is entirely different than it is at an HBCU. If you look at a majority Black public school, curriculum is different entirely than it is at a predominantly white private school. So somebody said on the panel, everything, or they may not have said everything, but they said so many things are a result of slavery. And I agree with that. It's like the Kenya Harris Netflix series, Black as Fuck. If you've ever watched that, it's a comical spin on it, but everything he's saying is for real. Almost everything we do is a result of our trauma from being oppressed for so long. That's the reason that when you give a Black celebrity, or you get a Black rapper or entertainer out of the hood and he makes it big, like so many have, like almost every Black rapper has a story from being impoverished, right? But look at how they spend their money when they get it. It's very few of us, the majority of us. If you look at a white celebrity that came from humble beginnings and look at a Black one, I guarantee you the way they spend their money is different. We go out, we get cars, we get jewelry, we get houses, we get girls, we trick off, we do all kinds of stuff with our money. I don't know how old y'all are, but I come from the era of the Dave Chappelle show. I don't know how many of y'all remember that episode where he did a satire on what Black people would do with their reparations. Does anybody remember that? Anybody a Dave Chappelle fan on the panel? Maybe not. Anyway,
Black hair.
you remember Donnell when he got an 18-wheeler full of
Yes,
Newports?
ma'am.
Right. So
So
like
I
it's
got a deep
certain
question
things
though.
that we would do
But I
differently. But
this
my last point, I'm about to land and y'all can open it up. I just wanted to say my last point was that we have to remember that I don't discount why
YT people have generational wealth. These old companies like Ford Motor and fucking Procter Gamble, all these old companies back in the day, they've been making foods and manufacturing goods since 1800s. They built their businesses on the backs of slaves, which is why they try to hold on to it. That's why we are in systemic oppression, because they know this. They know this. That's why they're trying to rip history from the history books, because they already know how they got their wealth. They're trying to keep it. They're trying to hold tight to it. That's why we still face oppression. That's why we still face a whole lot of these, indiscretions against, housing and all these different. Nothing is the same for us. Not healthcare, not the mortgage lending system, not the financial education system. Nothing is the same for us. So white people know how they got their generational wealth. They pass this shit down in their lineage. So I would encourage people. I know there's a lot of stuff going on with the whole DNA testing. It's a lot of companies that are false out here, but there are some legitimate companies where you can go and get your legitimate genealogy done. My mother, somebody spoke to slave deeds. I'm from North Carolina. I live in California now, but I'm from North Carolina. And my great grandmother had slave deeds from our family. So I know I'm of African descent. I never tell other people where they're from. I think that's ignorant to assume that all the black people in America are all from one region, because whether it be the transatlantic slave trade or the Ivory Coast slave trade or the slave trade that took place in Southeast Asia, we all went to different places. So we are not all the same. So when I hear people say, "Oh, black people, we ain't African," we can't speak monolithically about what we are, because we come from very different regions of the world. The slave trade put us in Asia. It put us in different parts of Americas. It put us everywhere. So we have to really take that into account and speak intelligently when we talk about our regions and where we're from, because no, not everybody is of African descent, but a lot of us are. And I'm landing.
So let me ask this then, because I don't think I looked a lot of these things up though. So do you believe? Because you said Asia, I'm glad you mentioned Asia. That's funny. A lot of us from
I
Asia, from if
research.
people
I
don't
don't
know.
just come up here and talk out of my ass on panels.
Hey, I didn't even finish the question. What is
Oh
going
no,
on?
I'm just saying. I wasn't being hostile. I'm just saying, y'all know on this app, so many people just come up and just be speaking. No, because I like the fact that you
Yeah, I
said you
never. That
research.
wasn't my
I
point.
was
That wasn't my
agreeing with
point.
you. No, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what, because it threw me off
Just
because I
talking
was
about
in.
research. No, that's
Okay,
all.
yeah. So I was saying that I just found out that because some people believe they're Israelites or Israel. I'm gonna put it that way. They from Israel, right? You know,
That people
Israel is
believe
not in
that. Yep.
Africa. So Israel
No.
is not in Africa. It's in Asia. And
Yep.
I looked that up too, because I thought I never took the time to look up where Israel is at. So that some people was already originally from there, and Africans, because really, if you want to put it that way, we say we from Africa. It was our own that's enslaved each other. That's what this first top question come from, right? We enslaved each other. If for the people that from Africa, right? So
There was a class
Israel will
system.
be the ones that should be mad at the Africans from getting enslaved by them, or whatever the situation is, or however that happened, right? Because I realized those are two different continents. Israel, I always thought that it was in Africa. So some people is from because like even if you
Asia,
look at it biblical, right? Some people from Israel, they say that life started in Israel. That's
which
where it
means they're
started from.
from Asia. Right.
Right, which is
Exactly.
Asia,
A
right?
lot of
And then
people don't know their
we keep calling
geography,
a lot of
host.
us
You're
call
right.
ourselves Africans, and we really Asians if you want to put it that way though. If Israel's connected to Asia, I mean we really Asian then
Well,
if
the
that's the
reason
case.
they say
But
that,
people don't
host,
say that.
is because, remember, I don't know how many of y'all know this. Africa, not named as Africa, was the first developed lands, right? So if you do your research, the first humans are from the land of Africa. It wasn't called Africa then. But if you do your research, you can
You
find
are
out where the first
absolutely right.
humans are from. I know, right? I
You
went to
are
an
absolutely right. It
HBCU and I
wasn't called
studied
that.
African American studies for a little
Oh,
bit until I changed my major, right? But yes, you're exactly right. So what I'm saying is that the slave trade did originate there, but like host is saying, we were dispersed to so many places. So at the end of the day, no matter where they take you from, where you were born and where your DNA resides is still your DNA, right? So you can say, yes, I don't technically consider myself Asian if my slave heritage was routed to Asia. If my boats went to Asia, right? I still came from African descent. My heritage may have mixed with other Asians and other Indians, because Indians, like not Native American, but like, I hate to say red dot Indian. I hate to say that, but it differentiates. That Indian is in Asia. Those are Asians too, right? So that's why I say it doesn't matter where they put you when the boat landed. Your descent and your heritage and your lineage and your bloodline, which is what they test when you test your genealogy, your blood is still of African descent. Every human on this planet is at least 2% African. Every human, white,
I believe so.
Asian, like I don't care what you are, Filipino, whatever you are, every human, if their DNA was tested, would have at least 2% of African DNA. So that's what Host is saying. Like we were routed everywhere. But at the end of the day, most Black Americans did come from the slave trade of the Atlantic slave trade. And people are starting to tell themselves that, oh, well, I've heard people say some wild stuff on these panels, like wild. I said in a panel the other day that I am Cameroonian descent, and I got attacked. I was talking about myself, my blood, and I got attacked by a Black man who called me a Pan-African and said, no, we not African, da-da-da. You can't speak monolithically about what I am. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me. So I would encourage people to do their genealogy, check their lineage. You can go to records, deeds offices in your county where you were born. You can see your lineage. My mother is the person in our family that does all of that. She's been doing all of that for family reunions for over 30 years. She go to the records offices. She get death certificates, marriage certificates, slave deeds, all of this stuff. So it's the information is available if you seek it out. And I would encourage people to seek it out as opposed to just running with narratives on where they come from.
So I'm glad that you said all of that now. So it's making it. So since you said some people say they wasn't from Israel, right? And the homeland was Africa. I like that now. So this is more of a reason. Now it's going to tie it to my first prompt, right? So we saying that, well, shouldn't the reparations come from Africans, right? Because we were slaves there before we were slaves in Africa. So I'm trying to get like this. I'm glad this is getting to my point now. And people don't realize they done dug holes now. So that's why this first prompt is like this. It said, "Did you know West Africans, slave traders that sold us to America?" Right. So it's more than us sold us than us getting, because we only get taught that we were captured from our homeland. Actually, we captured ourselves from our homeland and shipped some ourselves off. So that's why I put down on the first prompt. Did you know that West African slave traders that sold us to America, who should we be more mad at? Or the ones that bought us, which is the YT people, the ones that stole us was some more YT people, and the ones that sold us, which it was us.
I have research on that, but I don't want to monologue, so you can get opinions of other people first. Gotcha. I don't want to take over the panel.
Go ahead, Keith. And then we're gonna open panel then, because everybody unless Nate want to hop in, let me know, Nate, if you want to hop in.
Well,
go ahead, Keith.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dr. Joyce DeGruy, but she wrote a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. I think it's you should check it out. If not, at least check out her videos where she talks about the effects of the trauma from slavery, how it still has an effect on us. Because we have to remember slavery is not that long ago. My great-grandmother, who was enslaved, and she lived to be 100 and something years old. She died in I can't remember the exact year, but early 1900s. And so slavery ain't that far away. I mean, I'm only a few generations away from her. So, and secondly, I lost what I was going to say. Just because people don't know what to do with the money doesn't mean that they're not owed the money when it comes to, if we're talking reparations. I still need my money whether I know what to do with it or not. I'm owed that from my ancestors. Now, when we talk about literacy as financial literacy, there's an app. Everybody can download it, or you probably have it on your phone. It will tell you your financial literacy. It's called your checking account, right? So, you can't rise anything. You can't go any higher until you learn more. And the problem is the system. We have to remember that the system is designed to keep us exactly right where we are. That's why we don't have those things in our schools about financial education. So we can't demonize people that don't know, because a lot of us haven't been taught. There's things that I'm still learning at my age about financial literacy. Matter of fact, on Friday, I'm going to learn some more about, I hear people talk about generational wealth all the time, but nobody talks about how do you do it, right? I hear it a lot. So it's the matter of going to get the education and passing it down to the other people. And if those of you that believe in the Bible, that read the Bible, here's something that's very simple that it talks about. It talks about generational wealth. It says store up treasures for your children's children. And that's the thing that we haven't been doing. One, because we lack the information. We lack the information, period. And it's by design. I'll let.
All right, so I'm glad you opened up another question for me. Then, since we going back to the reparation thing. Then, so who really owes that? Is it the YT people or is it the Africans?
Well, I wanted to say that Ghana offered, well, they tried to offer an apology in regards to them getting slaves, but it really started, and maybe, maybe I'm going to be corrected, but it was people that they were at war with, people that they had captured. Those are the ones that they started off selling, but then it kind of took off into, okay, I don't care about you selling anymore. They started taking, but at first I think it was about the people that they were at war with, people that they had captured, people that were in their own prison system in Africa. And I'm going to give you these problematic people. Yeah, you can have those, okay, for a certain amount of price. But then it kind of took off to, like I said, them taking. Now, that's
Yeah,
how.
I
But
think we got sold more than what we got stolen. That's why people don't. I guess it feel better to not realize that we got sold more than that because
no, actually,
we
we
want to
got
take the
stole.
accountability away from a lot of the Africans and stuff of what they did.
No,
Uh,
actually, we got stole more than they bought because really,
Yes. Yes.
okay, let's
the
ask. We got Google. Let's go ahead and do that then.
That's what I was going to say. Absolutely. But while you're Googling, host, I just put an
For a
analogy in the
long
chat.
time.
If one kidnapper sells a child to another kidnapper and that kidnapper keeps her for 20 years, who should pay? Both.
Okay, I've been waiting for a
I
while
just
to.
didn't hear what you said, host. My phone did something stupid. I could see your lips moving, but I couldn't hear you. Oh, that's your
No,
phone.
I'm on Google.
Okay.
I'm just looking this thing up though. Since
Oh,
we
okay.
saying,
May I go ahead and go, Kev? I was waiting. I was supposed to
go
go
ahead,
after
Venetia, and
Divine.
then we gonna get Neo in.
All I was saying, because someone keep bringing up my statement, is waiting for reparations. This is the point. We could sit and wait around. People who were really old, that most of them, majority of them, have already passed on. Then there's a generation after that. For most of us who, like me, my family has kids young. I'm the third generation of that, and my kids are here, so they're the fourth generation of that. How long? We can't just sit back and wait for someone to pay us, even if we are old. That's just like somebody in the street. Somebody owed me some money. It's not gonna stop me from getting up and still finding ways to make things happen. I'm not gonna wait for the person who owed me to pay me. I understand the reparation thing. I understand everybody saying that this happened to my ancestors, which let's make sure that that even happened to your ancestors, because colored people was all over the every land. We was everywhere. So we got to make sure that that's even our ancestors that we up here being so passionate about. That's why I'm so glad Divine One spoke, because when I tell someone I'm indigenous to this land, they look at me like you lying. You got Nigerian in your DNA. I got a whole bunch of things in my DNA. I've done the lineage. When I put my data in, everything connects and it tells me who my people is and where they live at. And that's how I found my
Okay.
tribe. That's how I was able to locate them. So just because I'm the same complexion as you don't mean I'm from you. And that's what was happening in Africa. They was their skin folk, but they wasn't their kinfolk. A lot of them was Hebrews that they were selling that they mixed with, just like we mixing today. Majority of us
Yeah.
are mixed, and you could barely find one pure blood on this land. So making it a racial issue is kind of preposterous to me.
Yeah. So let me, because I already be figuring that some of this stuff didn't make sense, which I knew. So I look it up, right? Which I figured I was right. It said, okay, let's roll. It said sold by Africans, right? More enslaved Africans were sold by Africans than stolen by Europeans. historians, because you gotta think about it. How the heck was they that dang on weak to keep getting slaves stole from them that much? That most of them is in Africa. I mean, that's American. So, anyways, so the other part say historians estimated around 90% of enslaved Africans were sold by other Africans to European traders. 90%. The rest of them was either stolen or what's the other one? Stolen or captured, whatever, right? But I gotta think, but whatever. The other 10% had to been something else though. So which I figured 90% of enslaved Africans were sold by other Africans. These Africans were often enslaved in battles or kidnaps or sold because they you know what the funny thing is, the Africans stole other black people from different areas. So that's what the point is that they were enslaving people first before America, and we keep looking past it because of stuff that we got taught, because we want to put it on the white T man so bad, but we keep looking past us or whoever part of the Africans, because Africans is the problem. If you want to be real, they the ones that enslaved us first or enslaved one of us first, especially if people wasn't African and they got turned into slaves, right? But we keep looking past it because we only looking at the years that we living in now.
You know, Africa had a class system, so kings and queens had slaves for since the beginning of time. That's true. And same thing in Egypt, same thing in what is now known as Dubai. Like, yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right. Now, the other thing with that is there's the transatlantic slave trade, there's the Ivory Coast slave. There were different slave trades that have happened, right? Over since the 7th century, over 11 million total. Well, not, the accuracy is skeptical, but over 11 million is what is stated to have been as far as the Africans that were enslaved and sold. Now, from what I researched and learned, in my African American studies in school and stuff, is that through the class system, host, that you were just speaking of, yes, a lot like that existed, right? So Africans had slaves anyway before the Europeans even showed up. Very true. And they had a class system. So when the Europeans showed up, what it was told is that they started with a barter, right? It was trades, because Africans had a lot of resources that the Europeans hadn't had yet, and vice versa. So it started out as trading, and they were trading slaves with kings and queens for resources and stuff like that. And then what I was told is that throughout that slave trade, like you said, other slaves were also stolen and also by other kings and queens, like you said, because it was trading. So they would go to other regions, steal slaves so that they could have more trade to make when the Europeans came back over, right? So a lot of that was a mixture. Now, the accuracy on percentages, nobody actually knows, but like you said, historians say, I'm at a point where, like, history for us, there's so much skepticism because we have to think about who wrote these history books, right? I decenter from religion in my 20s after going to my African American studies because of that reason in itself. Religion is also created by men, right? And I'm not making this a religious conversation, but I'm just saying when it comes to documentation, a lot of the times it wasn't us to document. Does that make sense? It was the Europeans to document, even down to the Bible, which is written by over 45 YT authors over 2,000 years.
I
So a
believe
lot of the
everything we
things,
look at is
exactly.
everything is
Yes.
written by white man. So everybody just from
That's
this
why I
point,
said
that's
we
why I tell
can't
people to
nail down
choose.
the percentage. That's all I was saying, but you're absolutely right in everything you said.
That's why I tell people to choose, because if you ain't lived during that time, you got to choose what to believe in. Because me myself, I believe in the Bible, but all of it, no matter what we pick to believe in, it still was. If we want to say it was written by a white man, we
A
can't
lot of
dodge
it
it. We just got to
was.
choose to believe it or not. Because
Yep,
all this
you're
stuff, none of
absolutely
us wrote
right.
it. Yeah,
Exactly.
so it's just picking and choosing. And so I feel that. So Kyra, I keep seeing Kyra down there saying stuff, and this what I'm getting to, right? The fact that we pulled out the fact, the fact on that, or just the research, right? She talking about look it up, and I just literally looked it up, and then she like somebody teach them whatever. I think people like that, that's who you have to avoid, because for all I know, they could be the op. You see what I'm saying? They could have been the African I was talking about that sold us. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe I'm exposing them, and they like, no, shut up. They don't sound right. You're not about to make me accountable or something like that. No, forget all that. Then you got to do something else. It's somebody else. These are exactly like if I'm sitting here breaking down and showing you that a lot of things that we've been taught, it's not like it's half information getting put out. And they don't like, that's what I said, people don't like when it seems like that they be in the light. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you can't really, if I'm sitting here telling you or showing you and I'll show you the fact of what it is, and you still be like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about or something like that, you show me something different, right? Because otherwise you just sound like an op.
She said I read, so what's up? If she wants to come up, I can drop down. You
Yeah,
can swap us
that'd
out.
be smooth. Show me something,
Yeah.
show me a book or
I'm
something
about to
else because,
drop.
Yeah. So, but the thing that y'all are missing is, so the chattel slavery is what people are having a problem with. Regular slavery is just a thing, but turning it into chattel, where you own somebody's lineage, where you own, that is
Their
where
kids and
America.
everything.
I mean, bad
Yes.
is bad. I don't get it.
I'm
We
with
trying
you,
to
Jelly Bean.
make it seem like
No,
it's
no, 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 no. Selling people
it's
was
okay to
just
be
a
a
custom
slave.
of the world. It was not different. It was not, selling people and owning people is just a custom of the world. But deciding that you own somebody's entire bloodline and lineage, that is where things go astray. That is the difference between
It's
what
not a
the European
competition
did
thing.
and the Arab did.
So
Deciding
would
they're
you
no
rather be that
longer
type of slave or
human.
rather?
We were also decided we were no longer
The
human.
point,
We were categorized as 3/5 of a human being also.
or a band cargo at lost at sea. But I just wanted to point out one more thing. Do you know that all the Europeans weren't YT? They were black. Have you heard of the Moors? Like, they were black. Y'all keep making it seem like it's a white and black thing. It's really not.
It's not. That's why I'm trying to teach people today. This my whole. I'm glad you get into it because even Israel's it is people that's in Israel. They were mixed.
But what
People that
scholar are you using
they.
to be teaching this?
Oh my gosh,
Who
bro.
is the
Like I
black
said,
scholar you're using to be teaching this?
I don't
what
get
do you
your point.
mean?
What's your
What
point?
black
What you
scholar?
saying?
I'm
What do you
asking
mean?
Where
Kev.
were you?
You're
Who?
trying to inform people, who is the black scholar that you are using to push these notions?
I don't have no black scholar. What that got to do with anything?
Okay, if you aren't using black scholarship, I very much advise that you
Hey, yo,
don't be
Kev, I'll
talking
just
about
be
the
here for a
different.
second. I want to say something before I left, like 30 seconds, and I'll be gone. Hey, it's an interesting topic you have there. There were a lot of slaves that were not part of the transatlantic slave trade, and they went to the Middle East. Have you ever wondered why there are no why there are no black people in the Middle East? Like, if they had all those slaves, where did they go? Where are they? You ever thought about that?
They're just in Northern Africa. They didn't go anywhere. They're in Northern Africa.
There's black people in the
That's
Middle
not
East,
all of them.
so
There are a
that's
lot of
not
them that
true.
should be there. Anyway, the practice of castration, and I'm done.
Mm.
Okay, well that makes
Okay,
sense, but
but there's
yeah,
definitely
but
black
like,
So
people in
all
the
why
right,
Middle
I
are
East.
guess I
you?
have to have a scholar before I had this topic though. So I get your point. That's cool, right? So
Yeah,
that's cool.
like
So
using, like,
what's your point of? So where you
talking
get
about the
your
dynamics
stuff from?
between.
To I guess you said the stuff. Your information sound like it's more legit. So what you can enlighten us on? Tell me something that you I guess you got from the source or something like that. So tell me what's your point of
Yeah,
view.
the difference between African slavery and American slavery, the problem is chattel. That
Yeah.
the
Where you
deciding
get
that
that
you own
from?
people.
What
Where did
scholar
I get
gave you
that
that?
from? What scholar gave me
Yeah,
that?
what
That's
scholar
her
gave you that? Same
opinion.
The
question you gave
history of
me.
war gave me that.
This who?
The history of war in Africa.
Where you get that
That
from? What scholar gave you that?
that
That's
is
her
dedicated to
analysis
us
based
by
on what she
that's a
read, it sounds like.
that's an amalgamation of the history of the wars that happened in Africa. So
You
if you have
deflecting
any
me, and I'm
understanding,
asking you what scholar gave you that. Just like you
I'm
asked me that
giving you
question.
the
What scholar gave
answer.
you your
The
information?
answer is an amalgamation of scholars because it is the history of war in Africa. Do you understand that?
I love it, man. I love it.
Jelly Bean, are
Do
you
you
saying
understand
that
that?
that's what you formulated after researching
Yeah,
from? Yeah, no,
that
that's
is
what
what
I
I
gather what you're
formulated.
saying. That's what
There
she
we go. We got the
formulated.
same type of scholar then. What I formulated.
I
Let's
just
use the
wanted to
same
say
exact
something.
thing then.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to say
But you're
something.
not.
I
You're
don't be
literally
getting wrong. People
asserting.
be saying certain things and they doing the
Y'all
exact
over
same thing.
talking.
Well, I just want to say, Big Ken, you got a great show going on here. You got a good topic, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
wanted
Appreciate you.
to,
What the heck?
I wanted to ask a
Who removed
B,
him?
we
question.
love B.
I
Who
wanted
removed him? He was preaching, man.
Wait,
I
hold
wanted
on.
to I wanted to ask the question in
Come
regards
back
to
up,
the
D.
percentage that you looked up. That 90% percentage, do you think that's real?
Don't.
that 90% of this they stopped selling. So
I believe so.
when the British when the
Wait.
British trade
Okay.
union when they decided the trade right, so the British Crown had so for you to be able to, like how we have truck driving now, same thing with boats. For you to be allowed to sell slaves, you had to register your boat with the British Crown. and they recorded the numbers through that. That's how we have the truest bank. A good portion of some of the insurance companies here in New York. I'm in the United States. I'm not in New York, but a lot of those stuff they registered with the British Crown. That is how they were able to transport slaves. When they were not able to transport slaves and they did not have the contracts met up, they started capturing the royal families from these African tribes. That includes The Woman King. That movie, that is one of the biggest African sellers. But in
That's how we got
general,
the term NIGGR that they call us, because that negra was a term that we called each other, and it was a royalty term. And they
you're talking
heard
about
that.
Negus, which means
Yes.
Yeah, don't
king.
get too close to that word, guys. Yeah,
Yes,
just
that's what
watch
I
out,
said.
watch
I
out.
said it
Yeah.
wrong. Yes.
I
I
don't
didn't
know
want to
that
say it
word.
that way. I didn't
Only
want to
one
say it that way, Jelly
that.
Bean, because it sounded too much like the
So too
actual
close,
word.
right?
But that's, yeah, she said it the right way. But that's that they took that from us. That was actually a term of endearment. It meant that you were a descendant of a royal, and they heard Africans calling other Africans that, and then when they got back, they started calling us that, but in a different variation. They purposely said it a different way, and then it now resulted in what is the hard ER word.
Diminishing, this is to you, Kim, diminishing the problem that we're having with white supremacy while we're in a code limited civil war with our government, limiting it down to just competition based is disingenuous. It
Okay,
is ignorant almost.
that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad that you're a human. I don't have to go off what you feel, so that's cool.
Divine study
Man,
African
Jelly Bean
American.
trolling, man.
Can
She
I say
trolling.
something?
No,
Yeah.
that's how she is. I know. I get she be feeling certain ways that somebody talk against her talking points,
Right.
and that's so cool. I know. I understand how she is though.
I mean, but you're
But
not talking
all of
against
us
my
think
talking
different
points.
though,
You're
and I
talking
think
against my people
I
and my
think
culture. That's
I was
different.
just gonna say something, man. Black people supposed to say we supposed to stick together. It's like 35 people in here, and y'all ain't supporting this man's show, huh? Y'all ain't liking this man's
I
show.
was distracted.
Y'all ain't
I got
giving this man
ADHD.
nothing.
I'm
That's
sorry.
all I
I'm
want to
tapping.
say, bruh. And I came
We
on
can't
this
share
account
false information.
so
But
I
I
can
hear two different
so
things too.
I'm
Host,
gonna
do
go
you want
can
back
y'all
down
let
to
him
canvas
this.
to
finish,
tap?
dog? Y'all act like y'all don't
I
hear
just
them
want
talk.
to
Hear
know
them
if I
talking,
should
man.
tap. Should I tap or not? Because some people
Yeah,
be
you can
like, the
tap. You can tap.
panelists
It's
don't
cool. Yeah,
tap, and I don't
yeah, you
know.
can
I
tap.
don't know. All
Yeah,
right.
you can do it.
Man,
That's
They
all
said
I'm
that.
asking.
y'all
Yeah, that's cool.
promote this brother, man. He got good stuff, and promote this brother. Send him his gift go and all that. That's all I wanted to say, man. Because all black people talking about selling each other and all that. If y'all talking about supporting people, show this man right here. That's all I have to say, kid.
You got
And
a
I'm gonna
point. I
go back
appreciate
down
that,
and
brother.
support you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
You can
That's
drop
it.
you can drop me, big bro.
Okay, for sure, bro.
All
I
I
right.
wanted to
appreciate you.
ask Divine because I mean we have to give her credit because she studied African American studies in her HBCU. That 90%
That's your
percentage.
major? That was your major?
No, it was my major, and I changed my major. It was
To
my
what?
major for I changed my major to business management.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
that's
so Divine, was you taught
Why
that
she
90%
antagonizing?
percentage? Was it? Do you think that's accurate?
No, it's not. That's the only thing out of what Host said that I actually had described. But because there is no fact on it, I will say that that's what I learned. There is no fact on it. But what
Right.
we were taught is that in the participation of slavery, like I said, like I explained the whole class system, how that they traded. You know, even the kings and queens were trading their slaves to the Europeans and things like that.
Hold
What
up,
we
y'all. Don't let
determined
nobody up.
what was determined from historical studies of because African American studies, remember, that's the difference. It's not what European historians say. They're African archaeologists, they're African historians, they're African philosophers. They're so African American studies is a curriculum combined from mostly African sources or African American black people, right? And what those findings indicated was that there were also raids, and that's why I said when Host first said it, I was like, I can't wait for this, but I want to let everybody else talk. But there were also raids done on smaller African villages, and that's where the stolen aspect came in. Does that make sense? Like within the kings and queens selling, and trading the slaves that they had in their ownership, these it was called pillaging. Same thing the Vikings did, right? It's pillaging. They also pillaged other smaller African villages and stole those Africans. So that's where you hear the term "we were stole from." So it's really a combination of the two things. That's why I said in truth, two things can be true, because the host was right. They did trade us, but they also did pillaging on smaller African villages where they also stole as well.
Yeah. So more the reason, my whole point, because everybody, I understand some people are gonna be triggered because they're not used to hearing things from a different angle in life and stuff because they want it their way or highway and they don't believe that. But anyways, I wanted to just
Because I
I
wanted to
was
get you
mentioning
votes.
this
I
though because
appreciate you having this space.
for sure, man, for sure. Because like I said, some of us believe or know that we may be from Israel, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's not Africa. You know, a lot of us keep saying everything about Africa, but I believe we was all around this world. If we want to get technical, right? I believe we was all around this world. Some of it has been
Yes,
stolen from
yes,
around this world.
yes.
So what I'm getting to is that dang, what the freak? What else about to say? What I'm getting to is that reason why I can kind of believe it, right? I can kind of believe because like I said, you know, no different from how we say we are when we cluttered in the same area. It's all of us. Of course, it's gonna be black on black crime and all the other stuff. It was no different. We had a whole area of just all us, and I don't know why we keep teaching that we were just lovey and dubby before the white tea people came in. I highly disagree with that because humans gonna be humans regardless. But I know skin tone or nothing. Ain't no way that you think so. Oh, dang! Oh man, you stepped on my shoe. Oh, that's you, cool brother. You know, you're one of me or something like that. We know darn well we wasn't like that. So we got to quit that. It was people that wanted power. It don't have to be no skin color behind that. It's people that's greedy. It's people that want to lust after people's wives and all that stuff. That stuff been happening all times. It ain't no. It didn't take another person for us to have that type of mentality because it's just people that's just like that. People want a lot of money. People want to own some things. People want to. People lie. People do all these things. We be acting like that. All of a sudden, that it took another color for us to act this way. That's crazy. Really, with this topic, and y'all gonna realize this. This topic ain't got really nothing to do with slavery. It's dealing with the type of mindset, and it's getting exposed right now. That's the reason why I say it's just people that you ain't gonna be able to get along with. Because some people just disrespectful when somebody don't think the exact same way as them. We've been doing that for years. It don't take that. So we gonna see. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's really not about this because the things that's going on back at them times is still happening right now, and it's really us. It's really us, and we just want to put it on everybody else. That's where the lack of accountability come in. At we want to put it on everybody else but us. But like I said, we can say that all we want to about no. It was somebody else that did it or the system that did it that made let them system take your mother off the face of this earth, and it was another black person that did it. You're not gonna care about the system then. You're gonna say it was them. Right, so that's why I said we gotta realize it's times, and it can, like I said, it can be real or not because, like I said, I can't see that many people getting stolen in a dominated area. That's like somebody coming stealing us from America right now. A lot of us are Americans. That's less likely to happen. We would have to get more sold if we were already captured in America and get more sold than anything. That's the reason why I can believe that 90% have been because they were slaves there first, and they sold their slaves to American. My bad. So
Yeah,
I
but
can see it
the
being
Dahomey
more
tribe and the
so
Bantu
than
tribe,
huh? I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna let you do your thing
the
too after I get
Dahomey
finished.
tribe and
What the heck?
the Dahomey tribe and the Bantu tribe were never known for war. And this is the
That's
Okay,
thing.
yeah, you
actually
When
the
can say that
tribe
right
that
there. I didn't know you
I
were about to say that
originate
though. I thought
from.
you were
That's
about to.
where over 80% of my DNA shows up to be from.
right,
West
the
Africa,
Bantu tribe and the
Cameroonian, and
Dahomeys
Bantu
You
were
said from
tribe.
never
West
Yep.
Africa?
known.
Yep,
They,
Bantu tribe.
yeah, they were never known for war. So you got to think about it. If you Great Britain has not been able to feed themselves since the Second World War because the climate of the country is so it's extremely humid. They cannot grow food, and they have not been able to grow food since World War II. During slave times, Africa isn't even known as Africa during slavery. It's actually known as Akabula. It's not Africa. Africa became known that in the 1700s. Slavery happened way before that. So in general, that continent, that center, even Ethiopia is in the corner of Africa now, where in all the other ancient maps is in the center above Kemet. The only country that is in the original place that it was from is actually just Egypt. Egypt has always been in the center in the center at the top. The rest of the countries have been shoveled and moved around.
Interesting. Okay. Let's get. Oh, go ahead, Tier. I don't think you spoke yet. Go ahead,
I
Tier,
just
and then get Neo in.
I just got a question. I don't understand how millions of slaves were like shipped across to here in rowboats. Like they weren't even ships, they was rowboats. And then you got like you stacking bodies on top of bodies on a ship with no food, no water. Like I don't get that. In a
The
short
slaves died.
short
A lot of
time.
slaves died.
That's also, they were in prison
Hold
ships.
up,
If
y'all.
y'all
Just let her
ever,
rock real quick.
No,
Y'all
y'all
get to
good.
talk.
Y'all
Just
good.
let her
Y'all
rock real
good.
quick so she get her point off.
I got a question. So like y'all put in the input, that's good. Cause I'm trying to understand, like, how did all those people in such a short time, how did they get to America that fast? We got all these people here that fast within like 200 years?
now
Million?
that part is the lie. What they were carried in is in prison ships. That is the only ship that was available at the time that would be big enough. And that was the ships that were registered with the trade union, with the British Crown. So this idea that they're stacked on top of each other, that is mythology. That is false. But
Okay.
Dang.
I
they
knew
were
that.
in cages.
It be
Now,
seeming
this
like
is
you
the
was
thing. You
living with
also
them, though,
have to
the
remember,
information you know. I thought you was.
you also have to remember
She
they're
did
not
her
mixed.
That's
research.
not that true.
She did her research.
Yo.
That they're
Oh
also
shit.
mixed with like a lot of enslaved countries. So the Black American specifically is mixed with the American indigenous, the African prisoner of war, because you have to remember, in America, the tribes that were here, the thousands of tribes, were also at war at the same time. So if you are Black American, you are mixed with indigenous prisoners of war, African prisoners of war, and the European. If you are Caribbean, you are probably Taino, mixed with the African prisoner of war, mixed with the European. So it's not about the number that came over in ships. You have to remember, slavery time, the 1600s, 1700s, is actually the first version of the World War, because that is when the world became small and so much transport was happening. They were taking advantage of the wars that were happening in different continents and amalgamating the people together to confuse and create consumers and create products.
Interesting. Okay.
That
Let me
makes
get
sense.
Neo in real quick.
So who was here?
Oh, go ahead, Venetia. Then we go get Neo after that.
I'm
Go
just
ahead, Venetia.
asking, so who was here? If all of us were products of POW, then who was here? Christopher
It
I've been
depends
trying to
Columbus
on it
find that
depends
came.
out.
on where you come
But
from. So
no,
I'm a
like what you
Carolina girl.
saying? No,
It
ma'am, that ain't how that worked.
That is how
People
that
who
works.
say they're indigenous to America, can anybody tell me exactly what that means? Because America was
That
not
mean
an
you was already
established
here already.
that
That mean you
means
already
wasn't.
It means that they was
prior
here
to
already,
what?
but a lot of people
Already
are having
prior
an
to what
identity
though?
crisis, Divine.
That's
Like
what
a
I'm
lot of
feeling,
Some
people
people
girl.
were
I'm
are.
already
telling you.
Americans
I'm
before
telling you.
before
One
What do you
voice,
mean
one voice,
already
one
Americans if
voice,
there was
one
no
voice.
America though? Like what how does that
There
Well, they mean that
was.
they
that's the
what
point.
we get. I guess I get some of this stuff just take critical thinking, but
in
it
the
just that mean that if,
No,
even
let
if
me
it
sixteen
tell
wasn't
It
you
means
what
called
that
it
they're
America,
is.
indigenous
You
to
need to
what
Turtle
the
think
freak
Island.
is going
about
on? Can y'all not hear me or something? What's going on? I don't get why y'all
it.
can talk at the same time. I'm not even trying to be nice. All I'm saying is that with that, I want to answer divine stuff first, right? That mean because like it ain't really that serious. Like all he's saying is that even if it wasn't called America, they just saying they was on this land before it was called America. That's what I assume because I just learned with that indigenous thing. I really don't know what it is, but that's what I assume when they say I was indigenous to the land of America or whatever. So even though it wasn't called America, they were here already. That's what they was getting to. That's all
Right.
that
Okay,
is.
no, I'm with you, host. Because
Yeah.
if somebody just put America is a continent, America's not a continent. That's what I'm saying. There's North America and South America that are both continent. Like America's not a continent. That's
Mm,
why I'm like,
I get what you're
like
saying.
people, yeah, people just say stuff, and I'm like, I'm really words matter.
I'm deep on that too. I feel you.
Yeah,
I feel
I
you on
am.
that.
I'm sorry. I just
Talking
trying to
about the
figure that out.
history of North America, though, like that's
North
not even hard
America,
to
I got
decipher.
you. North
Right? We're
America.
not talking about. We're not in South America. We don't know nothing about them people here history. We are. The post is telling you. We talking about slavery and African slave trade to the north side of
I wasn't
America.
addressing that. I was talking about Wayward Spork in the comments keeps saying
Yeah.
America is a continent. That is a false statement.
Yeah, I
And
get
I
you.
stand by that. That
Okay,
is
Yeah, I
a
get you.
false
Burbage, I got
statement.
you, but it ain't though, because north,
That's all I'm
north and
saying.
south different.
What the heck?
I mean,
Your
girl,
stuff
you got
breaking
to
up.
kind of ignore the comments.
Your stuff
Somebody said
breaking
that
up,
Ethiopia
Venetia.
the
Oh,
oldest
she got one
country,
bar.
and Ethiopia not even in the same spot.
Right. That's
So
Yeah,
why I'm
so
just
you
yeah,
not
we're not
gonna
about to
look
get
at them
lost
no
on that.
more.
But
I'm
we
just
gonna
not
kind
look
of
at
get back
them.
to the topic though. We don't
That's
want to
my
get lost.
my ADHD.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at the comments.
She's funny.
Uh,
Neo, let's get Neo in though real quick, and then we can go back to the open panel.
What's up, Kev? What's going
What's the
on?
deal, my brother? You alright?
I'm chilling like a villain, man. I'm listening to y'all go having this intellectual debate. I'm sorry, having fun this Sunday.
It's okay. It's just to
So
open up some minds for real. That's all this topic really about. That's all my
that's
topics is.
I hope. Hey, listen, that's always the goal, right? It's to get
Yeah.
some more knowledge out there. That's the goal.
Yeah.
We're trying to learn from each other, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So what? So I heard a lot about transatlantic, and Ivory Coast and all these different slave trades. So I'm trying to understand the what are we trying to come at? Like we know all these things exist, so we just had like a good refresher in history. So what are we trying to? What's the prompt trying to find? What are we trying to see?
Or you talking about this prompt for me? Oh, this question for me. Oh,
Yeah,
um.
that
So
we
just
don't
to
care
sum
about
it
each
up,
other.
I want to. It's all. This whole prompt is about accountability. Is also trying to look at the outside that it ain't just skin that's the problem. It's character and it's spirits, right? That's what it is, because a lot of us don't want to look past that. Some of us naturally want to do things because we want to and not because somebody forced us to. Some of us are already had crabs in the barrel mentality before it took another person. So a lot of that stuff and these things where they say, well, we was happy and innocent and all that stuff. I don't believe that, because human nature is naturally selfish. So a lot of these
Oh
things,
yeah.
it's really this word up here is just actually to grab the attention first, right? Even though this is something that need to be seen, and also to show that these things that we be talking about, a lot of us just do it anyways. We just do it before that, and then it's about love. So with the first one, I was trying to see like when people. Well, I want you to answer this first before I even get to that part though. But go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
You got.
No, but I like the way you emphasize that we all share this quality. Like
Mhm.
none of us are like exempt from it. So
Yeah.
that's good that you kind of are you come from that perspective already. You're like all of us have it. Like
Yeah.
I'm not innocent of it, nor you, nor anybody on the panel.
Yeah.
We all share it. Now, at the end of the day, what does it mean though? Because we all say, we all live in this kind of idealistic type of perspective where one is down, the other one has to help the other, and there's some kind of shared responsibility for people. But at the end of the day, when the responsibility is yours, some people are always missing in action.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they change their feathers. No, they were about it. They were in the streets, fist up, ready to go. But the moment the circumstances change, only circumstances make people do what they do.
That's a good one. I like that.
Hmm. The struggle will make you do certain things, will make you think a certain way. Once you remove the struggle, then I want to see who you are.
Yeah.
That's when I get
Oh.
a good picture of you. Because you'll
Mm-hmm.
judge from the outside very easily. When you're downstairs looking up, oh, it's easy to judge. It's when you're upstairs, I want to see what happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see you change it up. Because I've seen it get changed up. Seen the best of them change up with the best moral compass. But I believe their moral compass wasn't there in the first place. They were just angry. And anger will make you just take it out on anybody and anyone in front of you.
That's true. That's true.
It's
I
true.
know that. A lot of us know that.
Always.
Anger. That's why you
I
can't get too
hope they
angry
do.
sometimes.
Sometimes
You
you
doing
need a reminder.
silly.
Sometimes we need a reminder. Just like we
That's
were
the
going
point.
around and round and
Keyword right
about
there, reminder. Because we have
reminder.
to. Because a lot of people just think that
Their shit
too
don't
many
stink.
people think they're innocent. I'm gonna put it that way. Especially when people got to justify they things. I only cussed this person out because of that. I
Yeah.
only did that.
Nobody
No,
smells
you
their own
wanted
boo-boo
to.
cat.
You wanted to. We got
Nobody
choices.
smells themselves.
They
I'm
don't.
telling you, I've seen people not shower for days and they smell like holy hell, but they can't tell for themselves because they've been living in it. It's
Mm-hmm.
somebody else that's gonna tell you.
No, I like that. I like that.
Now, are they bold enough and honest enough to tell you because they can let you walk around and smell up the whole place and just laugh at you behind your back?
Oh, but loyalty today ain't gonna let you smell it. We ain't gonna tell them that they stink. As
I
long
don't
as you
know. Some
look
people are
like me and
sensitive.
sound like me, I'm not gonna tell you you stink.
You
I
gotta
don't.
I
remember how
know.
many people don't
That's
like the
being
truth.
anti-stink.
A lot of people that
Exactly.
don't like
But
the truth.
sometimes some people don't want to hear the truth and they
They
might
don't.
get
It ain't
sensitive
even
and get really
sometimes,
mad.
Neo. It's majority of the time. I
I
figured that
know,
shit
but I was
out.
just
It's
trying to just keep it.
majority.
I don't want to do
Majority
that.
of the time, people don't like the truth. And I'm a Gemini, so I'm
That's
that
true.
friend that tells the truth. And that's why I only got two friends.
I know. I
Cause
like to keep
yeah,
stay general because when you get specific, people get triggered, and then I don't want to do that. I've learned that very well through the interactions that I've had. So I generally just try to keep it open. Then people can't say if it doesn't apply, let it fly type deal. If it doesn't mean anything to you, but at the end of the
right.
day, that's why I started out by saying we're all human. Now, the levels of how we take things is that's where I want to see who the people are because people judge people on the basis of who they think they are. They believe and they assume that we all think alike. They assume that what I would do is what he would do, or she would do, or they would do, which
Because
is
if we
always a
look alike, we got
misconception
to think
because
alike,
We
But
do the
not
right?
same
being a
exact thing
exactly,
though.
monolith,
That's what I'm saying. That's a human thing. We do
but
the
not
exact
Exactly.
being a
If
same
we look
thing.
monolith
alike,
is
we got to
not
think
The,
good.
alike.
the
that's why
same
I've
thing
seen the
we
best of them.
the same thing we cry about on one end, we do the exact same thing. That's why I'm saying this the whole point. It's not no
I got you.
skin, it's not no they, it's not we the they sometimes, right?
Yeah,
But we keep trying to exclude each other, act like it's any more adjustable when we do it. No, we do it for a reason. Well, they do it for a reason, right? So at the end of the
exactly.
day, a certain behavior is a negative behavior gonna be a negative behavior. What's wrong is wrong, what's right is right. It's no justification for wrong and right. You know, even if people say
It's
it's
where you're
subjective,
coming
but
from though,
then
what angle you're
it's
coming from.
not subjective when somebody do it towards you though. But it's subjective
Yeah,
when
but
you
right
do it.
and wrong is subjective.
It
You missed
depends
my
on
point,
who's
but all
doing
right,
it
that's
and
cool.
what
But
their objectives are, right?
Yeah, but we should be a monolith. Like
Oh,
we
we
I know we
should.
come on these panels and be like, oh, we're not a monolith. That is bad. That is why it's so easy for us to be torn apart.
Listen, we debate all day. We do it right
Jelly
here. I just
bean, you
watched you
just,
guys do it for
oh
about
my
35,
God.
40 minutes.
Jelly bean, you just tackled what I was going to say. And a lot of people do not like to hear this when I say this on panels because I get on panels about this kind of topics a lot. And here's the difference, right? She just said we should be monolithic. Here's the difference. This is one of the reasons that I feel like, as a whole, out of all the other races or ethnicity groups, we don't do as great as a whole, right? Some of us are individually successful. Some of us are individually financially literate. Some, like Venetia just talked about, right? She like, yeah, I'm not sitting around waiting for no reparations. Like, I'm teaching my kids the value of work and having a dollar and flipping a dollar and investing, right? And I'm with her. That's why I said when I first came up, both things can be true. It doesn't mean that I don't feel we're owed something. Who we're owed from, that could be the debate, right?
true, true.
Right? I don't say we're not owed anything, but I have her mindset when it comes to how I raise my kids. Both my kids were already on my credit by the time they were 15 years old, building their credit score, something I didn't have, right? I paid it forward. My mama won't even abreast to her own FICO score when she was in her early 30s. So she couldn't have added me to it and helped me out none, right? We come from a generation where your parents was using your social to get the lights cut on. So I pay it forward and make sure that I'm doing better. But my point was that Jelly
That's
Bean
deep.
said if we were all monolithic, right? That's the thing that the slave owners had on us. That's the thing that's the thing they had on us, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. They were monolithic, they were mobilized and unified. Do you understand? That's why slavery went on as long as it has. That's why there's
That's
systemic
deep.
oppression. That's why there's systematic racism, because they still driving a common goal home. They
The
still
only people
driving it
saying that
home.
we're not a monolith is black people, and that's because some people want to be good old boys. But we are, and we are supposed to be a monolith. You are
Not only
supposed to.
that,
But you
it
are
ain't
Man,
even
hold up.
just
What
monolithic.
that
about.
mean though? What's
We're
a
You
good
not
are
old
It
we're
boy?
ain't
not a
just
monolithic.
bad
about. I don't even
monolith.
think it's the good old
She
boys. We
just
What?
ain't
No,
got
hold
convinced
up.
enough
Dude,
good
hold
she
up.
old
Before y'all
wait,
even
boys.
go there, I
Divine.
want to see. I want
You
to know the
started
meaning of
out
that.
by
What?
saying that
Neo,
you
hold
are
up real quick.
monolithic.
Hold up,
You
y'all.
paid it forward to your
I know y'all
children.
know the rules,
I
man.
didn't
Oh,
say
I
I'm
was cut off
monolithic.
before, so I
Go
didn't
ahead.
hear
All
it.
I'm
right.
sorry. Y'all
I'm
go
about to
ahead. Y'all
start.
got it.
I'm trying not to drop none of y'all. It's a
Let me
reason
mute
why I be
up.
stepping in
I'm
sometimes.
about to
I'm not
mute
trying to run everything like
No,
that,
go
but it's
ahead.
just like I
It's
just
your
be want
room.
to. I just want to ask this question to Jelly, man. I just about to say, what do a good old boy mean? I just want to know what that means, because I just, just like I say,
Oh
I'm big on
boy.
warning, just wording, just like Divine said. So what that mean?
Yeah, a good old boy is somebody who wants to be a special nigger. You want to
Why
be
would
the
you say
special
that?
black
Oh
in the
my
room. You
gosh,
want to be the, you
Why
want.
be a
that's
coon?
crazy. You can't say that word. I
Yeah,
don't know why she even
none
tried
of
that.
that
That's
means
crazy.
A
anything,
raccoon, he
though.
would say. I
That
would
was
say.
not even a definition of anything. She just word salad. That wasn't even a definition. But I was gonna say the whole thing. Black people are monoliths, but unfortunately, the very loud, unruly minority is being presented as the face. That's what I think
Oh,
that's
well
going
said,
on.
sir.
Yeah. So let me hold up. No, I want her definition. I don't want everybody else's
Oh no,
definition
no, no!
though.
I'm not answering her definition.
Yeah,
I
No,
was
I
a
just
feel, I
good
saying
feel,
old
I
I feel,
think
boy
I
the
is
feel.
word came
somebody
out.
who
Okay,
wants to
cool.
be. They want to be the
So,
token, the special black. They want to be.
okay,
I'm not like those other black people. I
okay,
know what They want to be special. They want to be that. That is a good old boy.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
What kind of black are you?
so,
Yes, sir, ass person. Yeah, that's that.
yeah.
What kind of
So,
black are
okay,
you
yeah,
then?
yeah, yeah. Yes, sir. So, okay, cool, right. So, like, yes, sir, to what? Like, what's the monolith that everybody should follow? Let's
All
say
black
that then.
people.
The monolith that we should all be following is that we should all be prioritizing our areas of activity as Nilly Fuller gave to us. We should be prioritizing the Black family. We should be prioritizing making sure that we should be completely self-sustainable. We should, everybody
So we
should be
should be following
striving.
you.
What Venetia's doing in
Financial
Divine,
self-sustainable.
what Venetia is doing with her children in Divine One, that should be the standard. It should not be something that we praise. It should be something that is automatic and expected.
I agree with her 100% because that's the standard in
Well,
YT
It should
homes.
be
That's
expected
the
that
game,
standard in
the
it
game
YT
should,
of assumption is
communities.
yeah, it should be
amazing, though.
expected
Right.
that
So I'm
Black
glad
men.
you just said that, Divine. Like
I
you
agree
just said, that's the
100%.
standard in YT homes. I like that
Assume
you just
makes
said that though.
It
So
should be
I'm
the
trying to see
And
what
standard
is the
that Black
Oh my
men
monolith.
God,
create
got you.
Asian
opportunities.
ones and Turkish ones and Arabic ones, not just YT, not just, it's the
You getting
standard in almost
somewhere.
every
Yeah,
You're
ethnicity
getting
except
somewhere.
ours.
it should be
Yes.
the standard that Black men create opportunities. Most of my biggest
The
opportunities that I've
So,
had have came from Black
assuming
so
men
is it a
makes an
human
having the
ass.
monolith we talking
standard.
about? Because I'm trying to see if I'm trying to get to somewhere. We trying to see something though. Because I'm trying to see where you was just saying a yes sir. But if it was a yes sir to ourselves, what would be the difference on it?
Oh,
I'm
y'all
trying to
been
really
saying
get your
yes sir for a
definition to see
long
where you coming
time,
from on that
ladies.
one though.
Being a
Because
yes,
she
You getting that check
to white T people is disgusting,
and
okay
running to
being a
the
and it's
yes
court.
sir
something that
to
we should
okay
look
being a
down
yes sir
upon.
to us, right? What do that mean? Is that a
That
bad
just
YT
thing
means
too?
courts come
that
in
that just
handy.
means that all the Indians can't be. Everybody can't be a chief. That's just for you to
But
be a
those
good
Hold
leader.
YT
You
on.
have to
courts
be a
come in
lawyer.
handy,
Excuse me.
though.
I'm
They're
sorry, but
pretty
I don't
good.
understand what she's saying. It
I
sounds like
don't. I'm trying to
she's
get it though too though. What's the
yeah.
difference?
It's
Okay,
like
what
you're
the
The
entering.
difference
color make
is,
the change
you
of the
are
yes sir.
supposed. This is the
Well,
difference.
that's not cool and
You
nice.
are supposed to be employed by a Black man. If you are Black in here, your employer should be Black.
Oh,
Okay,
So who do you get
hold
that
that
up.
is
check
the
from?
Whoa,
standard.
you
That
getting
is
too
what
deep
is
now.
expected.
You a business owner or something?
Yes.
So what
Let's
make
go
you
a
think that
step further.
everybody
You
other
should,
black person can
yeah.
own a business?
I'm not thinking that every Black person can own a business,
So
but
you
what I
just
am
saying so
thinking.
something that we kind of in
Hold
that
on, because
case,
let me
right?
finish my sentiment. I'm not thinking
forced
that
to
every
doing this,
person
right?
should be a business owner, but because I'm in the
Uh-oh,
position
you
that I
done
am,
stepped
it
in it
is my
now?
duty to employ other Black people.
Okay, right. So what do the other what the other ones supposed to do there that don't
They
have
supposed
so
to
just
they supposed to
because
follow
they
my
get no
lead.
you saying they get turned to a yes sir if they work under a YT man. What
There
can we
you
do in
go.
America
I
then?
was waiting for you
They
to say
supposed to
that. I
follow
told you.
my lead. They supposed to follow
So
Divine
we
lead,
supposed to be
follow
homeless
Venetia
until we
lead.
wait on Jelly Bean.
No, it's not about
Majority
waiting
of
on
us
me.
have a
It's
slave
about Black
mindset,
people.
and that's
It's
what
about
she's
Black
saying.
people offending and making sure that other Black people are okay.
All right,
That
so
is
let
what
me
Majority
it's
of
so
us
about.
still
so
have a slave mindset, and that's what she's saying. I agree with
What
her
Oh, okay,
defines a
cool,
100%.
right?
slave
But okay,
mindset?
until
I
then, right?
do.
Because I
I can
guess
explain what a slave
I got to
mindset
quit
is.
my
That's
job because I
fine.
think I'm working on the YT man, right? A lot, so I guess everybody's business owners in here.
Well,
So
she making a
let me.
good
I'm not going
point.
to talk
It's
to the
just,
business owners because every seem like we got a lot of black successful people that's crying about reparation at the same time too. That's funny though.
And I'm
But
not crying about
so hold on,
reparations.
It's cool. Of course you're not
yes.
because you got blessed with a business, right? So you saying that everybody else that's working under a YT man, I guess they a yes sir, right?
Yep. Yep.
I
Because some
do
people have no
both.
choice for that. Seem like you've been
No,
blessed, or you
everybody
sounded
has a
just
choice.
actually
You
you
just have to
sound
get
like
up
the
off your
YT
ass and
people.
do
Now,
things that other people
the
ain't
deeper
doing.
we get into it, though, right?
I
You
do
saying
both, host. I do both.
oh, you don't know
if
you
you
do,
don't
but you do.
hold
I
up.
do both, host.
We're catching up
Yeah, that's
on
cool. I'm not talking about you. I'm sticking really
Hey,
on
stop
Jelly though, because
interrupting
Okay.
the
Chad.
thing is
Yeah.
Straight
everybody
up.
can't do both, and it sounds so selfish to say that if somebody is working under the YT man, that they a yes sub because everybody's not blessed. It seems like somebody might have been working with the YT man. The reason why, because ain't no way no black person just came out of nowhere being a business owner. They may have had to work. They had to been a yes sir before they got there. But everybody's not blessed to have a yes sir first, and then get there and own their own. So I'm trying to get that logic of you saying if somebody worked under a YT man, they a yes sir, and basically they the problem.
I mean, that certain things just are
Yeah,
as
where
they
did the
are.
funding come from,
It's a lot of black people.
Daddy?
It's a lot of black people who have businesses. It's a lot of black people that I know. A lot of black men who have trucking companies that are looking for black men to drive some of their trucks. I know a lot of shit. It just
Oh, you
is what
sound
it
super
is.
How are you
privileged,
freeing
man.
them then?
You sound very privileged, though. Talking about privilege. I guess it ain't so only such thing as YT
Wait,
privilege.
can I say something? You ever
So
hear those people that are like, oh, if you don't like your job, just quit your job. It's that easy.
That's what
It
it's coming
is.
off as. If you don't like it, just do it's casual, but it's like, no, it's
Delusional.
Can
not
I
that
say
Wait,
deep.
right?
something
First
to
of
How
all,
many
that?
people do work for you, Jelly Bean? How many people
Can
work
I
for
say
you?
something to
So it
that when
depends
y'all
on which one we're
land? I'm
talking
gonna
about.
write it
If you're
down so I
talking
don't
about my
forget.
farm, I have 3 people who work on the farm and maintain that. If we're talking about the trucking company that I have 2. So I have 5.
Ooh, you
All
got
of them
some
are
yes.
black,
So you got some yeses. Okay, that's cool. Go
and
ahead,
every single
Divine. What you
person is
got?
black.
I wrote my
got some
thought
people
down.
working
I
under
got a
you.
pen because
Everybody,
I
it's
got
all
ADHD. I
black
gotta
business
take time.
owners paying their
Are you
employees
paying them a fair
$4,000
wage?
I am
a
paying them
week.
pretty good. The girl who runs
Are
my
you
farm,
paying them $4,000 a week? I'm trying to make a point.
4,000 a week.
Yes, yeah, that's the number.
Well,
4,000.
rent and gas and car payments and all that other stuff. Are they able to live off of what you give
Yeah,
them?
of course. The girl who runs my farm, I pay her 1,400 a week.
I said
4,000.
4,000, baby.
Yeah, no,
You
they're
are
not making
successful.
4,000
Okay,
because to make
so
16 grand a month is come on
okay.
now.
I just ask one question.
Can I ask
Relax.
the question after? Can I ask the question after?
Wait a minute.
After.
You
After.
gotta
Okay,
finish with
one
Venetia
second.
question first.
They just
That's
be
why I wrote
trampling
mine
me
down. I
underfoot.
wrote
That's
myself
why I be
down.
passing my
I
pearls
know
to the
they get
swine.
hyper, but
Oh,
man,
you
But
feel yourself. Now you put your
4
chest
grand a
out.
week is $192,000 a year.
Damn, you pay somebody almost 200 grand?
No,
You
I
are
don't pay
balling.
anybody 200 grand.
No,
And most
Venetia
people
asked
aren't
why
even
she
making
wasn't
200
paying
grand.
them.
Most people, the average black person is making $1,000 a week. If I'm paying somebody $1,400 a week and I'm paying
I ain't
people who
making
run the
that.
trucking for me $1,200 a week, then I am paying people more than
may I
yeah, I'm paying
please
people
finish my
well.
sentence? I hope
Yeah,
you
let her
let
finish
your
real quick. Let her
employees
finish real
talk.
quick. Yeah.
Dang. So the company I left, I started my own business. The company that begged me to come start with them started me off with 4 grand a week. When I did the math, that put me at 6 figures in 12 months. So I took the
Right.
opportunity because the opportunity would help me become a business owner, landowner, all of those things before my time. The crazy thing is all of the owners are YT. That's the crazy thing. So if I wouldn't have took the opportunity from the YT man that's paying me 4 grand, I would be settling for the black woman that's paying me 1,400.
Don't tell me you a yes or two. You a yes or two? Not a yes
Yeah,
or
that does
two.
make
Yes,
her
A
that
lot of
does.
us
yes,
are
with her own
yeses. That's
black business.
crazy. Even if we
Wait,
A
business
whole
owners,
lot
we're
of yeses
yeses.
around.
that it makes her yes sir, right? Did someone
She
actually?
We
benefit
all
her own
yeses according
community.
I
to
wonder
I'm a
who's
yes,
Jelly.
yesing
sir.
sir or yes
That's
ma'aming
crazy.
her.
That's
By the way,
crazy.
by the way,
Yeah,
we're
it
seeing
Appreciate
does.
the
Absent
That's
a,
people that
we're
exactly
work
what
seeing
it
for
does.
crabs
her.
in a
But
bucket
see,
live
now I'm
action right
telling y'all
now.
Because
to
We're
work for.
literally
taxes,
seeing
Like,
crabs
this
in
is
a
the
yes,
bucket
can
thing.
right
take
I'm
your
now.
telling y'all
taxes
to work
too.
for black
You
people.
can take your business too if you don't pay taxes. Ain't that right? Dang, that's some yes stuff right
Yeah,
there,
but can
boy.
you name a country in this world that doesn't pay taxes?
There you go. So regardless, we gonna be. That's the whole point. No, regardless, we gonna be a yeser, just like
No,
you
because
said.
paying taxes does not put you under the white man. That is just simply that's how you fund your schools. That's how
What the
you
heck?
fund a lot of the things in your community. So simply
Right.
paying
Am
taxes
I
does
being
not make
pumped?
you
Is Ashton
If you
Kutcher here?
paying
that
I'm
taxes,
being
doesn't make
then
pumped.
you gotta
Is
sense.
be.
Ashton Kutcher?
You don't even make sense.
Wait, so let me just to make sure I understood the example you used. The example I was used is you worked under a black person, but you went to work under a YT person that paid you more, and there was a problem with that.
The problem that you talking about what Venetia saying?
I'll just ask the question this way,
Apparently,
just to make sure.
I'm
I'll
a
ask the
YT.
question. Well,
Apparently, I'm an Uncle Tom, Sam, or somebody because I make more because I was offered more from a YT man.
yeah, that's what's a hit. That's literally crabs in a bucket. That's literally what
Saying
it
that we
is.
should be
You're not
working
allowed
for
to.
ourselves and building up our
I
own
agree.
companies
Crabs in
and
a damn
institutions
bucket.
is crabs in the barrel.
No, no, no. You saying you see them trying to, they found a path to success that may not align exactly with what you want, but you're like, nah, stay down. That's what your subconscious lets you
Didn't
say.
she just say
Stay
that she
down.
was
Exactly.
using
So
that
who
to
fakes
fund her
me?
stuff that she was doing? I understand that everybody's trying because I know how economy works. But if your ultimate goal is not to own your own stuff, if your ultimate goal is not to pour back in the black community, yeah, you are. And that's just what it
Some
is.
people
Their
worry about
ultimate
their
goal is to
families
take care of
though.
their
Some
family,
people
not
trying
the
to
community.
survive. So I don't
Well,
get
no,
it.
No,
what if their
then
goal is
You're
just,
doing
you
it
doing
for
more than
us.
surviving off
We're proud.
192.
by the
We're
way, I
proud
don't know
of
if you
you.
realize we just moved the goalpost just a second ago, but what if their ultimate goal is just to take care of their family because
Then
that's
you are an
all they
Right.
contribute?
underdog. That's just what it is.
So
There we
if
go,
you're
crabs in
taking
a
care of
bucket.
your black family,
Wow.
you're
Ain't that
not
If
still
doing
you're
my
enough.
black
yeah,
people that
Now
worry
I'm
about their
if you are
actually.
not
family?
if you are not concerned with the getting us control of our areas areas of activity, then that you are a problem.
So you're saying today out loud that taking care of your family, your immediate family, is wrong.
I'm saying point blank period. If you are not advocating for us to get control over our areas of activity,
I'm
you
just
are
saying.
in the wrong.
Family's one of them.
Your family's one of them.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Like that's just
Yo, do your
wrong.
thug
What
this
I'm
with
doing?
Divine.
Join in.
Oh,
Join
are
in.
Are
y'all
you
hearing what I'm
practicing
hearing?
nepotism?
No, they're
Are
not
y'all
trying to
hearing
hear
what
it.
I'm
Yes,
hearing?
yes, we do.
They're not trying to hear it, host.
They want reparations from
Are you
Africa,
just hiring
America,
strangers, but
and
not your
me.
family doesn't need
They're
Yeah,
our
I
not
don't
trying
know
to
why
reparations?
you
hear
keep
it,
saying this
host.
thing about reparations. I ain't even saying
They
nothing about
want
reparations.
reparations from Africa,
Kev,
America,
they're not
and my
trying to hear
pockets.
it. Kev, they're
So
not trying to
you
hear it,
are
Kev.
getting up, but your
This is
family's
crazy.
staying down.
They don't care nothing about it, Kev.
Oh man.
If
Go
you
Can
ahead,
not
I
Devon.
can I
promoting, if
play
you not
devil's
promoting our
advocate,
You can
areas
guys?
of
show them on
activity, you're
Christmas
not.
and on a
Because I
holiday.
was
Just
Y'all
about
what
might
it
to.
look
Let
got
is.
it.
Divine in real quick, cause y'all
I
don't
just
want.
I just want to play devil's advocate, right? When people start bickering, and sometimes I have a opposing opinion. I don't say anything, but this time I have a. It's both sided, right? So I get everything that Jelly Bean is saying, and I get everything that Neo is saying. Um, I think what she means is so Neo, right? I have a
Well, I know what
theory.
she means.
Okay, perfect. I ain't even gonna
She wants to
reiterate.
show up at
Perfect.
Christmas and show everybody.
Not the rich auntie, but look, this is what I'm saying. I have a theory, and I talk about this, like I said, I be getting on panels about this stuff, right? I think it starts where Neo is saying. It starts at home with your family. And I feel like when you say Jelly Bean that we all need to be a monolith, I agree with that. Like I have a theory. There's three things that if we did, like Neo said, if we started in our home with it, and this is why I go back to the slave ownership, right? They were unified, they had a common goal, and they mobilized to work towards that common goal. And to speak to Neo's point, I think if we did that individually within our households, we would start to rise as a whole anyway. And those three things right now, I feel like we have a lack of education and motivation, right, in our community. We have a lack of financial literacy, and we also have a defeatist slave mindset. We have a self-defeatist mindset. I heard Wayward say something, oh, well, she one of those types that would just say, if you want a better job, quit. I can't really disagree. I'm just strategic. And that's the thing. Our slave
Mm-hmm.
owners were strategic. They moved strategic. I've never quit a job cold turkey. What I
Mm,
have done though is I've looked for jobs, interviewed, and talked to recruiters while working my job, moving
mm,
in silence, right? So I'm one of those people where I'm like, there's only so many excuses we can make. Yes, we know all the things that are currently still against us. But if
mm.
we changed our mindset within our individual homes, to go back to Neo's point, that's what I was
Amen.
saying I did, right? That's what Venetia was saying she did.
Amen.
When I said I put my 15-year-olds as soon as they turn 15 on my credit, right? My daughter's 19 years old. She got a 750 credit score. I never knew what a FICO score was at 19 years old. So things like that, if we did that in our individual homes. I came from an era where it was like, yeah, when you get 18, you're gonna have to get a job or go to college or get up out of here type shit. So if we changed our mentalities within our individual households and we were all monolithically on the same shit, we would rise up as a whole anyway. And I feel like that's one of the things the slave owners had. They had a strategic advantage. If we all started to move strategically, people be making different suggestions on panels. Yeah, we need a blackout day. We need a day where don't nobody buy from the Asian stores. We need a day where this. None of that shit is going to make a difference as a whole. None of that is going to boost us economically as a whole. That blackout day shit, okay, so you made the Asian market take a hit for one day or 2 days. Okay. Then they be like, all right, well, everybody need to, if you work for a corporate company, everybody need to just take off. People can't afford to do things like that. Right. We're not in the civil rights era where it was a matriarchic driven household where a patriotic a man went out and made the money and all of that. We it's a different time. You can't ask people to take off work. You asking people to stop buying their hair products and skincare shit. Like, we have to be realistic about it. It doesn't start there. It starts where Neo said.
in the home with your family, teaching your children financial literacy, putting your kids in STEM, letting when you go to pick your kids' classes out, making sure they got some STEM in there, some engineering classes in there, some accounting classes in there. When I went to sign my son up freshman year, he's a freshman right now. We just moved to California a year and a half ago. He's a freshman. When I signed him up, I made sure he had something that based in accounting, something based in STEM and engineering, something that challenges him. We so caught up in trying to see if our son gonna make it to the NFL or the NBA. He only in football and basketball. We have to think outside of the box. We have to infiltrate the tech industries. We have to infiltrate the crypto industries. We have to make sure that we're doing things because we're not in Tulsa, Black Wall Street, where they can go burn our shit down and get away with it. Times have changed. So it's like if we're doing that within our household and within our families, if everybody, to speak to Jelly Bean's point, if everybody monolithically thought that way, we would rise up as a whole in silence and we would have a strategic advantage. And
I
I'll
totally
land there.
understand where you're coming from, but
And I'll land there.
remember, not every white tea person who lived in America owned a plantation, and I think that's where history gets all sorts of messed up.
I
There
agree
was
with that,
people
but that's
that
neither
worked.
here nor there,
No,
right?
no. I
It's
didn't
neither
speak
here
while you
nor
were
there. I'm
speaking.
sorry. I'm
I didn't
sorry.
speak, Divine.
You're true. I'm gonna mute up. You so
I
true.
know. But I'm just saying, not every white tea person owned a plantation. There were white tea people, like you said, they were monolithic in their view, but they knew which position they were supposed to play. And that's what us as a culture don't know because we have no identity. We're just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks now. We don't
So
know
I'm
how
gonna
to
try.
identify. Wait a minute. Jesus. We can't identify who's who because we all think we can do everything. That's where the problems lie. That's why we
Wait, but
can't
why
get
are
to
you
work
saying we have no identity?
because we were stripped of it. None of us want to. Do you guys want to be indigenous all of a sudden? I don't know where
You
that
can
came
find
from.
No,
out your
but the thing about
identity.
our
Only
identity is
nationality.
understanding that as Black American, you
Is
are
what?
amalgamated and culture is adaptive. Culture does not cease or
Yeah,
begin.
I
It
can
is
see that. You
adaptive.
guys adapt every culture in the world. You guys were on some Korean stuff about 5 months ago.
You
So
can
where do
find
you
Who
guys
out your
was
find
on some
culture?
identity.
Korean stuff
You
five
guys
months ago?
remix everything. You
They
guys
still
are
be wearing them
given
Chinese
something and
things,
remix
Neil.
it.
Wait, why are you
That's all
saying
you
you
do.
guys? It's a us. We.
You take
They still be
something, you
wearing them
remix
Chinese
it.
things, Neil.
We take music, we remix it. I can talk over you too. We take things and we remix it. We take this and we remix it. And we think we've made it original. No, it's already existed, folks.
You
Words
can find out
existed,
your
the
identity.
vocabulary existed. We're learning about it. Let's not be too cocky all of a sudden because we learned a few things. I get it. We got some knowledge. We think we're smart. I got it. I
What are
feel
we
it.
talking
There's
about?
confidence.
I don't know.
No,
He's
because
telling
we
us that we
come
don't
off
have
this.
identity, which
We
doesn't
keep
even make
saying we don't
sense.
want people to be
See, yeah,
arrogant.
that's an excuse.
I know it is an excuse to the people
You
that
can
want
find
to hear
out your
it, but you're
identity. If your
hearing your
identity
perception
is
is
stopping
completely
you
different than
from
mine.
evolving, if not knowing your identity as a
But
black
when
person is
somebody's
it stopping your
saying
evolution,
what
go
Jelly
seek your
Bean said
identity out.
before was insulting to certain people.
What'd you
And
say, Jelly Bean?
it's not even, I know you tried to pony it up, Divine. You tried to
I
kind of
got a
clean it up and make
No,
it
Neo,
seem
tell
I
me.
got
I
a
more
might.
question.
palatable.
Neo, I'm off the
What did I
libations
say
right
that
now.
was
What did she
insulting?
say that was insulting?
No, when you say that certain people will what? Because Kevin had to stop the live to ask a question about it. What do you mean by what you said?
The good
Some
She
old
people
stood
boy
on
are
it.
good
comment.
old boys. It's
Oh,
that
that's
just is a
okay. You
Yeah,
know
thing.
there
what?
you go.
I'm glad you put a pin in that because I don't know that you're Jelly Bean because I don't know that you're using that properly. Can you tell me what you think your definition of good old boy is for
A
Black
good old boy
community?
is Uncle Tom. It's somebody who goes along to get along.
Okay. See, because he asked you and I didn't hear you break it down what your response was. So when you said Uncle Tom, it rang a little bit more for me. Okay. So I can say with this nah, I ain't gonna do that. Go ahead, y'all. I
Hey,
got it.
Jelly Bean, so what you mean when you say you don't have no
Yeah, I got it.
identity?
I believe we have an identity.
Okay,
We
Mm-hmm.
what's our
do.
identity?
Our identity is being Black American. We it's adaptive thing. We have adapted to the circumstances. Our identity is that's okay.
Wherever you're from, whatever slave trade
Yeah.
or non-slave trade you came from, wherever indigenous tribe you came from. She's right in
Okay,
that.
yeah.
We all
He
living in
is.
America
He
as
is. I
American
want to hear it.
citizens. We're all Black Americans. I
Yeah,
agree
and I
with
think
that.
sometimes right now we're going through this thing where people are aligning very unnaturally to being African. People are aligning very unnaturally to being indigenous, but it's okay to just be an amalgamation of the three because that's what you are.
And we
Just
still
get them 3
underground.
points. Just get them 3 points, no matter what you are. Just get them 3 points that I said. I'm on a tangent about this shit. Just get them 3 points. We got a lack of education and motivation. We got a lack of financial literacy, and we got a defeated slave mindset. Them the 3 things that hold back the Black
I mean,
community
honestly, I would go as
monolithically.
to far as to say we're chocolate covered. A good portion of us are chocolate covered crackers.
My daddy is that. They call my daddy an Uncle Tom. All throughout his younger life and everything. They call my daddy an Uncle Tom. You know why? He's one of 5 boys.
The moment you choose to move to the suburbs, you have joined the club. So don't
But
even lie to
Well,
yourself.
the
but
thing
that's
about
not
the
true.
houses in the
I don't
suburbs
believe
houses
that.
don't even hold their value because their houses
That's what you're
stacked
fighting
upon the
for.
top of each other. So moving to
Y'all
the
ever read
suburbs, what
You're
you're really
fighting.
doing is
You're fighting not to be the people that you secretly enviously want to be,
It's a very, by
even
the way,
though
it's a
you know where
very,
it
so
came
fun
from.
fact, It's very interesting how you mentioned the suburbs
Want to own a
and
farm?
they automatically assumed a specific race lives in the suburbs. Like
y'all ever
it's,
read the 48 Laws of Power?
yes.
Okay, Wayward.
Say one thing,
You read the book,
please.
Wayward.
I
Let
literally put it on
Okay, we're
Audible
gonna
like
come back.
3x speed.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna come back to it. Venetia been trying to talk. She raised her hand.
I just wanted to say why we can't normalize and embracing every part of our genetics. Like, why do I have to say it? Not all African people have indigenous DNA, but I'm proud to learn that about myself. Why can't I embrace every part of me? Why do I have to neglect a part of me? That's crazy to me.
Who's saying you have to do that though, Venetia?
Mostly Jelly Bean. Mostly the
Okay,
one
because
that's
I don't
calling us
feel that
Uncle
way.
Toms for not saying we're African or
no, I'm not calling
embracing
people an
another.
Uncle Tom for not
Oh
saying
my
you're African.
God! Dang, girl.
Damn.
I'm not calling you an Uncle Tom for not saying you're African. That's not. You're not.
People
Can you
on
at
Uncle
least wait
Tom's
till
when
I
they go
finish
to the
my
court.
sentence before you cut me off? Because like people been letting you say whether we agree or disagree, we've been letting you talk. But the moment somebody else says something, you don't even respect your own people. You don't respect them. You entitled just like the rest of them.
You learn from the best.
Well,
Okay.
I'm indigenous. I'm gonna just say that I'm indigenous, and I'm not about to say I'm black. I'm gonna just say I'm indigenous. I identify as indigenous.
Can I ask you, Tiara, what made you identify as indigenous? I'm curious because I'm trying to learn more about those of us that are saying they're indigenous to America and stuff like that. Like, I want to learn more about that.
Okay, so I
What
did
made
my
you? Yeah.
So I did my what you call it, genealogy.
Hmm.
My mom on her side, she's Blackfoot, from North Carolina, and on my dad's side, he's Cherokee. So I don't know if I can like
From North Carolina as well.
Blackfoot, huh?
From North Carolina as well.
Uh, North Carolina. I think he's I think so. I
Because
just
if you're
know.
Cherokee, remember the Cherokees have pretty much colonized, and I'm using that word intentionally, from their war. They colonized Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina,
I'm
and
aware of that.
yeah. So you probably aren't Cherokee, even though you are. You're one of the tribes that they took over from the area.
Right. That's why I'm all like, because Cherokee, I know I'm aware of that too. So I just know I am definitely Blackfoot. So I'm gonna just say I'm indigenous. Like I traced it back like 8 generations back
I can
on my mom's
appreciate
side.
that
Yeah.
So,
because
all right,
that's one
can
I
I
never
ask a
get on and
question?
tell
So
people
that
who they
means they
are.
were here
Never
So,
do
first.
that.
can I ask a question with the whole indigenous thing?
People like to
Like,
tell people who they are.
So go
what
ahead.
does that even? I'm gonna be honest. It might sound. I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I try my best not to. But like, you being an indigenous does what?
That's
Why
what
does
I'm
it
just
have to
saying.
do
That's who I
anything?
am. That's my identity. That's it.
Yeah, I could say. That's what I'm saying. Like for the conversation, it's just like the lifestyle or the life or what we're the in current society, what we deal with, whether you're indigenous or from Africa or from anywhere, as long as they see you as a black person, like you're gonna be treated the same. So that's why I'm just like, I don't really.
Right. And that's a
I
problem
agree.
because we
Yeah, I
all
Well,
get
not
what he's talking about.
necessarily.
classified. We're all
Not
classified as
necessarily.
black.
No,
Because you
I
can
do get
claim
it. You're
that
not about
and you
to.
can
If you
go.
indigenous or not, that's not gonna stop you from getting racially
Yeah,
profiled by a police
Well,
officer.
exactly.
That's
what,
what
So
I'm
they're
but
not,
saying.
listen,
It's a
they're not gonna be like,
problem.
oh, I'm not gonna pull you over
So
because you're
maybe we need to
indigenous. It just
like
don't work like that.
classify
I
our
get that
Agree.
stuff.
part, but you can file and become part of them, and you do have different rights, and they
You
deal with their
can.
own people.
Have
So
you
it
ever
is.
seen the court
It's a
cases with indigenous
process.
I think,
people saying
and we
that?
still gonna be identified as black though,
Only
no matter
time
what.
that works.
No,
No, you
until
get
that works
you
According
get
to
exclusively
them?
on the
identified as
reservation.
indigenous. You
But
on the
guys,
Oh, you
it's
reservation.
can't?
it's
I ain't know that.
valid.
Well, that still
But
ain't gonna
guys,
stop
it's
them though.
valid, right?
You got to
Because
live on the
everybody,
reservation for that to work.
yes, but it's
Oh,
valid because
correct. But
I
They
you
get
gonna
it.
can't live
pop
on
and
the
be like, "Dang, my
reservation
bad. I ain't know you was
unless you know
indigenous. I
that's
done
you.
popped them already."
I can't take you
I ain't
serious
trying to
right
be
now.
like that. Sounded messed up, but I
But
just say it
no,
like that to be
this is all
crazy.
I'm saying. I get it because I think that's a reason why you see this as topics on so many TikTok panels these days because y'all got to think about it. And I went through that in my early 20s, which is why my mom did our genealogy because like you got to think about it. We're the only race of people essentially who are um uh
Combobulated.
this
Discombobulated.
that
Franchise?
yes, but that wasn't the one I was looking for, but disassociated.
That sounded funny though, right?
It did.
Combobulated. That's what you want to say.
We're that too. So she right about
That's
that.
true.
But
That's true.
we're disassociated from our true heritage, right? And it's like I said, we're not all the same in the regard to where we come from on this world. Is in this world, right? It's a big, vast world, and we all came from different parts of it. Essentially, that's why I said at the end of the day, every human has a little bit of African DNA because that's the first
Uh-huh.
people, right? But what I'm saying is, I get us wanting to know where we're from, like, and where our roots trace back to,
Yeah.
because that's a void in a person, like
I
there's
got a
people who that's a void in a person, right? So I think that's why that's been a topic on TikTok and so many different panels, indigenous, African, all these different things, because we're misidentified and we want to know where we're from. That's why I said I encourage everybody because that's a void in you. And I feel like when you find out, it fills it. And you start researching that area of the world where your people are from. You're like, I know this where my blood is tied to. So I get
yeah.
that wholeheartedly. I get
So
that. And I'm passionate about that as well. So I
yeah,
get it.
I got a big question about that. After I'm gonna let Gemini go, and I got a question about that
Who
too
a
because I hear a lot
Gemini?
of people.
Who a Gemini here?
No, I don't even me myself. I don't
I'm
even
a
do the horoscope
Pisces. I'm
stuff. But
toxic.
his name is. We ain't
You
about
a
to do that down there.
Gemini? You a Gemini?
I'm a Pisces. I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
toxic.
all
am.
the signs. I don't believe
No,
in them
I'm
sign
talking about
stuff
the
anymore.
guy
You're a
above
Pisces.
Venetia. You a Gemini? The name
No.
Gemini?
Yeah, I am.
What's your
Oh
But
wow.
birthday?
the 30th of May. But
Okay,
yeah,
I'm the 4th
like
of
what I
June.
wanted to say.
I'm an
Oh, okay,
asparagus.
that's what's
Oh,
up.
oops.
Yo,
But
me
I'm an
look,
too.
like
Yo, that's
asparagus.
what
been
I
a
was
while
I'm
since
trying.
I heard
What I was.
asparagus.
But
It's been so long since I've heard asparagus.
can I real quick? I don't like. I'm kind of lost. Why the dude was asking like, what knowing your genealogy meant. Like
I mean,
can
I
you
can explain
explain
more.
what that means?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the reason why I said, because if the conversation about like black people being a monolith or whatever it is, right? Whatever structure you want to call it, right? We're all at this point mixed with many different things, right? It's just we're gonna pretty much go by optically what we see first, and then we can go to genealogy if anything. But if we're saying you're what's the word what's the word we're using for people that are
Indigenous.
indigenous? Yes. So if you're saying you're indigenous for here, right? Okay, you're indigenous here for America. So are you a black person then? Yes or no? Or if you're like you're indigenous to Africa, okay, cool. But like, there's also the other argument where people say we're all from Africa. So technically, we're all indigenous to Africa. So that's why in my head, I'm like, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that is
Let's,
deep though. I hear what you mean though.
yeah, so I'm just like, let's just go by optics first. If you look like a black person, you're a black person, and then we can ask the additional question after. But that doesn't even matter because we're talking about lifestyle habits. So we just need to
And
change
that's
the
what I'm about to
habits.
get to about that.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
you're
about
not
to get to about
consistent
that.
with you saying that when
So
the police is there, the police do not determine the colonist soldier does not determine who is you, and the fact that we are letting everybody else determine who is a part of our ethnic group or our group is that is the mark of people who are inferior. You
Yes,
determine who is a part of your
yes,
culture.
yeah,
So
I think that was our point though. Just
wait,
like you
repeat
said.
that logic. Repeat that logic.
But
So wait,
But
you
Listen,
Gemini, would you ever? I don't think he was done yet. But
remember,
let me.
even
yeah.
Africa still has
Hold on.
So
tribes.
listen.
Remember
So
that, right?
like, okay. So when my thing
Before you
is, I
continue with
don't
the whole argument.
like you can like we can look at people and say, oh, that's a black person, and then go up and figure out where they come from, like what the breakdown is. But like, what's wrong? I don't understand what the issue is with knowing where your forefathers or foremothers
No. I don't say
with
there's
your
an issue
family.
with it. I don't say there's an issue with knowing where you're from. There is no problem. You should know where you're from, right? But my thing is, we focusing on where you're from isn't as important as focusing on okay,
Where
you're a
you're
black guy right
going.
now. As far as you know, optically, the way you're viewed, you are like me. I'm a black guy, right? I'm
Yes.
mixed with other things. I'm a black guy. That's it, right? Yes, I've already done my genealogy stuff. I already know about me, but no matter what, I
Mm-hmm.
walk outside. I'm viewed as a black guy, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What can I do in my life to make my life easier? That's what matters
Amen.
more.
Yeah,
I
you
can go.
getting to where
I
I was
agree
about to.
with
Now
that.
that's the question I was about to ask. Now that's
Yep.
exactly the question. That's what I was trying to ask after Jim and I. But I guess you got your answer though, right? That's what I was about to get to. For the people that say they
Yeah, I'm
looking and
good.
searching.
I'm good.
Oh yeah. For the people that's searching for their past and heritage or whatever, right? After y'all find it out, right? After
Turn
y'all
up.
find it out, okay, you get to your goal. Oh, wow, that's where I'm from, and I'm looking deep on it. It's cool, right? What's that gonna do for you today? That's what I'm trying to see. Like, what's gonna make a change today after you figure out you got that urge out your stomach? Man, I knew it. I knew I started off hitting rocks together or something like that. Whatever. Once you figure that out, right? Oh, my uncle, I knew he was a player back then. Whatever, right? Once you figure that out, what is that gonna do for your life today?
It's
Because
not
everybody, I
about
see they got a
changing.
fascination about the history and trying to dig so deep.
It's
But is
not
that gonna stop
about
people from being a boo boo person today, or they gonna stop them from cheating on people? Is that gonna stop them from unaliving each other once
hell
we
no,
figure that out?
no. It's mainly like it's an identity thing. Like if you don't know who you
Mm-hmm.
are, if you don't know who you
You
are
know
as
who you are
a
I'm
today,
person,
black.
right?
if you don't know who where your family came from, I mean, like Devon said, like if it's a void in you, and you trying to fill that, and you need to know if that's what you want to do. Basically, I'm
Right.
saying if that's what you want to do,
You
That's
went
go
back
cool.
ahead and
eight
do it.
Okay,
generations.
but yeah, I get you that. But I say once you find it out, right? I'm not asking because it's obvious people doing that, right? I'm trying to get to the end goal, right? After you done did it, right? What is that going to do for you today? As you feel that hole you said you got in your stomach or whatever,
Are you
after
trying
you
to
feel
figure out if
that,
your uncle
I
is
how
think
Scrooge
it could
McDuck?
motivate some people. That's my answer. I
It
do. I
does.
really do.
motivate
I
to
think
do
it
Can
what?
I be devil's
to
advocate real
to
fast?
Hold
Turn
up, man. I
black
can
is
only.
about
I don't. Why
overcoming
everybody keep?
trauma.
It's why we can only talk because we're trying to get somewhere. I'm trying to get somewhere with this, and we keep trying to add more questions. I'm trying to do it one at a time. So, what, Devon? What you just say again?
I said I think it could motivate people
Okay.
to
Yes. Okay. Cool.
because I
Okay.
think it's a
Motivate to
trauma
do what?
response, host. I think it's a trauma response. Like say like
Oh.
I do. I think does that make sense? Like
Oh. So you getting
yeah,
somewhere? Because I was about to dig
yeah.
until
Like
somebody
Now
said
I
something.
don't want to
explain
keep
that.
talking
I
over
can
people, but
explain.
I oh, okay,
You
y'all go
can
ahead.
no, you can go ahead, Devon.
I think it's a trauma response, right? I think, one thing we all know as Black people in America is that we're oppressed, right? We can
Mm-hmm.
all on the panel agree on that, right? Another thing we know as Black people is that the things that we suffer were not at the hands of our own of ourselves, right? We can all agree on that also. So I
Mm-hmm.
think from that stems, like if you think about that, if you're like, there's a James Baldwin quote, and it says to be conscious in America as a Black man is to be angry all the time, right? And that's true. It really is. If you think about everything that Black people have been through, and you embody that and you fester in that, you'll be angry all the time, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's a trauma response for us to know where we came from, because when you think about the slave trade, like we just all sat here and debated for the last hour, there's so many variations of it. It's not like anybody can just go and Google, hey, what part of the slave trade did I come from? Or did I come from? Like you can't, you feel me? You can't, but people's minds, they start to go and run rampant on that, because you start to realize how displaced you are, and then you see these things that happen in this America of ours, like Sonya Massey and George Floyd and fucking Black Hoodie Kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Tavon, y'all know who I'm talking about.
Trayvon Martin. Yeah.
Trayvon Martin, thank you. And all for Fidel, for Castillo, and all these, right? I know the list, right? But my point is, when you see things like this that are still happening in 2024, you want to have some kind of control over your life. You want to have some kind of meaningful existence. So I get people who want to find out where they came from, because I personally feel like it's a trauma response. It's like, this is the only thing I can control about my heritage, is at least knowing where I came from, being able to be prideful of myself because I have a lineage, because my genealogy has been verified. I know what part of this world I came from. And y'all got to think about it. There's so many Americans that come here and they get citizenship from Korea and Germany and Europe and Italy and fucking Jamaica and Haiti. And they know where they came from. And we've been in this country our whole fucking lives, born and raised here, and can't say where we came from in some instances. That's why
I'm
I'll
glad
say
you
it
said that
again.
word.
I
Can I give
encourage
some pushback?
everybody to do their genealogy, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Can I give some pushback real fast? So,
Sure. I love pushback. Let's
so
do
the
it.
first pushback, Jamaica was just a stopping point on the way to America, so I don't understand that. And Haiti was one of the first countries
I
to fight
just
for
threw
the.
out random places.
Yeah,
David.
okay, never mind
That's
then.
not
Yeah, if
even
you're just
real
throwing out random,
pushback
that's
in
fine.
my
We're still living
opinion.
on, right?
Yeah, I was just
So,
throwing out random places. As
okay,
an
if you're just
example.
throwing out random places. So the other thing is, I know the book you're talking about. I actually didn't read it because I know that phrase
Oh,
about it's like
48 Laws of Power?
no, the one about where black people or the black man is angry all the time. I didn't.
That's James Baldwin. It's not a book.
Yeah,
It's
I've heard
James.
that.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
a.
agree with that statement because if you're angry all the time, that means you're easy to be manipulated. And I
It
think
says to
that's
be conscious as a black person in this country. That's what it says. You know who
yes.
James Baldwin is?
I've heard the name before, but yes, to be
Is that the
conscious
He
of
one
has
that
a
black
passed
book
person
away?
called.
means
He,
to.
he has a book called "I Am Not Your Negro."
Yes.
James Baldwin was a poet and an artist from the early 1970s and 60s, right?
So
So, yeah,
I got a
that's where I
question there
quoted
real
that
quick.
from, and I can't argue his
I got a
opinion.
question too.
I can
Yeah.
agree with it because it's really true
Jamaica
in
was
my
not a
opinion.
stopping ground on the way to America. Jamaica played a
We about
significant
to
role in
digress
Got you.
like
building
Yeah,
a
we not
motherfucker.
about to talk
We
about
about
that
to
though.
digress. We
Wait,
about to
wait.
digress like
major
a
role.
mother.
Oh my
I
God!
know
Right,
it
this
did.
is picking
I'm
anything
saying
from
it.
this
I
point
said
to
it's
talk
a
I'm about
to
to
stop.
argue
It
mute
with.
was
up.
Okay, that's cool. There
sorry,
ain't no
sorry.
big deal. Ain't no big deal. I want to ask a question about we just find anything just to argue about. I guess whatever. But
Nah, yeah, I think y'all Jamaica is significant because it starts sort
you
of
got
the
it.
relationship
You
that we have
Yes,
with
win. You win,
alcohol.
yes,
Jelly Bean. They got
yes.
it.
You win.
Jamaica is whatever people believe. I guess whatever. I wanted to talk about the proud thing, the pride thing, right? Because I think that's one of our biggest issues. So, what is our obsession about being proud and prideful nowadays? Because I think people tend to mix pride, which has never been a good thing. It's never been, but I think we mix that up with confidence. And the difference is what I had. I feel like I just came up with it out of nowhere, but then also I'm like, I don't know, it was weird. Maybe God gave it to me. I realized the difference between confidence and being proud, right? Being proud is more is basically having it's like a pleasure, right? Being proud for being proud about yourself and your things that you did and stuff, and we mix that up with confidence. So confidence is just believing in yourself and being the whole goal is to believe, right? It's not about, well, I accomplished it, I'm better, I'm so good, I knew I could do it or something like that. It's not all about that. That's more of a pleasure thing. But then that, even with that pleasure, the reason why, well, we call it a sin for what I believe in, right? The reason why is because some people be so deep into pleasing themselves of their own accomplishments so much that they start beginning to feel like they are a better person, which a lot of us do. Some of us get so prideful that that's why the competition thing is now. I'm proud and this, then I'm proud, all this other stuff or whatever. Basically, we talking the code of I'm better, and we show it too. We show it because when somebody go against our proudness, because or we get humbled or something like that, it started turning to an evil thing or whatever. So the thing is, a lot of us, which we need to realize that it's about believing in yourself, right? It's not about always celebrating everything that you do. Confidence and all that stuff that has something to do with so I can make motivation. Somebody used that word earlier, to motivate ourselves to do whatever goals we're trying to make in our life and stuff. It's not always about getting that little pleasure of I did it, I knew I could do it and all that stuff, because it gets so bad. That's why we can't listen to one another. That's why we always got to win in arguments. That's why we fighting one another, because we so dang on prideful. But I just wanted to throw that in the air because I heard the word being proud of, because I'm doing all this. Okay, even though no, that's what she said. That people wanted to have that feel proud from where they came from, all that stuff. But that shouldn't be the goal of life, of feeling proud. It should be what you're gonna do with, what you're gonna do to help the next, or what you're gonna do to be better or something like that. And out of all that, I still haven't heard, everybody just trying to fulfill a self fulfillment, and we say we for the people, But it's not about self all the time. Like if we are gonna, like say if we are gonna dig back to the past to look for certain information to fill in that hole, right? What are we gonna do with that information to help the next person so they don't go through the next thing? Just like us, right? We can go to our own history. We can just dig back and be like, because some of us don't even learn from that. Sure, some people done slept around with a bunch of people and still doing it. Why is this happening to me or something like that? You digging into the wrong history. You dig into your history and correct that. You still worrying about what your ancestors did. What about what you're doing right now? What the heck? You know what I'm saying? So stuff like that, I think we invested in the wrong things, but we trying to do anything to try to take things from the choices we make in the day. And that's the reason why I'm asking these questions. Like, okay, once we find all this, how we gonna become better? How we gonna be a family again? How we gonna stop calling each other out our names for thinking different from the next? You know, because we got a big problem with that. And who gonna want to listen to somebody that's sitting there disrespecting somebody because they don't think the exact same way? Because nobody on this earth gonna think the exact same way. I don't care what color your skin is. That's impossible. You'll be sitting there single for the rest of your life if your goal is to be with somebody, or you never had no friends because nobody gonna think the exact same way as you. So
Kev,
that's
you
why I
saw
just
I
wanted to
did
throw in
though, but Kev, I did put hashtag like I'm. You said everything spot on. This isn't pushback, this is agreement. I did put hashtag each one teach one because that's kind of how that's my motto, right? So I get what you're saying, and I think that if we did that a little bit more, but you got on this, you know, and all of us know that all the narratives that we see being pushed on TikTok are not always what's going on outside, right? I think we can all agree on that. I think a lot of things are clickbait, rage bait, things like that, right? So I'm not going to like concentrate on TikTok. But what I'm saying is that the each one teach one mentality. Like I teach people how to fix their credit. I teach people how to get in. I'm in cybersecurity for the last 10 years. I teach people how to get into different careers if they have like IT and cybersecurity accreditation. You know, so like I believe in that, right? And it's like we were saying earlier, Venetia was saying the same thing, Jellybean too, like and Neo too. It does start in the home, right? So I feel like that's a each one teach one mentality. I said the other day on the panel, if we focused on our home and our close proximity, like we could really raise up as a people, because I feel like we're the wrong kind of proud right now. We're the wrong kind of proud. Most of our people are the wrong kind of proud. Like we really are. We're proud on our shit. We're proud that we got Mercedes, and we proud that we got like Prada bags, and we proud that we got fucking, you know what I'm saying, like rings, and we proud that we got emblems and jewels hanging off our nails and shit. We're proud that we got, you know what I'm saying, five chicks on the side. We proud that we passport bros. We proud that we motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, got a gender war going on. We proud that we back and forth men against women type shit. Like we proud of all the wrong things. If we got proud about our heritage, if we got proud about how we've overcome struggle in this country, if we've got proud about how we fought for our fucking rights, if we got proud about the shit that our ancestors bled out for, we would be unstoppable. And I put that in the chat. Like we would literally be unstoppable, but we're proud about all the wrong shit. And that's why as a whole, we can't rise above a lot of different ethnicities, because they come over here and they're not in the Black American culture of where your value is how big your house is and how many cars you got. These Arabics come over here and be owning stores, bro, and they riding around in a fucking 2002 Nissan Sentra. Like they move different than us. And it's like, if we were proud about that type of shit, if we were proud about our lineage and proud about trying to get back the Black Wall Street, trying to get back the Black hospitals that were in Detroit. Like we used to own hospitals. There was over 400 Black hospitals post-revolutionary. Like, and they ceased. Yes, some because of the fact that the YT man burned them down, but others due to mismanagement, due to lack of financial literacy. Like we went out here and made shit. We made shit happen, and we have a different mentality now. So there's a big subset of us that are focusing on the wrong things. And that's all I'm saying. If we all just monolithically focus on the same shit, we'd be unstoppable.
What you know about Detroit?
Yes, ma'am. And did you know that everybody know black means nothing. Like if you think about it, the color black, it means absolutely
void.
nothing.
It means void.
Void of color, void of anything, of pride, of everything that we have now. We don't have that.
What definition of black are y'all reading?
I mean,
Because
it's
black is a
like a color
combination.
black.
Look, the best advice that I could give y'all is from Frantz Fanon. You are not black because you are not white. You are black because you are a descendant of the cosmic erasure and the stars meeting the earth. You are not black because you are not white. Okay?
Okay, and that's another
Black means
Because
definition.
to be a
I'm gonna say this
combination
and I'm
of a
gonna
lot
go,
of
Kev.
things.
I'm gonna go because it's gonna go back and forth for a long time. All right, so what Kev is asking, it's like the exercise of pride. People being so prideful makes everything hard to be able to communicate because everybody's trying to come from a place of trying to be the king or queen, and nobody wants to be the servant. That's where the issues lie. There's so many chiefs, not enough Indians. We come from a place as Black people, unfortunately, we were stripped of everything possible, even down to our names, to our language, to our everything. We're trying to relearn a lot of stuff. We weren't allowed to read for a very long time.
Facts.
Some of us were born with abilities and gifts that could do it on the side. That's why some of them learn how to read by some kind of thing. Just like there are people out there that just can do things that we can't imagine, like that can jump 11 feet off the air. Can you? Probably not. But there's guys that can. There's guys that can lift a whole lot of weights. Can you? Probably not, but he can. Some are just natural athletes. You can see somebody running and you don't even understand why he runs so fast. Doesn't even need to train. Even other athletes will say that about each other. Like this guy takes it easy and he gets to do it the way he wants. That's basically how the world works. We're trying to figure out who we are, but in a sense, we don't know what position we're supposed to play in the game. We all think we can all do the same thing. And because we come from a sense of this prideful attitude, which we were stripped of it, so now we're overcompensating for it, which makes us feel arrogant and overconfident sometimes because we come off. Because once we touch something, like I said, once you're on the bottom looking up, you have a lot to say, but once you get up top, a lot of things change because now you start to say it's busier up here. The game is a little different up here. Everything's a little, then you start to see it from the vantage point of the people that's been playing up there. You weren't on that floor. So you have no idea what it took to be up there. Once you start to play with the sharks, then you start to understand, whoo, shoot, maybe I have to become a shark. I can't be a guppy on the bottom anymore. It was easier down there because I didn't have to play with them, but there are sharks up there. They're not going to play with you the same way the bottom people play. And
Black
So what
some
does
people.
that
people
all?
are,
So what does that all
and
mean,
some people
Leo?
can't pull in you. Not everybody are built the same. Like a mentor of mine said a long time ago, everybody walks into a library, grabs a book. Not everybody comes out with the same information. Some people just grab it to look at the pictures. Some
So what
people
does that all
read.
mean?
It means
Unfortunately,
some
we
people
will
grab the book
continue.
and
Like,
look
what are
at
the
the
footnotes?
pictures. Some people look at the cliff notes. And some people actually read and comprehend it and can interpret it. So everybody comes at different levels of everything, of
That's
understanding and
why we're not
comprehension.
all the same. We're
So
not
there
all the
you go.
same.
We're not all the same.
We're not
Let's
all the
do that.
same.
But let's
That's the
understand our
first step in
positions
remembering
in
that.
the game. What position do we play on the chessboard? Not all of us are kings and queens. Some of us are pawns, rooks, every other piece on the board. We
Agreed.
all can't be kings and queens because then nobody's going to listen to each other.
True. And
Until
that's
we
the
can figure
problem.
that one out, then you guys are going to keep having this little circle, whatever they call it, back and forth and trying to see who's going to be the queen of right or king of right.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to get done.
That's where pride. That's why
Can I
pride
push
But
is
that
back
kind
fake.
of
1
goes back
second?
to what we
And
were
then you're
talking
going to
about
show up
earlier
like
when
the
I talked
rich
about
auntie or
owning.
uncle at the Christmas party or Thanksgiving showing off their Mercedes and their big house and saying, come over on the
Very true.
weekend and chill with us.
Very true.
But that kind of goes back to what I was saying about controlling the areas of activity. If you have no desire to create employment or any of those things, you cannot be the king or queen on the board. You are simply just the pawn. It doesn't matter if you're $1 million pawn. It doesn't matter if you're a 50K pawn. So that's the thing. If you have no intention on helping us, because I'm going to just be honest with you, we will continue to have a false sense of pride until we are done with the cold, limited civil war with our government.
Yes,
That is just what it is. Until we solve that problem, because again, like Fanon said, when you go through a war with your oppressor and you defeat your oppressor, you defeat yourself who was oppressed, and you defeat the person who thought they could oppress you. Until black men, black women have that moment, we will continue to have a false sense of pride. One, because we have no
That's an
pride in,
excuse.
we have no honor in unaliving. The honor
That's crazy. So we gonna
that
keep
is a
on
main
saying.
thing.
So we waiting on another
I
group of people before we can act right. That don't make
No,
sense.
we're not waiting on another group of people. What I'm
At the end
talking
of the
about,
day,
I'm not
at the
saying
end
wait
of
on
the day,
another
we
group of
need to be
people. I'm
organized.
talking about like I'm talking about the nasty truth that black people won't have any self-respect and that's anything value until we beat our oppressor. That's pretty much it. And
So
being
you
black
just said
people
the
can I
same
is
thing
not
twice. You
just
just
but can
reworded
I
it differently.
it's
piggyback on
because that
her?
Hold
doesn't
on, cause
depend on what they're doing. That depends on
That's what you
honestly.
just said it twice. You just remixed it differently.
No,
You
because
said the exact same
Yeah.
thing
no,
twice.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is very plain. Okay, because
at the end of the day, black
Algeria
people.
You
didn't
just
At
wait
the
on
made
end
the
it
of the
sound
day,
cuter.
hold
That's
on,
it.
hold on, hold on.
Algeria didn't wait on the
At the
French
end of the
troops
day,
to
black
get their
people is
get
in their
backs.
own way. I don't care
Until
what nobody say. You are in your own way. If you're not growing, if you're not fucking sitting up here helping your community, it's because you just don't want to be a help. It's just because you choosing not to sit up here and spend your money with them black with the black
Right,
community.
right, with our own
A lot
people.
of people be sitting up here preaching this shit and be the main ones not being a part of the process.
And I buy black. I will say
right,
that.
I don't
As
Like
think
much
honestly,
as as much
it's
as I
like this shit
can.
be
I'm
sounding
trying to
so
say it
good.
in a
Hold on,
nice
cause I'll let
TikTok
y'all rock.
way,
I
but
promise I ain't even say nothing for 3 hours or 2 hours. I promise to God, I just literally sat here listen and let y'all rock. I just think that literally we gotta get organized. We so motherfucking off balance with each other to the point where we can't even be in one room and listen. Y'all don't want to listen to the men. Y'all going against the armor. Y'all going against the protection. So it's like, if y'all ain't gonna listen to the people that's already out here trying to protect you, how the hell do you think you gonna sit up here and get some shit right? You going against somebody who literally giving you the blueprint. That's crazy in me. It's like you trying to get to a solution, but you ain't starting at the root.
Mm.
thank you for saying that. I mean, I feel like maybe I could have, listened more. I mean, I understand. I agree with all of y'all for real. But at first, when I came in here, I was like, damn, like y'all not even really understanding like what Divine was trying to say, what Jelly Bean was trying to say. But I get it. I appreciate you for saying that.
I mean, I
Mm.
think it's pretty simple. Until this thing go hot and people start, honestly, until if y'all ever read the Notes to the State of Virginia by Thomas Jefferson, he says something very pivotal that disgusted me, but it has some truth on it. The reason that we're not in power is because we don't take enough. Everybody wants to be this moral high ground arbiter of morality. Black people, the reason that we are in the position that we in is honestly, we haven't unalived enough people. So ain't no reason to take us serious. That's
Mm.
why we don't take each other serious.
We ain't allowing
Wow.
enough of
They
us, didn't we?
unalived 5 of our
Whoa,
leaders and
whoa, whoa.
displaced us for 70 years.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
I'm
I
What do you
don't
mean?
saying
know.
it very
It keep
plain.
You
getting
think,
I
deeper and
can't
deeper
say it
and
hold
no
on,
deeper.
plainer than
hold
that,
on a minute.
Divine. They
You
unalived
think we should
5
get
of
out
our
here on the
leaders.
line with people?
They unalived 5 of our leaders and set us back 75 years. Can you tell me who we got our get backs with?
My question
So, okay,
is,
so
And
my
that's
Jelly
why
Bean,
question
we
I,
is,
don't
hold on,
respect each
hold
I've
on,
been
other.
hold on,
rocking
hold
with
on.
you, Jelly
Because
Bean. Go
my thing
ahead,
is,
y'all
the
got it.
same people you talking about, the same people you trying to get yourself in a room with. Let's
Who?
be real. Let's be real. You trying to eat at these people table. You trying to get a house by their house. You ain't
Um,
sitting up here talking
As
about,
we should.
I'm
I
about
live
to
in a
invest some
strong
money.
black
Hold on.
community though.
I don't hear nobody saying, I'm about to invest some money in getting some damn land
I
and to
play
where
chess.
I'm gonna build a black community and I'm gonna
I
move
live in a
with the
strong black
black
community
folks.
already
A
though.
lot of people sit up here and you get that top dollar money and you be like, damn, I want to go eat at Woot the Woot restaurant with Chef Ramsay in them. You ain't sitting up here talking about, I want to go support this black man over here with a restaurant. You up here pouring your money into all the things that the YT people pour their money into. And
I
they
mean,
and
that's
guess what? They got it off your people. You building a community for them.
Mm.
You ain't building a community for you and your people.
I mean, you saying are you talking to anybody in particular, or are you just
No, I'm not
using an
talking to nobody in
overarching you?
particular. I'm talking about in general, like as
Oh,
a
Oh, because
okay.
I felt
whole.
like she was talking directly at you. Okay,
I
I'm
did
glad
too, because
that's
I was
clear.
like, I'm confused because I live in a strong Black community. I have no, like, I mean, I
No,
already have
I
land,
don't know you
so
personally to speak on you or your
that's why I was
life.
just asking. That's why I was
It,
asking.
It's a new Black community in Atlanta, y'all. It's all like the small like townhouses, like all Black, and they got it's nice. I can't think. I'm gonna find the name of it, but it's nice. Um,
like this is why I was listening to somebody said that y'all brought up rappers and shit. The first thing a rapper say is that he want to move his mama out the hood. He want to get the fuck away from his people. Cause he know at the end of the day, when Black people touch money, they gonna want to try to either take it from you, cause they ain't got it. They either want to talk down on you because you got it. Let's be real.
can I push back a little bit though, Jess? Because I agree with a lot of the stuff you said. She just um Here's my pushback, right? And that's why I asked if anybody had read 48 Laws of Power, and the only person on the panel that said that he read it was Wayward, and he's gone. But
I've
one
read
of
it.
the, you
I've
read
read
it,
it.
okay.
I've read other books
Who
too
is that
also. So I'm
talking?
just
That's
listening.
Kane.
This is
Hey, Kane. I've
Kane.
been on
Yeah.
panels with you.
Damn,
Hey,
I didn't
Kane.
want to finish a little
Um,
bit, but
oh, go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. Tell me when you land. I'm so sorry.
all I'm pretty much was going with it is, at the end of the day, we so backwards as a whole. We got our kids saying shit like, "Oh yeah, I want to put my mama in the house." Oh, your mama and your daddy need to put your ass in the house. You get what I'm saying? Like, why am I breaking my back for something you should have already been creating? This like we've been talking about generational wealth forever. Our parents been talking about the shit. Their parents been talking about the shit. All I'm seeing is a cycle of repeating shit that nobody has accomplished. I don't see. It's like I'm hearing a lot of great good shit, but I don't see us investing. Like, I could say literally, when it comes to Black businesses, I support my people. I go to Black hairstylists, Black nail stylists, and literally, this because at the end of the day, I want my family and people to know that we can do this if we have the right minds behind it. A lot of people sit up here and talk about, oh, I support this, I support that, but for how long? Is you doing it for years, like you these other nationalities, or are you just doing it just for a day or two and then going back? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but go ahead, Devon.
Not tripping.
No, she not tripping.
Tripping on them facts. It's like,
The only thing I was gonna say, right, is like I said earlier, strategic. And I don't know if I don't know Neo what you were saying in the chat. Like, I didn't assume that. No, you saying it's a pretty popular book, but when I asked if everybody had read it, only one person on the panel said they had. So, but my point is, aside from the book, strategic, right? I've been working in corporate America for over 20 years, and what I've learned is strategy. The same thing that like that's one of the things y'all might have heard of the Willie Lynch letter, but the Willie Lynch letter was not a letter, it was a speech. And it was a speech to slave owners on how to keep their slaves in check for the next 100 years. Same thing Lyndon B. Johnson did. He wrote a strategy on how to keep Black Americans in check for the next 400 years or the next 200 years or whatever it was. My point is, I'm about strategy. And one of the key things that I've learned is through the art of infiltration. You can achieve a whole lot of power. And I do buy black. I've been buying black since buying black was a thing. I have a black owned business myself. So my point is, you have to do both. In order for you to get a seat at the table, you have to rub elbows with the people who are already at the table. In order for you to infiltrate majority owned YT companies, you have to get a seat at the table. In order for you to learn some of the things that the rich people have held as secrets for hundreds of years, you have to be able to rub elbows with the rich. So in essence, I don't say like it's one of those things where it's like it's both, because yeah, we're supposed to make sure that we're doing for our community, but in doing so, you also have to find out other things that have been kept secret and unabreast to us for many, many years, right? Like, so I pride myself on finding out what those resources are and then bringing them back to my community. So yeah, like I said, whoever said I didn't agree with Jelly Bean when she said, you know, nobody should be working, you know, at a YT company or whatever. There's black men in tech and they have executive leadership positions at tech companies. I live in California. Silicon Valley is not that far. So there's a small majority of black people in tech and in different, you know, financial crypto and all of this different day trading and all of this different stuff, right? And not all of them. I completely agree. Some of them are like Jelly Bean said, they're on some Uncle Tom shit. They're trying to do for themselves. They don't really care about their black community. But some of them is different, right? It's just like Virgil Abloh. He was a black designer. All he did was give back to black communities. So it's like we're not monolithic in that either. So some of us are sitting at the table for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. So I'm not going to tell nobody don't sit at the table. If you have a chance to sit at the table, sit at the goddamn table and find out everything you can while you're sitting at the table and bring that back to your black community. Bring that back to your family and the people that are in proximity to you. Because what I've learned in talking to our people is that a lot of us are just not resourceful. We don't have the capability in going out and seeking the knowledge that will allow for us to have betterment within ourselves and our families. We don't have the knowledge to seek out what resources will allow us to have and gain financial wealth to be able to make decisions and build businesses and get land and property. A lot of us don't know about foreclosed homes. A lot of us don't know about the dollar house rule in Maryland. A lot of us, it's things we don't know. You get what I'm saying? So in order for us to find out these things, sometimes you do have to sit at the table. And I believe that. And I'll land there.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds about right.
I've been sitting at the table for 20 years, and all it did was help me. Me sitting at the table is how I learned a lot of the things I learned to be able to help come back and build these things. I didn't even know at 35 years old, I didn't even know what a high yield savings account was. I was putting my money in a regular credit union savings account, earning about two cents a month. You get what I'm saying? I didn't know what a high yield savings account was. I started doing that, and then I saw, oh, I'm gaining, $40, $50 of interest a month now because I'm in a high yield savings account. It was just a matter of taking my money and putting it into a different account. Things that are that simple. I didn't know what an IRA is or was. I didn't know what stocks was. I didn't know what any of that was at 30 years old. And that's a lot of our black people. Do you get what I'm saying? So the problem is bigger than just where you come from, what slave trade or indigenous tribe you from. I get how that's a void that needs to be filled, but once you fill that void, if you choose to fill that void, what next? Like Host was saying, what next? Okay, you know where you came from. What next? What you gonna do with the information? How are you gonna use that motivation to empower yourself, to empower your family, to empower your kids? What are you gonna do with it? And that's what our people do not agree on monolithically. to speak back to Jelly Bean's point. So everybody has made a lot of great points today. And I don't disagree with anybody on the panel. I'm just adding to the discussion because, like I said, my motto is each one teach one. That's the only way I feel like as a whole we're gonna get better.
Yeah, so let me get Kane in. I gotta get Kane, Keith, and then Miss Monique. What you got on this, Kane? Anything you want to speak on that part? Kane Smith? Smith
Yeah,
Kane?
I'm here, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
I'm
you
here,
go.
man. Yeah, man. I was just listening to the young lady because we got the same. Whatever she just told you, bro. I was finna say the same thing, the same exact thing. Because a lot of brothers and sisters, we don't even have the education to even know where to start being a corporate person or understanding that whatever you do in business, you need those white tea people, bro. It ain't that, bro. You need them if you want to be successful. And it'd be a lot of people who ain't never did something or who never ventured that way. The ones that's talking, I got it. Yeah, they're the ones who's talking to people who don't know nothing about it. So they make it a whole big thing, and uh, they don't even know what they're talking about from the beginning. So a lot of brothers and sisters be talking that we can have these type businesses without them. If you pay taxes, you deal with them. If you got an EIN, you deal with them. If you get into a better tax bracket, you deal with them. So I mean, if we could just come out of the stigma of what they did to people that we come from, yeah, they did that to them, but still it's still set up to where you have to deal with them. And our problem is everybody else can do it when they say that the Jews got their neighborhood, the Asians, they do. But at the same time, within them, their own power, they still have to follow certain rules that they set it up for. And that's why they winning, because they playing by certain rules. You see what I'm saying? So we sitting around here talking about we don't need people, we need everybody, just like young lady was saying. We need everything to move forward. You see what I'm saying? And furthermore, where's the black stores of the neighborhoods at? I'm 48. I remember when it was black stores, hardware stores, all type of stores in the neighborhood. Where are they? So how are we gonna put into the black ownership stuff when it ain't nothing there? Then when we do have them, they got the worst service. It's like we try to spend money with our people, but they don't like to talk to you right at the counters. They get the young ladies in there, talk to you like you're crazy and stuff. So I mean, it's like we battling against ourselves, but we still whining about everything. You know, they give us a lot of stuff. People just choose to use it for their own personal gain and not put it to something to be productive. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is, man. We just got too many underachievers in our system, and they outweighing the people who work and bust their ass and shit. They outweighing us, and I'll land there.
All right, Ms. Neek, what you got for me?
Hi, it's Miss Mazik. Um, but yeah, what I would say is I personally just disagree. I don't think it has anything to do with black people not going hard or black people not being willing to cooperate. Black people have been cooperating and collaborating with YT people and participating and conforming in every shape form since we've been here. So to say that it's because we don't want to deal with them, that's why we are where we are, that's just, to me, you're missing such a huge piece of the puzzle at the end of the day. To compare us to Asian people and the little hat people is crazy when both of those groups took part
Wow,
in the
why be
slave trade.
condescending?
No, that's what
Why
you
be
have to say
condescending?
if you
No,
don't
what
want
I'm
to.
saying though is
Hold
white.
up
Hey,
real
hey,
quick. Let
what's
her
wrong?
let her just finish
Okay,
rocking
all right,
out, and
okay,
then
okay,
then
all
you
right,
can come
all
in.
right,
Yep.
I'm just saying,
Yep. For sure.
both of those groups participate in white supremacy and benefited from white supremacy. So to make it seem like we should be on the same playing field and we have the same opportunities as them is just false. It's incorrect. Like you said, you remember those businesses existing and they don't exist for a very specific reason, and it has little to do with girls having a bad attitude at the cashier. So I just disagree with those takes. But ultimately,
we do have to keep pressing. We do have to collaborate and work together and find people within our community who do have answers. And then eventually we will have to, our word, reform. I'll use the word reform and change the system altogether because the system was set up so we will be at the bottom of the hierarchy in America, regardless how we play it. There are plenty of black people going to college. There's plenty of black people pursuing real estate, every field. They're the top of what they do. They do it at the highest extent. So to just make it seem like, well, we just aren't trying hard enough. That's just not that. I disagree. Now I'll land here.
Go ahead, Kane. You can respond.
So I'm gonna take all that and with all due respect, my sister, this is our problem, right there. Everybody talking about what system is set up. Hey, you think we the only ones that don't have to go by a system? It's a system for everybody. And we crying too much about the logistics and not about what you're doing. I come from the hood, sweetheart, and there aren't black stores because they sold out. They took the money. They rather take the money than stay around and with their community. They took the money and moved out the hood. You can't tell me. I know what I'm talking about. So just because you don't agree with it, don't make it not true. I'm watching life with my eyes. I'm almost 50 years old. I know what's going on, so you don't have to agree. But the
You talking
black
about
stores,
gentrification, ain't you, Kane? You talking
exactly.
about gentrification?
They
Yeah.
came in with the money they came
Facts.
in with enough money for the black store owners to say, here's this, and they moved out. So we leave us to the Arabic stores and the Asian stores. So what will happen then when they start that? I say I come from the real 70s, 80s, and the 90s. I watched the changes. It went from Oriental stores. It went from Arabic stores. First, it was black stores. There never was a white tea store. Never. It was black owned or Asiatic or Arabic. Now it's all Arabic. So our neighborhood, right? It's our neighborhood. So what's stopping us from putting another store in our neighborhood? Because we don't want to. What's stopping us from putting the clothes? Because they don't want to. And it is true that we can't stick together even on these panels. So you telling me when I walk into a black owned store, that girl, what I just told you is not true just because you disagree with it? I'm lying on her? This is my sister. You said we want to find solutions of the problem. So I'm going to say things that's uncomfortable that are true that we have to look at. We got to look at it.
He's speaking
It's
facts.
not,
They
it's not
gentrified New Orleans, Brooklyn, Queens, a lot of cities they gentrified. Like and them black owners sold out. They did. Like, yeah.
Let me get Antoine in, and then we can go back to the opening now because I think he haven't spoke yet.
Facts on that though, Kane.
Going on. I was kind of reading the room. Somebody sent me the invite, so I was kind of reading the room before I actually spoke. But when it comes to these, are y'all talking about like black-owned business, or you just want to? Are y'all talking about the prompt in the back?
We really didn't get too deep on the prompt yet. We talked about that earlier though, but right now they just talking about.
Well, I will speak on these black businesses, right?
Okay.
I will speak on these black businesses. I myself, I'm pro-black, right? I don't date outside my race, don't have kids by no white woman, none whatsoever. And what I mean by pro-black, meaning that also another element to it, if I go spend my dollar, the most important thing about being pro-black, if I go spend, well, having children and spending $1 with the black man, if I go spend my dollar with a black business, I will drive out my way and go do that, right? But due to the society that we live in, that's not a reality, right? You know what I'm saying? That's not a reality. We got to spend our money with outside of our own race. And like somebody said about the system, like it's designed like that right now, right? Like it's specifically designed like that. Because if it wasn't, we would still have our businesses put in place right now, still to this day, if that wasn't designed like that. Now, there's another element also too that's an uncomfortable truth, is that, you know, a lot of us love the work of being a business. A lot of us love the idea of being a business owner, but don't like the work behind it, because there's some work behind it, right? There's some definitely work behind it. And when you get to a certain level in life, like I'm like the gentleman up there, like I'm knocking on 50, I'll be 47 next month. So when you look at what's going around and what's changed in front of your eyes at this point in time in the game, you got a whole different mindset. You got an entirely different mindset because you watch the shit change before your goddamn eyes. You know, so when we look at the way it's constructed now, as melanated people, we ain't in a position to win because nothing. They don't let 20 million more immigrants up in here, and guess what? All the immigrants that I know that come up to the United States, they get all type of tax breaks when they come open up businesses. They get all type of shit when they come up in businesses, and a lot of them take advantage of that shit specifically for that reason. And I land my plane.
That's what the fuck I'm saying. Like they bringing in all these immigrants. Like what we supposed to do now? Not saying that we can't do nothing. It's just like that is how it's designed. That's how it's designed right
Facts,
now.
Mr. Antoine. You spoke facts.
He spoke facts.
So
Anybody
that's
else? Just
all.
open battle
Yeah,
now.
like yeah. I agree with everything he said. Like for sure. That's all I've been saying the whole time. Like, but Mama Zeke, you're saying exactly. But like, I felt like you had a conflict in like point of view earlier. So I'm trying to really figure out exactly. Do you agree with everything that Antoine said?
Antoine, yes, because Antoine is hitting on the point that there were tax breaks that were specifically given to other groups to move their businesses out here, while gentrification literally means that taxes are going up for everyone, including business owners, which is moving Black people and outpricing Black people out of their neighborhoods, not only with their homes, but also with their businesses, because Black people would have to be forced to raise their prices on things. And then the community can't even afford the product that they're trying to sell in this community, versus when you're dealing with immigrants who have tax breaks and connections overseas, and they can get things in bulk and discount, etc. They have plugs overseas. Then of course they're going to be able to deal with and compromise with those high gentrification
Let,
tax
let me
increases.
Can I
Hold
ask you a question, Miss
God.
Mazik?
hold on before I
on.
lose my thought right
Sure.
fast. Before I lose my thought right quick,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
you just made me think about something because I've seen a lot of Black women wanting to start their own hair product stores, and the biggest struggle that they have is getting vendors, right? Getting the same vendor that these Asian stores use, to where they can get their prices down to the $2 and $3 for certain shit, right? So, but they got to sell it for $5 and $6 because the typical hair product that you might get, or whatever it was that might cost $2 or $3, it's gonna cost her $5 or $6 because them Asians ain't giving her the vendors, or giving her, the vendors that she, or not doing business with her because she got a Black hair store. I've seen that with my own motherfucking eyes.
I agree with that.
Okay,
And that's
so
that
so
that's
let me
that
let me ask
systemic
y'all this.
oppression we
So
talk
so
about.
let me ask my brothers and sisters this, because y'all smart. This is where I'm gonna go with this. Y'all smart as heck. Y'all very intelligent. So if we know that this is going on, what is it in your body that you can't figure out ways around things? Don't you know it's a loophole and everything? So
I
you mean
say
to
that all the
tell me you
time.
gonna whine about this shit instead of knowing what it is? Now,
I say
this
that
is
Say
the
all
that
the
part.
time.
again.
When you're informed, you have the choice to move around or move through, go up or down, or sit your ass still. There is no whining in life, bruh. There
Hey, I
I
is
got
no
feel
you.
what
whining,
Kane's
and
saying
you
though.
know what?
I
All right,
100% agree with
You
Kane.
you want
everything
to
he
you want
said
to
today.
you want to ask it, talking about time. How much time did us brothers and sisters have?
What
We
I
had a
say
lot
number
of
3
time.
was, y'all, defeatist slave mindset. Kane, I said 3 things are preventing the Black community from evolving to
So
equalize the other ethnic groups, right? And I said number 1 was lack of education and motivation, number 2 was lack of financial literacy, and number 3 was a defeatist slave mindset. That's my own theory.
Yeah,
Those are things I've thought through. Those are the top 3 things I think that prevent the Black community from evailing and being able to mitigate some of the struggles that we have that were put upon us.
yeah. So that's true though. But what Kane get into, right? Which I say all the time. We talking about the people that actually know this, right? That know this, but still continue to cry
Right.
and play victim and do all this other stuff. It's like,
right,
bro,
blame it on
now
the
it's
white
getting to a
man. Get
point that
better.
you know the information. You just don't want to take it away that you want to do these things. You can't
Right.
keep blaming somebody after you don't knew already.
I
Let me give you a
agree.
prime
I agree
example.
as
I'm not about
hell.
to be like, oh, look, this is another thing. Like people be like, oh, they put liquor stores on there, but you still drinking there. So how you gonna
Right.
say that this is what's causing it, and then keep going there? And like from this point, you got to take accountability for what you
There
doing
we go.
because it makes no
Right.
Say the word.
sense.
Do
That's
you
like
know
There
what
you
that
the
go.
is?
ex-convict talking about
That's
we
called
couldn't get a job
cognitive
and she keep going to
dissonance. That's
prison.
called cognitive dissonance. That's what it is. It's
Consonances, yeah, that's what
cognitive.
it
It's
is. Yeah.
cognitive dissonance. When
Yep.
people
That's
do
funny.
something that's contrary to what they actually saying they want to
Mm-hmm.
achieve, it's cognitive dissonance, right?
Yes.
And we lean on that a lot in the Black community. I'm so glad you said that,
You know
Kev,
what's so
because
Mm-hmm.
crazy?
we do. We lean on that shit so hard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an ex-convict, right? I've been to prison twice, right? I went to prison 1994 to 1999 for
I'm glad
aggravated
you
robbery.
out, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate that. From I did 5 years for aggravated robbery, 3 months after I graduated from high school, right? So I ended up doing 5 years. And I will say this about the penitentiary. And I'm in Texas, and I had an aggravated robbery case. Let me just kind of shed some light on that. When you have an aggravated robbery case or a violent offense on your record, that's called 3G. I can stay free for 20 years, steal a piece of gum. They're gonna treat me like I robbed somebody. They're gonna treat it aggravated. You know what I'm saying? So I'm aggravated the rest of my life, right? So I said that to say this. I've I've had a very struggling like 20s to a degree. But when it came to not making this, I didn't make one excuse on to why I couldn't be successful. Yo, I could have made a bunch of them being the ex-convict, but I never made excuses. And I can honestly say at
I like that.
47, I probably have made more money and I probably had more jobs than people that ain't never been locked up before. You understand what I'm saying?
That's what I'm
And
saying, bro.
now that we're dealing with the internet and things of that nature, there really ain't no excuse. I'm sorry. There ain't.
That's
When I
what, man.
realized
That's
the
what I'm
internet,
saying.
listen,
Thank you, bro.
when I got my hands, I came home in 99. When I came home, AOL was out. AOL was out, dial up, right? And I bet not, and you know, businesses and internet wasn't big back then like that, right? But the way it is now in the last 5 years, within the last 5 years, if you don't have something going on the internet, you behind the curve. You behind the curve on a whole bunch of levels because we're talking about being able to sell a product, never show your face. That means you can't use racism as an excuse. You can't use gender as an excuse. You can't
Ooh, you
use who
better
you are
preach,
as an
brother.
excuse. There's no
Can
goddamn
somebody
excuse.
do the applause for this man right now,
Yeah,
please?
there you go.
Somebody do the
Hands up.
applause for
Yep.
this man
We
right
telling the
now.
truth.
Like, what? This man done
This
been
brother's a
locked up.
gift.
This man done been locked up. Ain't no fucking excuses. And I be
That's
saying that.
what
The
I love
internet
it. I
ain't no
love it.
excuses.
I
Ain't no
love it.
excuses.
But sister,
TikTok
that's
even
why I
give you
talk
a
like
That's
that.
platform
why.
to make
That's
some
why I
money.
feel
Because
everything
I get a
Kane was saying when he
TikTok check
first came
every
in here. I give
Wednesday.
him.
You
that's
feel
what
me?
I
I
be
get a
saying, bro,
TikTok
That's
about
check
the
fine.
every
no excuses,
Wednesday.
man.
Ain't no
Yeah.
That's what
excuses.
I'm
I feel
talking
So
you
about.
on that, Antoine.
since we talking about that real quick. So what I do is, I'm doing a little quick. Now, we ain't gonna do a mind break because what I'm about to do is I'm gonna do a reset though. But I do because I be posting a lot of these things on YouTube and stuff or whatever, and I want to save this. This is a good first section though. So what I'm gonna do a quick reset. I'm gonna just turn it. I'm gonna just shut the live down and come back. And then if y'all coming back, right? We're just gonna be 1 second. Just instantly start tapping and stuff. Y'all can come back in the box or whatever. But I just want to save this section and then because I'm gonna start posting some of this stuff on my YouTube too. And if y'all haven't followed my YouTube, go ahead and click on my page. You'll see my YouTube and stuff though.
You get
And
ready
y'all
to
can
end
just
it live?
subscribe there. Huh?
You get ready to end it live?
Yeah, I'm about to end it and start it back up. Yep. Literally in
Oh, okay.
1 second because I'm
Okay,
gonna do
so
a quick
just come right
refresh.
back.
Yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
gonna come
Okay.
literally
Okay.
right back. I
Hey,
just want to
Kev.
save this section because I be saving my videos and stuff.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Hey,
Okay.
Kev.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
because
Kev.
I
What's
wanted to
what's
add
Like,
to that too.
hey, Kev. I'm here picking up my child.
yeah.
And, I'm about to be back on the road, and I appreciate the conversation.
For
I
sure.
appreciate all the opinions and everybody that listened and tapped and gifted. But I have to catch y'all in a little bit.
All right, appreciate you, brother. I see you in a minute.
For sure.
If you
Y'all
come
be
back
easy.
later, I'll be on until about maybe 9 o'clock or something. So I got a few hours on this thing though. So all right. Y'all
All
come
right.
right back. I got y'all.
All right.
Peace.
Oh.